On Uppity Knickers, we discuss business, the come up, how to get the bag. But tonight on Uppity Knickers, we are going to put calamity before cash. We are going to put pain before profit as we discuss how whole white supremacist race soldiers are out here beating down and bear spraying Latino soldiers.
Yes, sir. You're not. Can you please talk to me about what's going on? Why am I being treated like this? Why?
You're not cooperating. Get on the ground.
Why am I being treated like this? This is really messed up. This is really messed up. Sir, well, just work with me. This is fucked up. Sir. This is fucked up. Sir. This is fucked up. You know this is fucked up.
Lay down. Lay on the ground.
And gunning down 13-year-old Latino children.
Please stop! Stop right now! Hands! Show me your hands! Stop it! Stop it! Shots fired! Shots fired! Get an ambulance over here now! Look at me! Look at me! Look at me! You alright? Where are you shot? 24 and Sawyer in the alley, West Alley. Need an ambulance, got a gunshot victim. Shots fired by the police.
By the policeman, corner.
Where you shot, man? Where you shot?
Stay with me, stay with me.
Right, tempo, we'll get an ambulance rolling.
Somebody bring the medical kit now.
Okay, can someone send a medical kit?
And in the meantime, I want you to imagine, while all this is occurring, I want you to think about certain Latino males and others, and I want you to wonder who they still have the most smoke for.
So now, there is a problem though, all right? That these people want to include others into this society that were never meant to be included. Were never meant to be included. And I'm only gonna point out truths that we all know and accept to be true, okay? And that is it. I'm not gonna say lies or anything like that. You know, people tell my enemies, they say that I'm lying, but I would like to know about what? You know, they wanna consider blacks Dominicans, and I wanna know what makes them Dominican? What? And normally, regularly, what they'll tell me is, oh, they have this food, and then they have this music, and then they dance, and nothing that really is a significant contribution to our society at all, whatsoever, you know? I don't see anything really positive or extravagant or admirable, you know, other than singing and dancing. You know, are we a society of singing and dancing like a bunch of monkeys?
Don't you get uppity with me.
Uppity? With you? My dear, talking to you means I look nowhere but down.
Hey, let's calm it down.
Oh, that uppity nigger went and hit me on the head.
All right, I'm hearing that Or I'm reading that the video was blurry. Again, technical difficulties, guys. Sorry about that. But pretty much you get the gist of it. What the topics are tonight, because the topic was going to be something else. Then this kid went up and got shot, and it brought a lot of I'd say questions. I had questions. You understand? I had questions, and I couldn't see when a kid is 13. You know, there has to be certain concessions you make as a society for a 13-year-old kid. We're not living in Somalia where there are actually child soldiers. See, if you're in Ethiopia, Somalia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, or over at the Balkans, Kosovo, right, Bosnia, a 13-year-old child is a warrior from the moment that they, can pick up an AK-47, or in Syria, as Denise Gonzalez just so aptly put. They're soldiers before they can, around the time that they get or they inherit the family's AK-47 from their father. So that's a whole other bag. You understand? But we're not living in that society. We're not living in that society. We're living in this society. And one of the heartless pricks came up in here. Why don't you get on the panel? The link to the panel is pinned. Mexican supremacist. The link is pinned. Mexican supremacist. Okay? Why don't you come up here and say it? Come up here and basically denigrate the kid who just died. This is what I'm talking about. Where if it's not time to give smoke to black people, many of these Mexicans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, all of them who identify with the dominant society, they're very silent. Very silent. You understand? Unless it's time to give us smoke. For Tamir Rice, for Trayvon Martin, and the entire lineup of black kids who just got gunned down. With Tamir Rice, they gave him what, 3 seconds? They rolled up, kid was playing with a toy gun. How many times, if you guys remember having white friends growing up, right? I want you to imagine, not even imagine, I want you to remember how many times you've seen that white kid with a toy gun, right? With a cowboy toy gun or with some sort of G.I. Joe toy gun, like a 9mm, right? They're not having a talk with their parents about not being mistaken for a grown man in an alley and getting gunned down. And the other thing I'd like to bring up, see, there's so much to discuss. I hope many of you. I'm a little bit overwhelmed. Usually, I'm a fucking clown, but this is a 13-year-old kid. You understand? When the occasional, I mean, not even occasional, but when the often maligned, stained, down-talked, demeaned, denigrated child, black child, gets gunned down by police, the white supremacist dominant society, that contingent, right? They go on a spree online of, oh, what was he doing anyway? Oh, well, he was armed. What was he doing with a gun? Oh, well, he didn't have a gun. Oh, well, what was he doing out there that time of night? Oh, well, it was well within the time that kids should be out, around 6, 7. Oh, well, why wasn't he out with adult supervision? Basically, what were you wearing, this kid? You know how when a woman gets assaulted, The pricks among us start with the what was she wearing? So when black kids are gunned down by police or sheriffs or any manner of law enforcement, the what was he doing contingent comes out there. And usually that's just reserved for us. You got to remember, usually that's just reserved for us. But now you have a Hispanic coon contingent getting rolled out there. Be not deceived. These guys like this Ray Lopez, who was out there, I'll play a clip for him later. Hopefully that won't be blurry. You have this Ray Lopez, Alderman Ray Lopez, to come out there, and he said, and I quote, "As bad as this was, I know it was a 13-year-old kid, but it could have been worse." Now, the thing is, when he said it could have been worse, I'm like, mind blown, right? How could this have been worse? Does he have a younger sister? Was there a younger sister at the other end of the alley? Like, nigga, what? How could this have been worse? He says it could have been worse because it could have been a cop who got shot. And then the headlines would have read, "Cop shot by 13-year-old man." He did not say 13-year-old boy. No, he did not. I will play the clip for you later. He did not. He said 13-year-old man. Welcome to our hell. Welcome, Hispanic community. We hope you enjoy it here. Welcome to the hell when you're under 18 and considered a man because of your melanin. Welcome. We kept your seat nice and warm. Welcome. Welcome. Now, the thing is, I would hope that this is kind of a wake-up call, that you would just jostle out of your dreams, burst up like you're having a nightmare about aliens, bursting out your chest, hoping that you'll do that, and then smell the motherfucking Juan Valdez, whatever the fuck you drink in the morning in your household. But that might be hoping for too much. Might be hoping for too much, because in this very chat room we had one guy come in and say, well, feel sorry for him, he had a gun. All right, fair enough. You guys ever notice that whenever, and the thing is, I'm lumping in most of the coons in here, okay? The Asian coons, Hispanic coons, all the coons, black coons, all of them, because they join in the dominant society and putting a boot to the backs of everyone's necks. Okay? Now I use the word neck for a very, very specific reason, because we're still on the tail end of the shit comet that is a Derek Chauvin trial, where the defense has brought up everything as a cause of death except Derek Chauvin's knee to the back of George Floyd's neck. Everything was a cause of death except that knee. The recent reason that they brought up, oh, by the way, the doctor that they brought up to dredge up and pull out of his colon this reason for George Floyd's death, that doctor grew up and graduated in South Africa during the era of apartheid. That's the kind of shit show it is. That's the kind of shit show. And all these past months, when we had all of these riots and all of these protests on behalf of George Floyd, what did the Hispanic coons have to say about it? What did they chime in with? They all pulled rank. They all closed in, circled the wagons. Okay? And they all took a heaping, smelly, white-hot pile of dump on George Floyd. Suddenly, he's nothing but an abuser, a criminal, a drug addict. Okay? Now, what are we going to do? Now that you guys, Hispanics, I mean, you guys are hearing the alarm. You going to wake up or not? Because this boy has just been lumped in with black boys in the context of how we are men the minute that we can walk on two legs. We're newborn ponies. We're not babies. Soon as we wobble our way out of our mom's wombs, we're men. This Alderman Ray Lopez said it could have been worse. This cop could have been shot by a 13-year-old man. On behalf of the black delegation, we would like to formally welcome you, Hispanics, to the shit show. See, you've been on the periphery for a long time. You come in, and I don't exclude my particular family, my particular branch of the black sector from this, because Caribbean Americans, we do that same thing that you Hispanics do. We hang on the periphery, take advantage of everything African Americans worked for. Then, when African Americans suffer from the dominant society, we add our boots to their backs. Okay? But when I became conscious, I knew that was a problem. And at some point, we all have to become conscious. When will you become conscious? And so, as part of the conscious community now, the oft maligned conscious community, we'd like to welcome you to the shit show. Welcome to the shit show. Now, the three topics tonight, if you guys are watching if you guys are watching this on YouTube and seeing, the topics tonight are: white Latino cop offers to make black Latino, a Latino, trademark, a Latino, ride the lightning. Please drop in the comment section on the side here if you know how old that saying is. That guy, he's not, sorry about that, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. The guy who said it. So he didn't make it up. He didn't create that saying. Ride the lightning is an allusion to, it alludes to sitting on an electric chair. Now, the thing is, I heard that term some time ago. In fact, I heard it in a rock song, I think, some time ago when I was a kid. And I forgot about it. And recently, when I heard this white identified Hispanic, or would like to be white wannabe Hispanic, he's not even light enough to be white identified. If you see his photos, when I heard this white identified white wannabe Hispanic say this to that Latino in his car, you finna ride the lightning, son. When I saw and heard him say that, I thought it's because he was pulling out his taser. Speaking of pulling out a taser instead of a gun, we will discuss the cave woman who basically shot that boy and said that she reached for, her gun instead of her taser. But that aside, the white identified white wannabe Latino dude, he was not talking about his taser. He was talking about riding the lightning. Now, there are two possibilities here. Maybe he doesn't understand the dual meaning of that. That phrasing has to do with executions. Maybe he doesn't get that, in which case he's stupid. Right? And at a certain point, when your IQ drops too low, you have no business being police. Okay? But if he's not stupid, he knew exactly what he was saying to this Latino. This Karen, girl name, Karen, he cried like a girl too. This Karen Nazario serving his country, right? And then at the end of the video, speaking of serving his country, this very same white wannabe Latino came up to him, you know, con man that he is. He knew he fucked up. He knew he fucked up. When he came up to him at the end. He basically said, "Yeah, I realize that you're fighting for our country." No, he said, "You're fighting for my country." Just the phrasing of a lot of these people just blow me away. Like they believe they can say these things now. Before this, there was decorum. There was never respect. There was never respect. But there was decorum. Okay? The white dominant society never respected us. But there was decorum. Sometimes brought about by fear, other times brought about by shame, because the world watches how they treat us. There was never respect. Sometimes there was fear, but there was definitely decorum. Okay? This guy felt he could say this. No decorum left. I see you're out there fighting for my country. Not our country, not your country, right? Either of those substitutes would have sufficed. You know, Mr. Lieutenant Nazario, I see you're out there fighting for your country. Perfect. Lieutenant Nazario, I see you fighting out there for our country. Close second, also very good. Lieutenant Nazario, I know you're out there fighting for my country. Now, there is exclusion. There is exclusion. Just like Shivo was excluding certain people when I put in the clip of him. This white identified Latino basically excluded Karen Nazario out of the country that he's actually fighting for. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. And so now I gotta ask, how many is that now? So that's only, the week's not even over. So I mean, I think the start of the week was Nazario, right? The start of the week was Nazario. And then now, just now, this kid who got shot some time ago, but we just now got the video, right? I don't know about some time ago, maybe a few weeks ago. I don't know when exactly the kid got shot, the 13-year-old. But they just released the footage. And another thing with the footage getting released, right? I want you guys to basically realize that Chicago, I'm not in Chicago, so they can't reach me. I can talk as much crap as I'd like living outside of Chicago. And I have no plans on going into Chicago. They've brainwashed our youth into killing each other. And as soon as they see me, they'll kill me. Right? And on the off chance I don't get killed by my own brainwashed comrades and colleagues, I get hunted down by them. So I'm staying the fuck out of Chicago. And while I'm out of Chicago, I can talk shit about the police union in Chicago. And the police union is one of the most corrupt institutions ever imagined. I mean, we're talking ancient Rome corrupt. That's how corrupt we're talking about. Where this kid got shot, they held on to the video. Now, when I watched the full video, and then they basically the one that they released, and then they showed a highlighting of where the gun was supposedly dropped. How can I trust you? How can I trust you? How? You have held on to this video forever. And we don't know what kind of laws and loopholes are in operation for you to keep information from us. How will I take your word for it that that's the kid's gun? How? And so in the video, they showed a highlighted section to your right. Once you watch the video, I won't show it again, of the gun on the floor. Okay? And the funny thing about the gun is it's ejected, like it's dry. Okay, it's dry. I don't know why it's in a state of emptiness, right? Like the hearts of most of these race soldiers, right? I don't know why it's in a state of emptiness. Did the kid fire several rounds at police? Because that would have been mentioned. The way they've got a boner for denigrating this kid after his death. You think if he wasn't squeezing off rounds at this cop while running until his gun was dry, you think they wouldn't have mentioned that? And so the gun's on the floor and the slide is back. There's nothing in, there's no mag in it, and nothing in the chamber. So you mean to tell me that wasn't planted? How can we trust you? You sat here and let Jason Van Dyke walk with how many months? 80 months? That's like 3, 4 years, 5 years maybe? After we all saw him dump 15 bullets into the twitching body of Laquan McDonald out in the middle of the street. Then we saw him lie on the stand, and we saw his lies get backed up by his fellow officers, supported by your police union. How can we trust you? What Jay-Z say? Or is it Nas? We don't believe you. You need more people. We don't believe you. It's a 13-year-old boy. You gunned down. His hands were up. The camera clearly shows his hands were up. There are videos I can show for you, and I'll be putting something together where you have whole white boys out there with AR-15s bucking shots at police. They take them alive. Dylan Roof gunned down a whole bunch of people in that church. They took him alive. But we have a Mexican in the chat section saying, poor kid, what? He had a gun. Mexican supremacist. I don't care how white you think you look, brother. And I don't care how many of us, black and brown people, that you feed to the beast, Mexican supremacist. You are not ensuring that the beast doesn't eat you. You're only ensuring that the beast eats you last. Do you understand? Hopefully you understand this. But maybe I'm just holding my breath for no reason. Google 1, Google 2 asks a very important question here. Where the fuck is Kyle Rittenhouse? I mean, I'm Googling this dude and I can't find him. I'm Googling Kyle Rittenhouse, I can't find him. Denise Gonzalez says, we gotta do something about those damned assault rifles. Yes, we do, Denise. The only thing is, I'm 2A all day, as Charlemagne the God says. Okay? And if you think, Denise, that I'll have to agree to disagree with you on this. Because if you think that we live, Kyle Rittenhouse, Blood Moon, the whole white boy who basically got himself a assault rifle and went across state, gunned down like 2 demonstrators. Now, granted, the other demonstrators had guns too, but Lord knows what went down in that whole circumstance. He killed those guys. 1 second. He basically killed those guys. He shot one guy in the arm, and I think he killed one. I forget which case it was. The only thing is, he is missing now. He was arrested, and he was due to face trial, possibly. But someone vouched for him. He made bail, and I mean, this is a whole trailer park trash dude, right? But he somehow he made something like a $2 million bail. Now, the reason why he made that bail is because white supremacy stays on code. You understand? They stay on code. They started some sort of GoFundMe, Patreon, whatever it is, and they bailed this dude out of jail. They paid his bail. Okay? Then maybe a few hours later, no less than like 12 hours later, this guy's seen in a bar with the likes of the Proud Boys and other white supremacists throwing up, basically white supremacist gang signs. The white power symbol, the WP, right? The OK symbol and all that stuff. And then now we can't find him. At some point, people were checking for him and we couldn't find him. They probably have him in a witness protection program housing. Yeah, but look, man, ain't nobody checking for Kyle Rittenhouse. Who checking for Kyle Rittenhouse? They don't need to have him in any witness protection. You know why? Look, you know why, Blood Moon? Because up until who asked for him? Up until Google 1, Google 2 asked for him, he was nowhere in my frame of thought. He was nowhere in my consciousness. Ain't nobody checking for Kyle Rittenhouse. So ain't nobody have him in no witness protection, anything. Even Antifa ain't really checking for him. He's a low life. Just like ain't nobody checking for Zimmerman no more. Zimmerman's a low life. People have things to do. Can you imagine if someone goes in and does something to Zimmerman right now, right? After he's had his day in court, right? And that's the funny thing too. We have a lot of people out here with buyer's remorse concerning George Zimmerman. See, they bought in to the whole, well, Trayvon Martin had it coming. Those Negroes need to stay in their place. Hey, uppity knickers, we don't stay in our place. Those niggers need to stay in their place. All right? And so they found their way onto that jury, and, Zimmerman walked. Now, and the people with buyer's remorse I'm talking about are all the legions of conservatives who were online, out in the street, out on TV, and these MSNBC and CNN, where they were softcore championing the fact that this boy died. Well, when you don't behave yourself and you follow someone down the street, and you as if Trayvon Martin was the culprit here. Okay? Now, those guys bought into that narrative. Now they have buyer's remorse because Zimmerman is out here showing his ass. Zimmerman is pistol whipping his brother-in-law. He's, beating his wife. He's selling the gun he shot the kid with. He's putting it on auction. He's telling us that the Smithsonian wants it. He's telling us, that he's making paintings for sale. He's suing the family of Trayvon Martin for PTSD and distress. Right? He's showing his ass out here. And so now we have buyer's remorse from the people who backed them up. So we have, hold on. Let's review the topics. The white Latino cop, and I guess inadvertently we covered number 2 as well with Adam Toledo. Did you guys see the demonstration out there? By the way, all the Shivos in the world, and all the Dominican Renaissance. Guess who was out there marching with you on behalf of Adam Toledo? You Hispanics, how do you pronounce his name? I refuse to pronounce it like how these white supremacists print Toledo. Adam Toledo, man. It's Toledo, right? Toledo. Adam Toledo, right? What's the ethnicized way of pronouncing that? Let me know. Okay. Um, and so if you saw the demonstration out there, that was some slim pickings, man. That it looked like, oh, Denise. I didn't even see you guys out there. All right, hold on. Let me add you guys in. Sorry about that. Hispanic. Is this a troll or an actual person? Denise,
Hey,
welcome
dude.
aboard.
Hey, why don't you get it through your head that we're not
Oh,
united
there
with
we
you?
go. There we go.
Why don't
Troll, yeah.
get it through your fucking head? We don't want nothing to
Okay,
do with you.
all right. Shut up. We're not doing that. We're not doing that today.
Yeah,
We're
keep
not
them.
doing a 13-year-old kid died. We're not doing that today.
Yeah,
Hispanic,
keep
whatever
them
your name
down.
is. We're not doing that. No, Denise. Usually, I'd let it ride. You feel me? Because it's
Yeah,
entertaining. To have a troll here. Then he'd start cursing. I'd ask him questions he can't answer. We'd have a blast. But nah, a 13-year-old kid ain't here no more. We're not doing this, fam.
yeah,
We're not doing this. But
yeah,
yeah, Denise. Well, welcome aboard. I apologize for the
yeah.
excess
Again,
passion this time around. You feel me?
don't.
Like,
Yeah, don't feel like that because I guess we're all like with that sentiment, like a little bit upset. I don't think there's a single person that it's in the right mind that have seen this last what week, 2 weeks, and
yeah.
it's okay right now. Like we're all kind of upset at the same time.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, right?
Hmm.
Granted, this one, like we saw it up close and personal. So that kind of made all the difference. But
Yeah,
I,
for
I
sure.
felt I felt almost the same way with the Tamir Rice incident. But the video for that was not a body cam from police, okay? Where you can see the kid. Like if you see the if you see the full unedited video, you see the life wash away from the kid's face, right? So like this is totally different. This is totally different. And we had one of these like part of the coon contingent. He's basically this guy Alderman Ray Lopez. He's basically your Sheriff Clark. As the Hispanic community, he's your Sheriff Clark. I don't know if you're familiar with Sheriff Clark, Denise.
I've heard some things, but I'm not that familiar with him.
Yeah, he's basically a cowboy hat wearing coon that anytime like a black guy or black woman is basically lynched out here by police, he comes out here and basically flips it around to make it seem like, oh, these poor police, they did what they had to do. If only these black people knew how to act. This is the act. This is this is the show that he basically brings on the road with him, going from state to state as if he's a performer. So
Yeah.
this guy Alderman, it looks like he's shaping up to be your Sheriff Clark, because when he came on here,
Hmm.
he basically, I'll play the clip later on if there's time. I don't plan for this to be very long. Remember, Uppity Knickers is not supposed to be very long. It's usually, it gets too interesting and it keeps going.
Yeah.
you know but this guy Alderman Lopez, he basically said that this cop could have been shot by a 13-year-old man. These were his words.
They always call them man. That really irritates me. It's
Well,
like that they had this. There was like I think Salvadorian or Mexican kid that they killed here last year, and I was so pissed because they kept calling him a man. He was a young kid. They just killed him what because he was Hispanic.
I
That's
mean,
it.
every time you denigrate him, you kill him all over again. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he was just a
When he misspoke the
kid,
first time, yeah, they kept killing him.
and the problem is
Base.
like he was a security guard. But they
Oh,
will
the kid.
always, yeah, Andres
Yeah, I remember.
Guardado. Andres
Yeah, this is
Guardado.
less. This is less than a whole year ago, isn't it?
Less than a year ago, yeah.
Yeah.
And then they did the nastiest shit they could do, which is conceal the Emmy report as long as they want. There's like I don't have the term right now in my mind, but there's like a clause that depending on certain circumstances around the examination or the case, the one of the parts can ask that this can happen, especially the police, well, the sheriff department,
Yeah.
and the sheriff department asked for it. So now the parents don't have access to that information, and it could last up to 7 years until they have that information.
Yeah. Well, a lot of
They shot him in
times.
the back. Literally, they shot
Yeah.
him
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. I know. I mean that's basically how they roll. Look, it's basically soft targets. They want you. They want to catch you slipping. You know, security guard too. I mean, this is a gainfully employed person, right? Doing what he has to do. He's not out there pushing drugs. He's not out there robbing, stealing, right?
Yeah,
He's a security guard. As a matter
he
of
was
fact,
working.
he's working and in a field that's related to law enforcement. And yet there's no deference to like his pain or his fate or what happened to him. You see, like I don't, man.
It's insane. I'm
There's
telling you.
now the thing is where I have to disagree with you. When you were saying in the chat section that we have to get the assault rifles off the street, we can't. Like currently, law enforcement is infiltrated by white supremacists. It was a small problem by the time the FBI revealed it, like maybe 5, 6, 8 years ago. Now it's just common knowledge by now. You got whole gangs now with all kinds of tattoos. If if we put in laws that restrict average citizens from arming themselves with modern forms of self-defense devices, right? All you'll have left are criminals who will get their guns how they get it, and the police who have the guns anyway. And then we'll be sandwiched in the middle, basically dodging a wall of bullets.
But this is the thing. Look, I understand that, we don't want to give away certain rights because we wouldn't live in a democracy if we have a monopoly of violence, if the government has that power,
Yeah.
So, and I understand that. What I mean, the assault rifles is all across the board. Okay, it will be a criminal offense to even have them, and that comes tied to the demilitarization of the police. They don't need military grade shit to deal with citizens.
Okay, so you wouldn't want police to have them either.
No.
Okay,
no.
that makes sense. I can rock with you on that.
Because let's say, for example, and I'm being very very angelical here. Let's say, for example, a cop is in a tough situation where he might lose his life, right?
Yeah.
An assault rifle kills like several people in seconds.
Yeah.
So if it comes to his life and one of those bullets or 3 of those bullets catch an innocent person, I'm not going to save one cop and kill 3 innocents. So your life, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about one person when you can kill so many. Like, I don't know if people understand that shit. Like, I don't care if that protects you, but at the end of the day, you might have to find alternate ways to deal with situations, because how many times do you really use assault rifles for security in your house? You probably have them, but tell me, how many times do you actually have to use them?
No, here's the thing, right? The axiom for guns is that they're like condoms. It's better to have them and never need them, or you need them and don't have them, right? So that's usually the axiom of it. Now, the thing is, as far as I see your point, and it's a very good point, where if you have an AR-15 that you can spray and pray with, right? You switch. Usually they have like 3 modes. Sundown could come in and kind of like educate us on some of the hardware here. But as far as the one I fired, at the range, it looked like they had single shot burst spray, and then like full auto, right? So like 3 settings on the ones that I was instructed on how to fire. And so if you get to a point where you have to spray like that, what kind of situation did you foment that you need this, right? So like with police, you know, I think that they should have maybe shotguns. Maybe shotguns might help, right? For a long gun. But like this whole thing where they're walking around in AR-15s.
Why they need the long gun in the first place?
Well, I think that's a matter of range. You know, with the long gun, it has more range and it's more
Yeah, but like,
powerful.
why would you need? That's what I say with that's the problem with society today. Look, I mean, in my opinion, if,
No, I mean,
let's say we have the worst criminal on earth,
right?
right? Unless we're dealing with somebody like Ted Bundy,
Right.
you know, like that's so rare. You mostly deal with drug dealers or thieves or people that are disturbing the peace or breaking or shoplifting, whatever the hell. But those are the most common crimes nowadays, aside
Yeah.
from murder and stuff.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, how many people we're losing every year? And I don't care when people say, oh, more people get killed by stabbings and stuff. I don't care. The fact that we're losing people to this stupidity when that number should be in 0 tells you that there's certain things in the world that as humankind, we have to understand that we're not supposed to push things that far. And we're in a position right now where we can take a step back in this violent situation, because if we keep escalating, there's always going to be a better weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah, absolutely.
That people are going to want to acquire. Then why we don't simmer it down, take a step back, so that we're still going to have assault rifles, but we're going to have either the military come in or the National Guard, people that are more capable than police to handle this stuff.
Listen, they have. And I can't believe that I'm one of the only people who remember this here. They have an entire lineup of non-lethal options that are being tested every year. You see, I don't know if you guys have heard of Boston Dynamics, right? Boston Dynamics is a private company, or at least it started out. Now I think they have funding, but they're a private company that basically they're the ones who came out with the robot dog. Now we have a police dog that's like a robot dog, which is also a marine dog. Marines are about to use them, as well as the marine donkey. They're basically robot donkeys and robot dogs that you put packs and stuff on, right? And so they have them for police now. One of these companies did that. There are a bunch of these companies, including universities, that basically come up with things that they think the government will need. I myself, as an entrepreneur, I designed an ATV that could transport people when you go hiking, right? And you bring like maybe an ATV with you.
Yeah.
I designed something that I'm about to patent, where you can transport somebody who breaks their ankle or whatever, and there's not enough space, or maybe they're immobilized and there's a way you could transport. I designed something like that. Many people are out there doing that. And so you have a whole list of contributions to people who are saying, hey, here are non-lethal options. Among those non-lethal options, there was a quick drying paste, like it was a paste gun, right? It looked like a water gun, and it had a big drum of liquid on the bottom, and then you spray it on the perpetrator, and then their hands or wherever you spray gets stuck together. That's a non-lethal option. It's better than rubber bullets. It's better than a taser, better than mace. And you basically immobilize the suspect. Where is that? I don't know. They came up with it. They kind of shopped it around. Now it's not there. No, they prefer to gun people down. There was something like some sort of sound device where it was directional, and you had the device, you held it like a rifle, and then you pointed it at the person you want to immobilize. Everyone else's ears are fine except the person you want to immobilize, and that person's down on their knees cupping their ears, right? And you can easily cuff them because the pain is so uncomfortable, and it's not anything permanent. They still have their hearing, later on. It's just uncomfortable.
Okay.
We could have had that. No, they prefer to gun down 13-year-old kids. You see what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right that there's bad faith behind all this.
Of course.
All this arms race where, let's get more armor piercing, hollow point, whatever the hell that they're having
You
now.
see the
Like,
fascination. You see the
yeah,
fascination, and but you know what? What I believe. I mean, it hit me as a cultural shock when I first moved here, but the United States in itself, like in the fabric of the nation, they celebrate and idolize as a religion violence. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't matter what you say, but the fact that we celebrate wars,
yeah,
like, literally, I've always said this, you're sending your children into war because, quote unquote, that would keep the country safe and these people have like the highest honor. Isn't that the same shit we're criticizing when we see Asians and how they hold up their kids to a higher standard, that they have to bring honor to the family through other things that we consider that are like draconian and stuff? Isn't that the same shit? You're forcing your kid to bring honor to your family through military practices, and that's going to be detrimental to their emotions. Like,
well,
I've never seen people dying. Imagine you only seen your neighborhood and stuff. And yeah, you've seen people die on the TV, but like, imagine living through that shit.
yeah.
I think people are not understanding the levels of emotional consequences that this shit brings. But that's what this country celebrates. And then we complain when we have violent individuals, violent police, violent gangbangers, violent organizations,
Well,
violent presidents. It's
well,
like, why we're complaining?
yeah. Don't nobody kill more people out here than the presidents. And I'll stop right here. I don't want to get into any kind of trouble on YouTube for saying this,
Yeah.
but I mean, come on. As far as body count, ain't nobody beating those guys.
Yeah.
They have entire arsenals. I mean, we're talking about using a rifle. Talk about using not only a jet but a fleet of jets, and just saying, go do that.
That's
So
insane. I'm telling you, it's insane. What this country celebrates. It's like, I don't know. It feels like America to me is like an onion. You keep peeling off layers and layers and layers until you get to like the center, and that is the truth.
Yeah.
That is the freaking truth. But it's like the middle. That's reality, and everybody lives in whatever layer they think it makes sense, even if it's not the fucking truth. And that's why we attack each other instead of looking for the truth, which is in the middle. That's why, as much as I didn't agree with my fiance when he used to tell me nobody is liberal or conservative, because we have from both. So we're kind of centered.
Yeah.
We just have to, understand that and stop fighting each other. I
Well, I
used
mean,
to tell him no, but it is true.
Well, I mean, the thing is, this is two things, 2 points, right? The first point is what you're saying here. It's perfectly reasonable, but we have to realize that this is basically Sparta.
Yeah.
There's a Sparta.
Yeah.
We're raising our children, and in many ways, we're raising our children in warrior culture. Right, and I'm partially to blame for this because I design video games and comic books and stuff like that. But we're raising our kids to glorify, going out there and basically, waging war. Okay, so we raise our kids passive, not passively, as a constant passive force on that it's always there, right? And in criminal culture, we got kids who, they're living in a high testosterone environment, almost like prison.
Yeah.
And on the white end of it, right? That was the urbanized black and brown end of it. But on the white end of it, they're teaching their kids. Remember the KKK lady who said, I'm teaching my kids to hate you." She said
Yeah,
this on
but
video, and
you have to be very careful with this white ladies. Like I don't fuck with them. I'm sorry.
white women, yeah,
The old
they're the
white
worst.
women, yeah, they are. These Karens are. Oh my god, they're so
Yeah.
unbearable.
One of the videos I'm working on is of that. Um there's several stages of Karens, and I'll cover all of those because they're always. Let me see. When they're small, like as little kids, maybe if you catch them early, they won't be horrible. But as soon as they're in their teens, now they're Beckies, right? I don't know what they are when they're like preteen, but in their teens they're Beckies. Soon as they hit around 30s, 35, they're Karens. Around the time they hit 50s, they become Agneses. And then no, they become Susans. Then
Greta.
around the time they're 60s, 70s, they become Agneses. And then when they're 90s, in their 90s, they become Helgas or whatever the hell it is. But there's a name for all that stuff, and there's a stage that they go through. And
Yeah, I don't know if
I'll
you
cover
have
that in the other
ever.
videos. But
I don't know if
I'm
you
sorry, go ahead.
ever gave work in the service industry, like giving service to people, but I did.
Yeah.
And oh my god, they are the worst customers.
Yeah.
The worst, and I kid you not, it's like the worst customer.
Well, you know why that is though. They know the truth that in America they are the buyer. The white woman from age 25 to 50 something, they are the consumer group. If you look at all the shows on TV when it's the time that they will be home, all that stuff caters to them. All those game shows and what's the one with the gay guy who's acting straight. It's a bunch of nerds. Then one of them's gay. Sheldon somebody. Forgot his name.
I don't
But
know.
it's basically a show about nerds who are living next to to basically a
Big
Becky
Bang
who's turning
Theory.
it. Big Bang Theory. There you go. Yeah. So basically, you know, a lot of those shows, Big Bang Theory, and even shows you don't expect, shows like Mayans or Sons of Anarchy.
That is
Well,
true. I mean, I've watched those shows, to
yeah,
be honest with you. But like, yeah, it is true. The man's does cater to the Beckies and stuff.
yeah. I mean, look at the commercials they show when that's on. Um, a lot of them are laundry commercials because these women are doing laundry, folding. And if you notice that the shows that they put on, they're brainless shows. They're really stupid shows you can follow along because they're made for Karen while she's folding laundry, whether at home and there's a TV in the corner, or she's at the laundromat and there's a TV up, drilled onto the wall, right? She can actually follow the show brainlessly while she's folding laundry. So she can do two things at once. So if you have something complex like The Usual Suspects or The Dark Knight, if you have that stuff playing
Or a
where you have to
documentary.
think, no, like that won't work because you have to think to follow that plot. But if you have stuff like that's really, really dumb, like Big Bang Theory, which is supposed to be smart, but it's dumb, right?
Yeah.
It has to be dumb because we're seeing it through the lens of Kaylee Cuoco, that character, right? And how she is seeing all these nerds and how they all want her. See, and then Karen gets to be folding laundry, and then she gets to inhabit Kaylee Cuoco. Yeah, all these nerds want me. Get it? Like, um, it's a real mind trip, like how this works. And so the Karens who keep approaching you when you're doing your work, and then they're being like all real indignant with you,
Yeah.
they know it's because they're the market. They're the ones like all that stuff. Even the car commercials that they used to be geared towards guys, right? But
Yeah.
now you're seeing more and more. It's more and more feminized, and not in a bad way. It's not really a treatise. I'm not giving some sort of critique of it, but it's basically an observation that even the car commercials now are becoming more and more feminized. Where before that, like when the Star Wars movies came out, there was a commercial where a driver was in a car
Mhm.
and being shot at by TIE fighters that were in the sky. Now, when they come into the car, you're thinking, oh, it's gonna be a guy. No, it's a girl. It's a girl. She's the one who's buying stuff. She's the one that's gonna buy. Especially these dudes ain't got jobs no more anyway. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They're the ones who buy the stuff. These dudes don't have jobs. So when these video game commercials come on, they'll be catering to Karen, right?
Yeah,
It'll,
and no, not only that, Rota, but like women as women, we spend more money than the average man.
absolutely,
We spend,
absolutely,
I believe, it's $1.2 for every dollars we have because we get some credit on the side, and
yeah,
men spend 84 cents out of a dollar, something like that.
mm,
Um, but we spend more money than men do.
yeah,
That's
absolutely,
why, yeah, that's why mostly when you want to sell something, you sell it to the woman. Women products are mostly sold out than the men stuff. If you go and
hmm
try to promote stuff to dudes like fashion or perfumes and stuff, dudes are gonna buy what they need practically.
yeah.
You
Well,
know?
look, that's how I shop. I get what I need and I'm out of there.
Yeah.
What's all this foraging business? God, it used to
Yeah, we
drive
go
me up
for the
the
shiny.
wall.
We go for
Sharp.
the shiny,
Mm-mm.
the refined, the beautiful. And I can
Nah,
say
man.
I am a sucker for that too. So, you know. So
Mm.
yeah, we spend more money than the average man. That's for sure. So that's why they promote stuff for women more than for men.
Well, I'm a freelance graphic designer, and so I get some jobs when I'm lucky. I
Mhm.
get jobs that really appeal to me, like maybe doing movie posters. And I've done a couple of movie posters out there. And the thing is, when I would go there and the intermediary company, like maybe it'll be an independent film director, and they would go through a company that would hire me. That company would have me come in, and they'd look at the samples I've put together for the poster, and they'll be like, "Look, we need you to put more pinks, more purples." I'm like, why do you guys keep saying that?
Yeah, market.
Then
It's a propaganda.
yeah, look, the thing is, eventually, one of the women there had to sit me down. Look, like, look, if you want to get more of these jobs, you're gonna have to understand this, right? Who do you think we're catering to here, right? She was like, companies would have to be absolutely stupid. Look at yourself. I'm like, yeah, me. When's the last time you went to a movie? I was like, well, I gave her a date, like, last week, 2 weeks ago, or whatever. And she's like, when you went there, who did you take with you and what did you spend? I was like, yeah, I went by myself. I wanted to see X, Y, and Z, whatever. And I had a bag of popcorn and a soda. Okay, so you spent 25, $30? 25. Okay. Now, when that girl, and she points to anyone and like in the background, when that girl goes to the movies, okay, she's bringing her boyfriend, they're gonna double what you just spent, right? And they'll
And
stay
sometimes
longer. They'll stay
triple.
longer, and that money will keep going. If she's around your age, what if she's older? So now she's bringing the husband, the kids, the cousins. By the end of the night, they have spent $300-400,
Literally. And
literally.
that's being you're
Conservative.
not taking into account,
Hmm.
yeah, because you're
Yeah, I'm
not
being
taking into
conservative in it too.
account
Yeah.
that we often get the nails to go out.
Yeah.
We get the
That's
outfit
the
to
other
go
thing.
out.
Yeah, that's the other
The
thing.
the eyeshadow new
Mhm.
palette that Jeffree Star put
Yeah.
out.
No. I
You know,
forgot. I
a
forgot.
lot of
You
things.
listen, and that as if to prove the point. I forgot, but guess who remembered? You remembered without even knowing what she told me, and she told me this that when a woman is ready to do this, like when she's ready to move, an entire surrounding, an entire entourage of businesses are making money off of her.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
You know, she went and
Why do
got her
you
hair
think?
done. She got the good dress. She got a perfume so she smells good. Got a cologne so her husband smelled good. She's got her nails done. She's
Yes, yes, for sure. We buy you guys stuff every time we see or we get sold that.
yeah,
You know, so it's not just us. We spend way too much money. Why do you think these companies and all this stuff is like, oh, like marry later, postpone marriage, don't marry so
yeah,
young, so you can spend your money when
yeah,
you're producing more money, which is your
yeah,
younger years.
yeah.
Because if you're married, you'll be more like, you know, homey and more savvy with your money. Then you have your husband too, you know, and you guys will look forward into life, like buying a house or having children or buying yourselves a better car or spending your money on things that are more smart and putting stuff for retirement.
Mm.
So yeah, us being single makes us spend more money, and that also includes the pink tax. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Oh yeah.
The
Well,
pink tax.
they kind of up they
Look,
up tax they
it's
well
it's real. I'm not even
yeah,
joking.
yeah,
Like
but it's your fault. Just get the regular razor. Get the
I do.
regular razor. Get the
I
regular.
buy men racers. I do not fall. Look, I
Yeah, it's
used
the
to
same
buy the
blade.
Venus. I used to buy the Venus for so long until one day there was only Gillettes at Walgreens, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" Like I need to feel like a goddess, you know, like the commercial. And I was like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna be ruined. I can't shave my legs like I want to."
Mhm.
So I bought the Gillette out of desperation, and I realized that because it was for men, it would shave me more like crisp. You know, I
Yeah.
barely will feel any hair coming out, and I mean, I don't have hair on the back of my legs, weirdly.
Mhm.
So it took like a
You,
long
you
time
you
for
don't need
my
to be putting your business out there, by the way. You feel me? You don't need to be
No,
putting
I
business out
know.
here.
But like, you know, I don't even that's the thing. You were spending 15, $16 every time you needed to buy
Oh
this
yeah.
thing
Hmm.
because they will advise you to do it in a specific way when you don't even need to spend that amount of money because the Gillette was $8.
Mm.
And I don't even have a full hair, like a full haired leg. So imagine spending all that money for a product that you don't use as much and you can get
Hmm.
for cheaper and it's better quality for you at the end of the day because
Yeah,
it's designed for men hair and our hair is thinner.
and they get it in your head that you need to shave more often. That and they give you side stuff like the what's the cream one where like it gets rid of nair or something like that.
The Naya,
Yeah,
the
yeah, the chemical one.
you mean the ointment, like the cream, the lotion?
No, well, there's a cream that gets rid of hair. It's called Nair. And
I
then
think
like
it's there's a
yeah, so
Nair and
some
there's
people don't
another
like
one that
it.
has another name that I can't say online, but you know, yeah, it does. Those creams work, but they sometimes smell funny.
Yeah, they oh that smell will stay on you for a minute too.
Yeah, I
I've smelled that
hate
on
that
women. I'm like, what the
smell.
hell? Did you
I
just
can't.
roll
I'm
in?
sorry. I just
Yeah, it'd be like you did you just roll in
yeah, I
in
just
some cow
no.
shit?
I am absolutely good. No, I'm good.
So,
It
yeah,
smells
Blood Moon knows it.
horrible.
Blood Moon said Nair. Yeah, it's called Nair. Blood Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it smell like cow dung. If you guys ever smell
No.
cow feces.
The lotion smells really bad. I remember when Sally Hansen came out with that in the early 2000s. We were all buying that
Mm.
and then putting that shit that smelled like lagoon on us. So I was like,
Oh,
oh
yeah,
no.
no. You know, well, the thing is, saving, being a thrifty shopper, it'll save you so much money. I mean, you'll be shocked at how much
Yeah.
money is left over if you just shop generic. Because guys, we shop generic, and it's not like we want to shop generic. It's just how we shop. Look, man, I got things to do. I can't be out here like, you feel me? Like that's
Yeah. You guys
crazy.
are more practical. We are not.
Yeah,
We're
it's
not
usually
at all.
because we think we got better things to do. So like, so I left the screen on. You feel me? And people are waiting for me to cut the game back on so we could so we could capture the flag on Halo and Destiny. And then I gotta go and buy and buy
Oh,
tampons for you. So
no,
you best
seriously.
believe
No, I'm
you best
telling
believe I'm
you.
coming back with the most generic tampon products imaginable.
But you know what?
Yeah.
I stopped caring about that like a year ago.
Okay.
That's how
Yeah.
crazy the propaganda works on you as a woman. Because before last year, I was no, like it has to be a specific brand. You know,
Yeah.
it's crazy. It's just crazy. I'm
Well, there are a
telling
lot
you.
of people who get caught up in brand names
Mhm.
in general.
Yeah.
Like there are people who swear by a particular brand. If you cannot sell them on anything else, nothing else. So like, hold on. Sundown says I thought that I was gonna get that Nestle Crunch on my neck. Hold
Oh, from the shaving?
on.
That's
But
insane.
see, he said Nestle. See, more name brands. And then there
Yeah.
are people like, yeah, I
Oh
don't
my
do
God,
with anything but
we're dragging
carnation.
some down.
Yeah. No. He brought up a good point with that
Yeah.
stuff. And the I don't know. I think part of becoming wealthy is knowing how to spend your money wisely. And that should seem like a given, but it and it's a shame that it needs to be said, but yeah, it needs to be said.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
you
something I
like
put. I don't know if you saw something I put on Instagram like a few days ago. I think like a week ago,
mhm,
where the price of eating out,
yeah.
like the difference is 1.4 million when you retire.
Oh wow.
If you will only eat inside, because the cost of eating out is $13 an average, but eating in your house, if you prep your own meal, is $4. So if you invest every $5, I mean, if you spend the $4 and invest the $9
Yeah.
every time you eat out
Yeah.
until you're in retirement age, you will get
Yeah.
$1.4 million.
Wow. So
So
we out
it's
here spending millions on
basically
junk.
because when you invest, if you have like a conservative ROI, you're still gonna get like sufficient money. We're talking about what, 20, 25 years. I don't know how old you guys are,
Wow.
but like, over 10, 15 years, something that's gonna is sitting there with a like conservative return of like what, 6%, 10%, let's say 6, 7%.
We need to
you
try.
know
You're on the right channel for this. Are y'all listening? We spitting
yeah,
game. Uppity
invest
knickers. We
invest your
spitting
invest your
game.
money. Invest your money. I'm learning this myself. It's like I was listening to this dude that he's venture capitalist on Clubhouse, and he was explaining how we should buy houses. He's
Yeah.
like, do not take the 30-year fixed mortgage, get the 15-year. I mean, no, he said get the 30-year, don't get the 15 years, because you will get, for example, let's say your 15-year fixed mortgage is $600 more than the 30-year because the loan is shorter,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Take it for 30 years, but take that same payment that you would have done on the 15-year one.
15 year and apply it to the
Exactly.
30.
And let's say the difference between the 15 and the 30-year is $600, right?
Yeah.
So let's say you invest that in, let's say, SP 500,
Yeah.
and you have a return of, like I said, 6% or so. By the time your house is 13, 14 years old, you would have paid already, because when you withdraw all of that, you can pay off your house in 15 years and you
Wow.
still have money left. So,
And
and you got a
or
lower
even
payment.
earlier if you really get on that and then like
Yeah.
and put yeah.
Yeah, the problem is that people don't, for example, don't buy a car. You don't need a new car. You just need to
Mhm.
work on the car you have. And once you pay off your car, those $500 or $600 that you were paying for your car, put them in the stock market. Leave them there. But people don't understand that, like, your car depreciates the minute you drive it off of the
Yeah.
dealership.
Yeah,
Even,
it's basically, yeah, the value's going down by the
yeah,
minute.
it's $10,000 less automatically. If you don't
Hmm.
believe me, go ask a dealership salesman, and he will
No, I
fucking
believe
tell
you.
you.
Yeah, I believe you.
So when you take that into consideration and you say, okay, I'm gonna have this car and I'm gonna buy a car every 7 to 8 years, but instead you buy a car every 15 years and just fix the car you have, right?
Yeah.
And you invest the money that you would have made in those 10 years, your money is making you money, whereas you're putting money in a piece of metal that's going to depreciate every 5-6 years, like people want to do normally, purchasing these vehicles.
Yeah.
They're not cheap.
Yeah. See, we've naturally transitioned to the third topic, which is, give me a minute. The only escape plan is a business plan. Do you have one? A lot of people are talking about escaping this hell that's coming up right now. People are talking about there's a race war coming, right? Other people said there's a police state coming. It's going to be 1984, right?
Oh my God.
Okay, well then what are you going to do, right? So people are talking about, well, I'm going to move out to Africa. I'm going to move up to Canada. I'm going to move down to Mexico. Really? I'm going to move out to Africa. All right, how are you going to do that with no motherfucking money?
Exactly.
The only escape plan is a business plan. All right. If you don't have a business plan, you don't have an escape plan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like,
if you're sitting out here, um, but go ahead. I'll get back to it. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
okay, so it's like, thank you. So it's like we were talking like a few weeks ago, and that's the problem. Like, we have way too many followers. It's okay to have followers and leaders divided because one needs the other, of course. But like, when you have way too many followers, that is creepy to me, because this is the way I see it. For example, when I look at our generations right now, I know for a fact that if we continue in the pattern we're going, we're going to be extremely overtaxed, and we're going to have way too many people on welfare. If you think we have a lot of people on welfare today, we're going to have way more, because the way we're going at things, we have women doing OnlyFans in way too much large numbers. We have way too much escorts, way too much strippers, way too much people in the sex industry. And we know that that's an industry that, yeah, it pays well at the beginning, but you depreciate very quick. So it's not a sustainable way of living. So you postpone
Not to mention the
college.
scarring that you've done to yourself psychologically and spiritually.
Yeah. You postpone college, you postpone getting early stages of job experiences. And by the time the industry is done with you, you're still young and you still have 30 more years of work you have to do before you can collect Social Security or a 401k.
Yeah.
And if you spend all of your money on Gucci and Balenciaga, you're not going to have anything at that time. So where are you going to go?
Wow.
Obviously, to the government.
Yeah.
The same goes for the large freaking amount of gangbangers we have. Yes, gangbangers make good money, and I don't blame them for doing that, because, I mean, people are going to do crazy shit to get money in desperate times.
Yep.
Now, their lifespan is so short. We're talking about what? The average gangbanger lasts 24 years?
Yeah. Pretty
That's
much.
their average. At 24, you're dead. So,
Yeah. Or
so
in
with
prison for the rest of your life. Either way.
So by that time, depending on how much damage you have put into society, like having kids with different baby mamas, so you left those kids without a father, they're gonna fend for themselves, and that's gonna be taxing for welfare, the welfare system, and that comes out of our pockets. So it's like I said, those two lifestyles, we need to, the people that are not part of those groups, we have to keep talking into those groups becoming smaller so that when we are 50, 60, and 70, we're a sustainable society.
Yeah.
Because Gen X is
Self
the last,
self-sustained too. Self-sustained.
yeah,
Yeah.
the last generation. Look, baby boomers are almost about to retire.
Yeah.
Gen X is becoming disabled at this point, and it's gonna retire in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
It's gonna be millennials. So what these idiots are doing is gonna be taxed on us when we're old and probably about to be disabled ourselves. You know, like we
Yeah.
age. We're all gonna be old at some point, and we're not building or taking life seriously for that time, which is the most
Yeah.
important time. And
And
that is what's
Mhm.
making us think like this. Oh, I'm just gonna bounce. I'm gonna fleet like a baby. You know, like I'm so scared about what's going on. How about you just take control of what you're doing and make something happen?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the word that's floating around out there is that Gen X and below are not going to have any social security.
No.
I mean, I'm seeing that stuff coming out from Georgia, where I came out there, you know, and I was shopping at Walmart, and the cashiers were like 70-year-olds. They can't retire. They're
Hmm.
baby boomers, and they can't retire. Whatever that social security they're living on, it can't do nothing for them. And so you think, okay, they're that generation where they were saving, they were working all the time and saving their money, and they're in that bad a shape, and you think you're gonna have social security?
It's like I
They
said.
don't have it. You think you're gonna have it?
Yeah,
If
and
you
it's
don't,
not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough.
yeah, even if you do get it, it ain't gonna be enough. So like one of the things that I want to actually do for our people is to have each look, there's too much money out here. Like I know that a hyper capitalism, which is what this state is right now, it's a hyper capitalistic state, you know?
Mhm.
Um I know that that's bad, but you're in here anyway. You might as well try to make some money, you know?
Yeah.
Save your money, invest your money. Hey, how about doing things that will make you money later on? Like, maybe write a book. It may not mean nothing now, but those little royalty checks way down the line, they gonna help. They gonna help, player.
Yeah, and
You don't
the
see it
people
now.
think, look, people think always like so negative about stuff. Look at the
Yeah.
dude that invented Tapatio. He
What's that?
started bottling the sauce himself. That's like a very famous sauce here in the
Oh,
West Coast. It's like a hot sauce.
Tapatio. All right.
And that dude's business right now is huge. To
Well,
people that I have an Italian friend that he called me begging me to send him on the mail a Tapatio bottle, like a big one, because they don't have it in Buffalo. And he's Italian.
mm,
I'm like, you see, this is the stuff. Coca-Cola. When Coca-Cola opened the first year, they only sold 25 bottles of Coca-Cola or something like that.
yeah.
You just have to
Everything starts
understand
slow.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pe-
everything starts slow.
People
I
need
mean,
to understand that stuff.
look at what we starting here. There's like 12 people in here.
Yeah.
By the way, if that's 12 people, I need to see 12 likes. Yes, I'm that petty.
Yeah,
12 likes.
we're gonna do like an intermission until we see the 12 likes.
Until we see 12 likes.
Come
Yeah.
on, people.
But give me a second here. One of the things that I actually wanted to discuss on Uppity Knickers. Well, I mean, I guess there's no better time to actually discuss it, even though I wanted more people on the panel in order for us to chop it up about this. But,
Mhm.
you and I, that's, just as good, just as good. Now, the thing is, what I wanted to discuss is that our people, we allow and I'm gonna make a video about this too. So, not only in Uppity Knickers, we're gonna discuss it on live stream, but I'm making a video about it where we fail to monetize things about ourselves, and we let other people monetize it, and they make bank off us, bro.
Yeah.
Bank.
Yeah.
So when we had I forget what city it was. If it was out there, not Minnesota, but somewhere, one of those places where they had a riot, right?
Mhm.
They had a riot, and they had the photo of the lady who had that flowing black dress, and then the police guys in all their gear, right, looking like the Gestapo. They came through there, and they were yanking the lady away. I don't know if you've ever seen that photo, right? And that guy, he's probably in the Guinness Book of World Records with that photo. He probably won some sort of whatever the equivalent of a Pulitzer is. Pulitzer is for
Pulitzer.
photography. He has it. Is it a Pulitzer?
Oh wow! No, I don't know if it's a Pulitzer. I literally don't know that.
Yeah,
So
but they have something for it, right? And so whatever it is, I'm pretty sure he's got it, or he's probably got one or two of them for that. Okay. Now the thing is, this is a white guy who's following around. This is what it blows my mind that our people don't think of this. If I'm doing a protest, why do I have these guys who I'm protesting, not calling all of them the same, not nowhere near it, but let's be honest here. Why am I going to be protesting to these white supremacists or these white people?
Mhm.
And I have a whole white boy 7 feet away from me with a huge camera taking photos of me doing it.
That's true.
I would have this dude bounce, be like, yo, you can't be here. If you want to take photos, it's going to be a crappy photo, homie, because you're going to be standing like 80 feet away. You ain't going to be this close. And you have a brother. You have a brother. Have you literally your brother, not even a brother like a black guy, literally your brother. Have him. A Nikon ain't nothing but $500. That's two pairs of Yeezys. It's probably one pair of Yeezys. All right?
I think not even.
Yeezys,
Well, yeah, certain, yeah.
you know, instead of buying Yeezys, that as soon as they put it in a box and you've paid for it, go back in that store and try to resell the Yeezy. It's depreciated. It ain't worth shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So as soon as you paid $400 for a pair of Yeezys, and you can't sell it back to the store 3 minutes later for $400, if they take it at all, they'll take it for like $100 or $75.
Yeah, you're gonna lose close to 70% until they become vintage, and then you can sell them for something else. That's the problem with fashion. I don't understand people's fascination with fashion, because fashion doesn't have a good return until it's like 40, 50 years later.
And listen, vintage, really? It's only vintage if there's not a lot of them. You can have I know a whole lot of crappy stuff that's in high number. You know, pawn shops and dollar stores are full of them. And all these kind of little garage sales, they're full of them. Who's this? Mets. Oh, please don't be a troll. I can't do this tonight, kid.
Oh my God, yes.
Sorry. Metzehaye? It's that dude, man. It's the troll. All right, say a piece, troll.
Hey, what's up, man? I was just kind of wondering what this live stream is about. I'm not here to troll. I want to have like an actual discussion about whatever you guys are talking about. If it involves like Hispanic people and Latinos in general.
It involves moving forward.
What's your name, player?
Man, my name is John, man.
John.
All right. How do you pronounce the name you chose here? Metzahawa? What? How do you say it?
Mestizaje.
Mestizaje. All right. You're Mexican?
Yeah.
All right. You sound. He's not a troll, says Blood Moon. Okay. All right. There are 3 topics tonight. Say that again one more time, player. Mestizaje. There are 3 topics tonight. The first topic is Caron Nazario. You familiar with him?
I'm actually not this. That's actually new to me. That name.
Okay, the black guy, he's a Latino.
The
Yeah,
Latino.
yeah, he's a Latino who got caught out there in I don't know North Carolina or
Virginia, I believe it was
Virginia,
Virginia.
Virginia. Yeah, he was out there in Virginia, and then police pulled him over. Now the thing is, he had just bought a van of some sort, and the plates, if you just buy the vehicle, the plates might not be on there. You know, you if you
Okay,
get
yeah,
lucky, it might be on there. But so he had the plates, the tag
sticker,
for the vehicle, the sticker for the vehicle in the window, right? And the windows were sort of tinted a little bit, right? And
right.
instead of maybe pulling him over, give him a citation or a warning or whatever it is, you know, they chose to turn their sirens on, and it's dark out there. And so the dude slowly drives until he can pull into a very well lit area. And in this case, it happened to be a gas station. Now, when he pulled into the gas station, I don't know if since you said you don't know about it, then you haven't seen the video where they basically um, treat him like he's OJ, like he's escaping, you know, running from the law, like it's Fast and Furious. All right. They have their guns drawn. They're like, get out the car. And then one of these white identified Hispanics said, you fitting to ride the lightning, son. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what riding the lightning is, if from your accent, I'm guessing I would venture that you didn't grow up here. Well, ride the lightning is, aside from being in a lot of rock music, etc., it's kind of like a term denoting sitting on an electric chair, right? So it denotes execution. You fitting to ride the lightning, son. Okay. Then they pull this guy out. They mace him and everything, and throw him to the ground. You know, knee him all in his leg and his hip and stuff like that. All the while, the guy's crying. You know, like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And we and the conscious community, we basically raised an eyebrow like, huh, do you Hispanics get it now? Like that we're living under a white supremacist state. You get what I mean? I mean, I don't know what your opinions are on it. Would you like to watch the video first and then opine on it?
Yes, I would, man.
Oh, where can I find this? Share video file. Open. I guess you'll probably we discuss amity spraying. You probably have to let me see. Maybe in the YouTube playback it's blurry.
Yes, sir.
Spraying Latino soldiers.
Yes, sir. You're not. Can you please talk to me about what's going on? Why am I being treated like this? Why?
You're not cooperating. Get on the ground.
Why am I being treated like this? This is really messed up. This is really messed up. Sir, what? Just this is fucked up. Sir. This is fucked up. Sir. This is fucked up. You know this is fucked up. Lay down. Lay on the ground.
And now the I only have a clip of it here, so it's not in full context. The video is very long. It's really weird that you haven't seen. Everybody and their mom's seen this.
Well, I think I kind of heard about it. Was this like the sergeant guy? Was he like?
Yeah, there you go, lieutenant. Yeah.
I heard about it. I haven't watched the video. Yeah. So when you say white identifier or identifying what
Latino?
does that mean?
Oh, you don't know what a white identified Latino is?
Oh, like a Hispanic or Latino that that thinks like they're actually like white people, right?
Hey man, it's all in the nomenclature, man. It's all in the name. White identified Latino.
Oh, all right, yeah. So
or
these
will.
so these officers, so one of them was actually white, and the other
Yeah,
one
one
was
of them's
like
legit white. Yeah, one of them's
Yeah, the
legit
other
white.
one, Joe Gutierrez, was not white. He was Latino.
well. I think that white supremacy is a problem in like when it comes to like police, like the police stations and like police in general, right? There's a and also like in other like aspects of like the US government, you have a lot of white supremacists that have been able to like obtain jobs as police officers or like US Marines or whatever branch of the government you want to say. And I think it's pretty fucked up that you have a Latino or a Hispanic like teaming up with this fucking like white guy to like fucking like, you know, treat this other Hispanic that is black Hispanic or black Latino like shit, man. That yeah, I think that's fucked up. But
you know that there goes the paradox, though. That's the paradox because the white guy in this case, he's not fired, and I wouldn't fire him. The white guy in the case, he's hold on one second.
I
Oh,
will though. I disagree. I
you
will.
would fire the white guy also?
Oh yes, for sure.
No, because the thing is, the white guy didn't
I'm
really
gonna tell
do
you
anything.
why. I'm gonna
Oh,
no.
God.
That's the problem though.
I see what you mean. I see what you
We
mean.
like to say, oh, like you know, bad apples and good apples. If you're a good apple cop and you don't stop the bad apple, guess what? It
Yeah,
rotten
you're a
you
bad.
in the inside.
Yeah, you're a bad apple too.
Exactly, because
Yeah, you're a
you
bad
in
apple
your
too.
cowardice, you know that what he was doing was wrong, but you lack the balls to actually stop that from happening. So you stop doing the job that you're paid for.
Yeah,
it
it's
seems like
literally your job to protect us.
maybe the white Latino guy was trying to like maybe like earn his stripes in front of this white guy, right?
No,
Maybe
well,
like
the thing is, he was the one with
I don't think so.
seniority. That's the weird thing.
oh wow.
Yeah, the white identified. See, that's the thing. Someone said that the only thing worse than a gangster is a wannabe gangster, because the wannabe gangster tries harder. You know, he's gonna go above and beyond and do a whole bunch of things in order to prove that he's gangster, right? So when you have like a legit white supremacist, you know, he's kind of chilling. He knows what his belief system is, and he knows where you are on the totem pole. You ain't shit because you're brown. He knows how everything is. But and he'll relax in that pool, you know? He'll relax in that pool. He'll play with his little rubber ducky. He's chilled. It's the wannabe white supremacist, the one who has something to prove, who will beat up on his
Right.
fellow. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right, yeah, like and that's kind of what I meant by like trying to like earn his stripes. Like
Yeah.
he was trying to maybe like prove
Oh,
prove his whiteness or so to say, right?
yeah.
Um yeah, that's pretty fucked up. And you know, you would think that when these police officers see someone that has like a fucking like a US Army you know, uniform on, they would be a little bit more like you know, like they would just like, you know, not do that kind of stuff, right? They would be like more aware that if that kind of stuff got exposed, that they were gonna look bad, right? Because you know, this guy, this black Latino guy, I'm sure he's probably served, you know, America and you know, just as much as the police officers have, right? So yeah, I
Not
think
just
it's
as
fucked up.
much, less. The police have served less than him.
And also, you bring up a good point. Whether you wanted to bring up that point or not, where are the support our troops people right now? You know, where are they? All the people who are like, why is Colin Kaepernick disrespecting the troops? We support our troops. Okay, well, this is kind of why Colin Kaepernick kept on taking a knee. You realize that, right? And if you support our troops, what about this guy? That you would actually do this to him? He's one of the troops. This is weird, man. It's just weird
Yeah,
stuff.
I think that a lot. Honestly, I've kind of seen a lot of this like abusive behavior from police officers towards people that they are like apprehending or putting under arrest. And it, I really think that it has a lot to do with like maybe some sort of like malignant narcissism. Like I think that there should be like some sort of like test where you can see how these officers, how they're like psychopaths. They're narcissistic as shit, man. Because only someone that's like a malignant narcissist has no
Yeah.
empathy like that for someone that screaming, saying like, "Hey, help me!" Like, what am I doing? Like someone who's not really resisting arrest, right? Someone who just wants to, make sure things go by smoothly. Uh, and, and I think that these officers should get tested on like their
The,
temperament and
the
like
empathy level.
yeah,
You know how much they ain't gonna have no cops left. It's a whole bunch of sociopaths and psychopaths on those forces. You
I
want to start
think
testing them
that
so
that's
ain't no
the
cops
best
left?
angle. That's the best angle I've heard, like from like explaining the cops.
No, but that's I mean it's a good idea. It's just that you ain't gonna have much because this is who they screen to look. That's their screening process. This is who they look for. How else would they get this many these many psychopaths? That's who they look for. Like
yeah, yeah. It kind of seems like also like in today's society, this kind of like behavior gets like rewarded, right? So that's kind of like why
absolutely.
these guys are getting the jobs and stuff, man. And I think that the police officers, they should have some level of empathy, right? They should have some empathy, right? They can't just be like fucking like robots that don't care about humans and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Uh, so
It- it-
I don't know what the other points that you might want to bring up are, but I would love to hear about it.
you mean about this particular topic or the next two topics?
The next two topics.
The next two topics, the second topic is Adam Toledo. Adam Toledo, however you guys in the Hispanic community would ethnically pronounce his name, but it's anglicized Adam Toledo, right? The 13-year-old boy who was basically gunned down in Chicago by a cop who basically said, "Let me see your hands." The boy showed his hands and got shot anyway. Like
How long ago was this? If you don't mind me asking.
when it actually happened, I wouldn't know, but I just know that the footage from the body cam of the cop was released like in the last 24 hours or something like that.
Oh, all right.
So they held on to that footage for Lord knows how long and did Lord knows what to it because it was, in my opinion, the body cam was choppy. And then eventually when they showed like the corner, they showed, hold on, Inquisidor. Inquisitor's here. God help us. Denise, you ready for Inquisitor?
Trying to be.
All right.
Trying to be.
There goes nothing.
Let
5,
me
4.
just drink some juice to like
Right?
sweeten myself. Yeah, go
Juice.
ahead.
You're a better woman than I am. I'm about to pull on this liquor, this
Oh
wild
no,
Irish
no.
rose.
You know what?
I need to drink to put up with this guy.
I stopped drinking 5 years ago in
Oh yeah.
2016.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
picked up
drink.
drinking when this dude came on the live streams last.
Let me tell you something. I drink socially, but
Ah,
it's like half a drink or something like that. Like I don't really. I mean, I wasn't much into like alcohol like that. Anyway, let's go back to what we were going. But I'm
all right,
drinking juice just to
all
sweeten
right.
myself a little bit.
Okay. However, you gotta get. Is your body ready? Your
Yeah,
body is ready. All right,
should
my
be.
body is ready. Mestizaje. Is your body ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, man.
All right. How you doing, Inquisitor?
Hey, good morning. Peace be
Good
with
morning.
y'all. How's
Peace
it
be
going?
with you. All right. So I'm guessing you have opinions pertaining to these topics, Inquisitor.
Well, so far the only thing was regarding the second lieutenant. He was told to get out of the vehicle and he didn't. He said that he was afraid for his life.
Mm-hmm.
And then so I just wonder, like, how do you get him out? If I remember right, I saw the video. I saw the video once, and I think he was like, "Hey, you gotta get out of the car." He was like, "No, I'm not getting out." I was like, "Come on, you gotta get out." And then he just pepper sprayed him and dragged him out.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe you're thinking something else. What would
Well, it's not. It's
like,
not
how
really
do you
what
get
I
him out
think.
the whip?
So
No.
let me ask you something. Do you think that if the cops didn't follow procedure, let's say a cop stops you, two of them with their guns out, and you know for a fact they did not follow procedure, and you're the only person in there, would you step out of the car unarmed?
I would step out of the car. I mean, I would do whatever they told me to do.
Let's say you know for a fact that they're violating your civil rights. Will you step out of the car?
They're asking me to step out of the car?
No.
I'm not gonna.
Again, look at what I'm asking you.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, if cops pull you over, and
Cops pull me over.
If you know for a fact that in the steps they have taken, they violated your civil rights already, would you step out of the car in a lonely area?
I wouldn't do anything. In other words, I would follow the instructions. So I wouldn't step out of the car if they don't tell me to step out of the car.
Inquisitor,
I don't know that.
Which instructions would you follow?
Bueno, let me see. Put your hands where I can see them. Let me see your driver's license.
That's
Please
not
step
what
out
they
of the car.
asked him. That's not what they asked him.
Hold on, Denise. Give me a minute. So, Inquisitor, Denise is telling you to stick your hands outside the window where she can see them, and I'm telling you to get out of the car. We both have our guns out. Whose instructions do you follow?
And so I'm guessing you guys are two cops, right?
Mm-hmm.
That pull me over.
Whose instructions do you follow?
I would follow both. I would put my hands outside of the vehicle
Let
me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on,
let me finish at least.
Yeah, hold on, Denise. Let him finish.
So what I would do is I would put my hands out of the window and then open the door from the outside, and I would be complying with both.
No, you can't do that
to try and get out.
No, the cop tried to open it from outside the car, and he couldn't do it. Okay.
Yeah,
and they didn't tell you to. The guy said put your hands out through the window where we could see them and don't move them. You understand? So then now you're gonna move your hand to try to move the lock. Yeah, is that what you're gonna do? So whose instructions do you follow? It's one or the other.
Well,
it's not gonna be both.
I don't. To be honest with you, I'm confused.
Okay, when the door was finally opened, right? When Deputy Crocker, whatever the hell his name is, the white guy, when he finally got the door opened, and Lieutenant Nazario was still seated, his belt buckle was still strapping him in. Both his hands were out. Okay. Now they told him, keep your hands where we can see them. Right? That's Crocker tells him, keep your hands where I can see them.
Right.
And then the white identified guy said, remove the seatbelt and get out of the car. Whose instructions do you follow?
So both. I would have my hands where they could see them, and then when they say get out of the, remove the seatbelt and get out of the car, then obviously I would have to remove the seatbelt and get out of the car.
Yeah, this is a guy, Denise. This is a guy. Wait, what do you look like, Inquisitor? Are you white identified?
listen. I'm talking to you in good faith. I don't know if you
No,
can
no,
pick
no,
that up or
no,
not.
I'm not picking on you. I'm saying you're one of these guys gonna get shot because Nazario didn't get shot because of what he did. You understand?
Yeah.
Because these guys are setting you up so they can shoot you. I don't know. If it's because there's no good pension for some of these cops, and so they retire with shitty pension and a gold watch or some shit. And so each of them keep looking for this thing where they get to get paid off through GoFundMe's or something. Okay, you would get yourself shot because this dude was given conflicting orders twice, not once, twice. You understand? Give me a minute. I'm hopping on this.
But let me bring something that I wanted to say to Inquisitor, which is the
First,
line of
first, welcome Terrell. Terrell, what's good, player?
Hi Terrell.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Glad to be on this panel. Talk about this.
Hell
topic.
Yes.
Uppity Nickers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now, yeah, Inquisitor. Hey, we lost Mestizaje.
Mestizaje left, but what I was telling Inquisitor was that what I meant by violation of your civil rights.
Terrell, you got another panel open, bud. You got another tab open.
My bad.
Yeah, no problem. All right.
So,
Go ahead, Denise. I'm sorry.
No problem. So the problem is that when cops pull you over, they have a booklet or like a set of steps they have to take in order for their stop to be legal and also preserve your civil rights, because that is the contract that the country has with its constituents. You're gonna abide by the law, the set of rules that I have, and I will respect them with my duty. That's what cops do. So when they stop him, they did not follow this procedure. Okay? Because the first thing a cop has to do is tell you why they're stopping you. And they did not do that. So when you're alone, and that's something that they teach you even in fucking college, if you're driving and you're in an alone place and police pulls you over some bogus shit that they don't want to tell you, they violated already your civil rights. So you know the type of cops you're dealing with. The ones that think that they're above the law, that the law does not apply to them. So they're already not doing the job that we're paying them to do. On top of that, you're alone. They are armed. You're not. They have guns pointed at you. You don't have guns pointed at them. So maybe your judgment, because you believe you're Iron Man or you're a bootlicker, or I don't really know you, so I can't really say, but to me it seems very non-intelligent that you will try to get out of your vehicle as fast as you can with people that are violating the law and are armed next to you. We don't do it for robbers. I highly doubt that we will freaking do it for police.
Well, for me, I think that
Inquisitor, do you remember Trey Doherty? Does that name ring a bell at all?
No, you don't mean Trayvon Martin, no?
No, not Trayvon Martin. There's a low-life cop called Trey Doherty who basically once the incident that he was involved in was over with, we all went to his social media accounts, and we saw all manner of anti-black, kill him dead and let God sort him out kind of memes on his social media accounts. And what Trey Doherty did was Trey Doherty stopped a black guy. I forgot what the black guy's name was. They stopped him at a gas station and they told him, "Why didn't Trey asked, why didn't you keep moving?" The black guy said, "Well, I was moving, but you didn't let me move." And he's like, "Get out the car." The black guy's like, "Okay, I'll get out the car." And the black guy's reaching for his seatbelt. Trey Doherty yells, "Gun!" and points his service pistol over at the guy, ready to shoot him. The guy put his hand right back up, and Trey Doherty's like, "What are you doing? Take out your remove your seatbelt and get out the car." No, he said, shut off your engine and get out the car. He's like, "I'm not moving my hands anymore. You're trying to shoot me.
Oh,
You're not following orders. You're not following orders. Turn off the engine." Anytime the guy went to turn off his engine, gun, and he's ready to shoot him. So with a guy like that, Inquisitor, do you want to follow his instructions?
Well, generally speaking, for me, a police officer tells me to do something, I'm just gonna do it. And I'm not trying to oversimplify things. I understand the angle that you're taking, especially bringing up this case of this guy who apparently, tried to do what I'm recommending you do, and he got shot. But I mean, I don't know what else are you gonna do. You just gotta, you gotta do your best. I don't know. I mean, for me, the question I would have for you is how would you get the guy out of the car if he doesn't want to come out? Like, what would you do?
Did it? So that's what you took away from Caron Nazario's problem, that he didn't want to get out the car.
I saw, yes, and I saw the video once.
That's your takeaway. That's your takeaway.
The
he didn't want to get out the car.
Was, yeah. I saw the video once. I saw it, I think, maybe yesterday or the day before that. And
Which instructions should he have followed, Inquisitor?
Well, no, all of them, unless he's asking him to commit a sin.
Because the part of the seatbelt, you still have your seatbelt, because if not, cops will stop you. So you have to have your seatbelt. So the part of the seatbelt that unties your seatbelt is inside, next to your pocket, and they can think you have a gun. How many people have been killed for that? And then remember, they ask you to not put your hands inside, to keep them outside. So if you keep your hands outside, how are you going to get out of the vehicle? Because we saw him in the video struggling to even tell them, "I have the seatbelt. Can you help me? Or can you let me do it?" Or whatever. And they were, "No, yes, no, yes." So he didn't know even if he could take the seatbelt. So, like I said, I find it funny that people like yourself, and I don't mean it as a disrespect, but like what we're talking on here is not necessarily about race, which is our usual topic. What we're talking about here is that we're in danger, that we are paying for a service that doesn't service us anymore. It's killing us. And I find it very, very, very crazy that we have American people and also non-American people trying to deny that we have murderous police. This is not a problem that we only have. We've seen this across the board. Only I've seen other democratic countries tackling this problem, like, let's say, England.
Yeah.
Their cops are not murderous cops, because they're not allowed to carry guns like our cops. And I don't see violence over there. And there are drugs the same and stuff like that. I don't see like this crazy surge of violence that people keep talking about in America. So it's like I said, I'm like, how much in denial?
If there's a criminal,
what cops really will have to do to cross the line for people like you? Because if killing us is not enough, what are you guys expecting the police to do? Because they're gonna escalate. Now, what will move you guys off of your asses, if you don't mind me asking, to actually support the fact that we need a reform on the police?
Well, I might surprise you, but I think the police are not tough enough, to be honest with you.
So you're basically saying that it will take for them to, unfortunately, come after you or your family. For you to get off of your ass.
You misunderstand. You misunderstand.
Perhaps.
Denise, you misunderstand. It won't take nothing. He said they're not tough enough. They're not doing enough.
Yeah.
All right, they should be gunning down more of us. All right.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about that particular incident. I'm talking about like in general.
In general, they should
In
gun down
general.
more of us. I got you.
Which
No,
is,
come on. That's don't
No,
strong
no.
me. I didn't say that they should gun down more
No,
Haitians.
they should probably
Dude, that's
gun
what you just
down.
said. You just said you don't think they're tough
No,
enough.
I said they should be.
Oh, I got mad people here. Hold on. Welcome, Rad. Yo, welcome, Henry.
What's going on, bro?
Welcome, Sundown. What's good?
Thank you for having me, bro.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yo,
it's a
okay.
sweatbox
So
now.
I just want to add on something really quick. I was just listening to what you were saying. All of this stems from bad training. All right.
Yeah.
I feel like they're not as trained as they should be, and it falls partially on the individual that's in question as well, because it is up to you to a certain degree to make sure that you're mastering your craft and learning your craft on how to do certain procedures. And the reason I'm saying this is, so we saw this video, right? We saw the video.
I'm gonna have answers for.
with.
I'm gonna have answers for you. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So
I got you.
We saw this video. We saw the video with the guy, I think it's Minnesota, the guy that got shot in the back. The other one, I forget what his name is. It starts with a D. It was recent. They stopped him. He went back to his car. They shot him. The girl thought she had a taser.
Well, I forgot his name too. Look, there's so many.
Duante,
yeah, Duante Wright.
Okay, so you had that one. You have the case where the police officer stops the black lady. He's talking to her. She goes back into her car. He tries to get her out the car. She shoots him and drives off. The reason I say lack of training is because as a police officer, you are supposed to take control of the situation. Meaning, if it's two police officers and one is giving conflicting orders, one is saying, put your hands out the window, the other one is saying, open the door, put your hands out the window, it's up to the cop to tell the other cop, hey, I got this. Hey, put your hands out of the window. When I see that you don't have anything in your hands, I want you to open the door from the outside and step out. So when you have two people telling conflicting things, then yes, I can see how a person would be confused. But we also have to take into consideration that police officers today are nervous because of the social climate. If a cop does something wrong, if a cop says something wrong to someone, they can get a civil rights lawsuit. If a cop does something to a woman, they can get another lawsuit. So a lot of cops are walking on eggshells because they're afraid of being prosecuted. But I do think a lot of cops fail to take control of the situation. If you pull somebody over and you get them out of the car, you are supposed to put yourself in front of the car or in front of the door to keep them from darting back into the car. You're supposed to cut off that path. You're supposed to designate an area for them while you look up their information. If you pull them out of the car, you take them away from the car, you sit them down over here, you run their information, you put yourself in between them and the car to keep them from running. And if they try to go back to the car, that's when you detain them. A lot of this is people not being trained the way that they're supposed to be trained and them not taking control of the situation. All of these cases could have been avoided if they would have taken control of the situation. Now, I don't know about the kid that got shot. I just heard about this tonight. But the Army guy, the Army lieutenant, they were given conflicting information that falls back on the officers. The girl that ran back to the car and shot the cop and drove off, that is because the cop didn't take control of the situation like he was supposed to. The Duante, she was a law enforcement.
She was an instructor.
Like 16 years.
She was an instructor.
For 16.
No, for
So how do you
26
not know
years.
the difference?
26
Yeah,
years.
how do you not know the difference between a taser and an actual weapon?
Sundown, can I respectfully
Go ahead.
comment on your statement? Yeah. I don't think the answer is more training, because for some reason these officers they know proper training when it comes to somebody that's white. When it comes to non-white people, for some reason all that training goes out the window, and
Yup.
they start treating us, as they want to treat us, conflicting, orders or whatever, so they could justify harming us. Again, I don't know how you confuse a taser with a gun. Before she pulled it out, should have put a, I don't know, like something should have popped up
Look,
saying, "Are you a robot?" Click all the
radical,
images
radical,
that contain a taser. You know what I mean?
radical,
So,
radical.
wait, hold on. So the thing is, I don't think proper training is the thing. I think these officers need to be held accountable, and I believe that by doing so, this whole thing will stop, because once we start actually showing a precedence of accountability and these people going to jail and actually facing charges, that's when this whole thing, they're going to start thinking twice when it comes to one of us putting our hands up and then still shooting us dead.
But what you're saying is it's right as well, because look, if you deploy, if I was deployed and I'm detaining somebody and I'm supposed to do something and then I make a mistake and I accidentally kill somebody, I'm gonna get prosecuted for that. They're gonna put me in Fort Leavenworth. So yes, I do agree that they should be held accountable. And look, that the woman that used the taser or shot the person and thought she had the taser, that's not the first time that's happened. That happened to Oscar Grant. Oscar Grant was handcuffed. His face was in the floor. A cop pulled out a gun thinking that it was a taser and shot him and killed him. And it was, oh man, I thought I had my taser out. I didn't know that I actually had my handgun out, and I accidentally shot him. He was found not guilty. So when I say they need more training, is once that happened, police officers all across America should have had some sort of training to differentiate a taser from a handgun. And they didn't, obviously, because it just happened again. So at the end of the day, when a police officer makes a mistake, it falls back on the police, the actual entire force as a whole.
Sundown, I have a question for you. I heard, I'm not super familiar with the case, but I heard that police officer shot herself in the foot by saying, "I thought I was reaching for my taser." And, like the whole confusion, like, in other words, if she wouldn't have said that, it would have been just the open and, open close case. But since she said that, I think I was I thought I was reaching for my taser, then that's like the opening to go in on her.
But that is more proof, actually, that we're not, we need a reform in the police. Because imagine if it was a pilot and you were a pilot, and we all were pilots for JetBlue, right? But let's say we're 7 people here. Let's say 4 of us decide to, oops, we made a mistake.
To rush the cockpit and take control of the plane?
Come again?
To rush the cockpit and take control of the plane?
No. Let's say we made a mistake and we can't, like, if it messed up one of our engines or something, and we're going to crash, period. Imagine if we start getting a practice of shitty pilots that don't know how to troubleshoot. Like, imagine if that's the caliber of pilots that we get. Do you think people will most likely travel in our airline, or they will decide to go with American?
Actually, it's very interesting that the DC even brought this up, because this is something that actually happened a couple of years ago. That's the reason why I think Boeing 187 or something like that, they had to recall all those planes because they had a glitch in the system, because the pilots didn't know how to troubleshoot the aircraft that was designed to automatically do a nosedive when it feels like it's too high up or something like that. It was some glitch in the system. They didn't know how to troubleshoot. The thing is, because of that one crash, I forgot where it was. Like, people could probably correct me on that. Because of that one crash, they recalled all those airplanes and updated the software because the I think the airline control people or whatever saw that was something that should have been done a long time ago, and then American Airlines was fined out the ass. But it's true.
Yeah.
They wouldn't allow this nowhere. So how come we're allowing this in our police force?
Yeah, at the end of the day, being a cop is a job. Like, for how long can you suck at your job? Like, let's be honest.
Two things, because I'm confused. I thought that case was basically, somebody who was giving trouble to the law, and then they go into the car and try to steal the cop car, right? Or do I have that wrong?
No. We're talking about general stuff in here. Like, what I'm saying, at least. What I'm saying is, like, we see thousands of this stuff. Thousands of the same situations mean that it's not effective, the work that police are doing. Therefore, we need something better to regulate the streets we live in. It's not propping them up more, because then that's too expensive. It's not cost effective to keep investing in their crappy delivery. That's not intelligent.
Who's seen Watchmen? Who's seen Watchmen, the TV show, by any chance? If anybody's seen Watchmen, the TV show,
I started, but I haven't finished.
In the first episode, so I'm not spoiling anything. In the first episode, the cop wants to retrieve the gun, but the gun is in a holster that only is retrievable by the dispatch unit when there's dangerous circumstances, right? So the cop doesn't have the freedom to actually operate that gun. It's funny how, for some reason, that came to mind, and I'm saying maybe there should be a legislation in order for that to happen, to give the cops the ability to have a weapon whenever they are in dangerous situations, and a second party needs to approve it.
Yes. They need to describe what's going on. I saw that part. I wouldn't be as, like I said, to me,
that sounds a little crazy.
You have to think like a corporation.
I don't think that's a little crazy, saying that they're not as tough no more or whatever. I think that's crazy.
So we're talking about
but this is the thing. If something is not working, like I said, with the whole airline that we will have, and 4 of us will do this stuff, like, do you think our airline could be sustainable? Do you think people would travel with us? Do you think people will still trust us with their lives? Of course not. It's the same with the police. We are paying for a service that no longer serves its purpose. It never did, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, in fact, it's the opposite.
But why?
There are some listen.
But why people are so adamant to say, "Yo, we thought the cop system worked, but it doesn't." Because even though, there might be 3 sprinkles of good cops out there, the majority does not work. Let's say 20% of cops are good. Well, 80% ain't. Because we just saw with our eyes.
I disagree there.
You can disagree. You can disagree, but you don't have the data to tell me that a problem that is
Denise.
This is coming from a cop himself. This is information that comes from a cop himself.
Denise,
you don't believe me? Take it up with Serpico.
I'm not saying that. But listen, look of how many interactions happen between cops and civilians every day in the U.S.
Millions in a year.
Killing, yes, but they're not every interaction is bad. But what happens is you'll have one situation again where they don't take control of the situation like they're supposed to, and then something crazy happens, and boom, all cops get put in this really bad light. Now, look, I don't agree with cops at all. I think cops should have way more training than they do. So there are certain units in the military that
you can get removed from small mistakes. That's how police officers should be as well. If you see a cop that has a history of bad judgment, a history of aggression, a history of just being a mess up, put his ass on desk duty. Keep him out of
Absolutely,
the line.
and that's how it operates in security forces. I can speak to that firsthand. That's just how it
To
is.
answer,
And
go ahead, Henry.
in regards, so in regards to police reform, the topic we're on, I agree with Sundown's initial point about a lot of what we sometimes see is indicative of inadequate training. And I would also say, like Sundown said earlier in the comments, that MPs make better cops because they have that prior experience. So that's all I got now.
They spend, and your security forces, I'm not security forces, but
yeah,
cops,
formerly security forces.
Yeah, police departments spend millions a year to train with the military because we make better decisions. And it pisses me off when I hear people throw the military under the bus, saying that the military are the ones that are the hyper aggressive people going out, knocking people out, kicking people's doors in. And that's not true.
Not at
Well,
all.
that's really where I wanted to go with you there, Sundown. You're using your standards, your hyper competent standards, and you're applying it to these knuckleheads out here, saying that they should have this training, that training. Look how seriously look how seriously you take your craft and how professional you were, and even explaining this. These guys, even in explaining it, you were hyper competent. These guys can't even, like, I wouldn't trust them with a potato peeler, let alone a gun. So it's like night and day. Like, we're not going to trust these people. We would trust you if you were a police officer, because we see how seriously you take your job. But when you have two knuckleheads, one is saying keep your hands out the window, the other one's saying get out the car. Then when the door's finally open, one is saying don't move your hands at all, keep them where we could see them. The other one's saying remove your seatbelt so you could get out the seat.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that.
These are clowns. These are clowns.
Now, I want to say something to
go
what
ahead, Denise.
you said earlier, Sundown, before Henry talked. You said, and I quote you, you said, how many of the interactions that police have with people are good. Or you said they're not bad, right? And I said, yeah, they have millions of interactions per year. Now, just because an interaction did not end it deadly, that doesn't make it a good interaction. I can personally tell you. That's a good point. Yeah, go ahead.
I
can personally tell you that every interaction I've had with the U.S. police here in California has been bad. Every single one of them, from me calling in distress.
Let me piggyback on that.
As a customer service
just because you're not in handcuffs or you're not in a body bag doesn't mean that these were positive interactions with police.
Okay, let me tell you a story. So I got pulled over because you know how at some intersections you can turn right at a light, and sometimes you can't turn right. No turn on red.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Everybody's seen that before. So that happened in the middle of the night.
Can you hear me?
Hold
on. Yeah. All right.
I hear you. Yeah.
When you have a system that incentivizes, look, whatever you subsidize, you get more of. So if you have a system where police get encouraged to behave a certain way, like it's a system, they get encouraged to behave a certain way, they'll keep doing it. And if they get incentivized to only think about money, that's one thing, right? How many times have I been in New York where I've seen, unless I'm like in a small suburb like Queens or Long Island, where they actually take care of you. If you have if you have a flat tire, cops will actually stop and help you change it. I was stuck out there. You know, when I lived out there, I was stuck out there in the rain, you know, due to my fault, because I knew the buses wouldn't be running at that particular time, whatever. And then, you know, he slowed down his car. What are you, a moron? Get in the car. And then drove me home. That never happened in the majority of the places like where I encounter police officers. It's like they're not there to serve or protect you. That's only some shit they put on the side of their car. They're out there to fill their quota or whatever it is, if it's traffic or whatever, giving people tickets or writing people up, or they're out there to get that collar so they could become detective.
Not
They're
only
not there.
that, not only that, bro, Tep, like what I said by negative is that how many times police has actually showed up on time to save your ass from a dangerous situation?
I don't think they're supposed to.
Yeah, they exist as a
Yeah,
deterrent.
they are.
No. They're police. Part of police's job is that they are a deterrent. So you're less likely to commit a crime, you know, murder, robbery, whatever, because you know that police will be called, right? And they're bringing the big gun, right? You have the little, you
They're
have the
the
little stick.
enforcers.
Yeah,
They're law
you have the
enforcement.
little stick. You have the little stick, and you know to behave because someone's gonna yell really loudly, and the guy with the big stick is gonna show up. So
Yeah.
that's
So
the deterrent.
what do you mean, Inquisitor? What do you mean that that's not their job?
Well, if you think about it, even if police have, let's give them, you know, a 60-second response. You know, a lot can happen in 60 seconds. You got to take care of yourself.
Then why we're giving them more money for rifles and stupidity when in reality what they need is to have a regular gun, a stick, pepper spray, and more boots on the ground so they can respond in earlier than that? Why they're spending their money like stupid, like in this stupid way?
Well, you're asking me like I'm in charge and
No,
I'm
I'm
making those
asking you
policies.
since you said that that's not their
Yeah,
job.
you said something.
Because
you
you're
gotta account
basically
for it.
saying that there's nothing wrong with what cops are doing. That is their job. They suck at their job because they're investing the money we're giving them on stuff that is not going to make them better at what they're supposed to do. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Inquisitor, give me 1 second. I want to show you how white people get out of cars in front of police.
After this, let me finish the story that I was
Yeah. No, I just wanted to ask Inquisitor.
That was a ghastly sight, but I guess it had to be done.
Right. Had she been black, how many times she'd have been shot? How many times did she throw her hands in her pocket where she could have retrieved anything smaller than a 38 that could have been on her? How many times did she motion towards the car, right? Where there could have been a weapon in the car, right? How many times did she motion threateningly towards police, right? That's how white people get out of cars. So when you're sitting here telling, you know, let me calm down. You came here in peace, so I ain't gonna really get at you like that.
Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm trying to be civil and whatnot, and you know, speak in good faith. I'm not trying to, you know, troll or agitate anybody or nothing like that. But not just quickly regarding that that obese whale. I think yeah, I don't know why they took so long. They should have. I don't know if this is right, but I probably would have think she should have been like, you know, tased just for being a clown, just for doing like those clown moves, you know.
I agree.
Although that's probably, you know, I don't know the legality of that, but yeah, I do agree that that they seem to have given her time to do the dance. Like they should have came up and like just billy clubbed her in the forehead and cuffed her up.
I don't support that either, Inquisitor.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying with the police. You know, people not respecting police and police not being tough enough. Like look at what she's doing. She's mocking them. Like you know, why not come up there and like just, you know, billy club her right quick, you know, just to make her think like twice, like, oh, that, like, you know.
Right. There should not be physical repercussions for mocking police. That's not a thing. All right.
I like to ask,
if your life's not in danger, I don't expect you to put your hands on me. That's really not a thing, especially if I'm complying. She wasn't complying. She was kind of like being cheeky. Yeah. But I just wanted to show you the contrast between Caron Nazario fearing for his life at being given conflicting orders, being bear maced in the eyes, beaten to the ground, right? And this chick dancing her way out the car. Okay, so just, you know, just putting that out there.
I kind of see them both, even though it's totally different circumstances. I kind of see like the same thing going on, kind of sort of like with her. They weren't being like, my problem with her is like that. I don't know if she stopped and got out of the car and the police were, because I couldn't see the police, but I felt like she got way too much leeway. She shouldn't have been able to.
Okay, Inquisitor, did you see the state of the car? Did you see what kind of chase you saw the kind of chase they were having? Yeah,
right. Yeah. I saw the bumper and everything flying off.
And you did see that with Caron Nazario, he slowly drove till he found a well-lit area, according to his manual. Now, through research, we found out that where he lives, whatever that state is, the manual says, if police wants you to pull over, you don't pull over in the darkness. For your safety and the officer's safety, you find the nearest well-lit place and then you pull over there. Okay? Now this guy doing everything right, then given conflicting orders. And as Sundown said, if these guys were trained properly, they would not give conflicting orders. Be that as it may, the guy knows what kind of climate he lives in now, doesn't want to have his life ended short, and so he's asking what the problem is, how else can he cooperate? Which order do you want me to follow, officer? And this is what they do to him.
That's what do you call it? The second lieutenant. He had said that he questioned him like, wait, you know, he brought it up. He's like, hey, wait, but you're telling me to do this, and the other one's telling me to do this. What should I do?
He asked them a bunch of things that made sense. You understand? And
I'm just trying to recall the video.
And you know what? I mean, I'm trying to find the video for you, but all of them.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great if you could.
I mean, I don't understand how you haven't seen this video. Everyone's seen it, but that's fine.
I saw it once.
After, listen.
Go ahead.
The white identified officer, so knowing that he fucked up, came in and threatened the guy towards the end. All right, like, hey, if you want to lied that he said he spoke to a superior officer. He basically covered his tracks. You understand? I'm looking for the video for you. As soon as it's uploaded, I'll put it up here.
Okay.
Here's the other guy that I wanted you to see. Give me a minute.
Can you tell me what I did wrong? From Ed Truitt's account, that's how things started out Sunday morning just after 3.
My hand in the air.
He claims a Helena, West Helena police officer pulled a gun on him. Truitt says for no reason at all.
Nah, I ain't moving. No, my hand in the air.
Truitt claims he was parked at this closed Double Quick store meeting up with family before heading home to Jonesboro.
As we get to leaving out, a car jumped in front of me, so I hit my brakes to let them go and pass by.
All you had to do is drive off. What I was doing?
By that time, Truitt claims he was blocked in and couldn't move, so he became the center of attention, and things just escalated from there.
Come on now. Shoot me.
Truitt says afraid, he started filming with his cell phone just in case.
I started rolling because he jumped out. He jumped out the car with his gun.
He says the officer gave demands, but he didn't want to make even the slightest move.
Played it safe, and then he was like, "That's fair to comply." But if I would have complied, I would have got killed.
In the video, you can hear the officer tell Truitt to turn off the car, that he won't shoot.
I'm not gonna shoot you.
He even tells him his body camera is on and rolling on the whole thing.
I'm filming too.
Truitt says he didn't believe the officer, so he didn't reach to turn the car off. Plus, he wanted his own proof aside from what video might surface later on. Truitt appears to have kept his hands out of the car's window the entire time. Eventually, his phone is dropped as it looks like he's pulled from the car. Police say they found a gun in the back of the car, which Truitt never denied having with him. Do you think that he was afraid that you had a gun in the car?
Yeah, probably so.
Truitt says a gun wasn't in his reach and officers had nothing to worry about. As far as he's concerned, in hindsight, he says there's nothing he would have done differently.
What I did saved my life. Really. That's why I'm here talking to y'all. If not, y'all would probably be covering the story how I got shot.
Truitt was arrested for loitering and disregarding an official order.
If you want to see the full unedited video of that, that's available too. But these things are long, and I can't.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, I can't put them on here.
What was the main problem with that one?
What do you mean? What was the main problem? He kept on asking him to turn the engine off, and anytime the guy moved, he yelled "gun," and so the guy was like, "Look, you're trying to shoot me. I'm not moving anymore." So then
Oh, I see. The cops are yelling "gun" like he has one.
No, not cops. That guy. I don't say all cops do that shit. That guy, Trey Doherty, the white piece of shit guy. I think I don't know if he's Hispanic or white or something, but when we went to his to all his social media accounts, we saw all kinds of what do you call it? Memes and alt-right type shit.
Right. But
with the
last video,
Inquisitor, I was going to ask.
Go ahead, Red.
I was going to ask you,
yeah.
being Latino and being proud for other Latin people and stuff like that. Do you at least have feel some not sympathy, but do you at least kind of get pissed off when other Latin people go through the same thing?
What same thing? Like police brutality?
Police brutality. When they were not in the wrong whatsoever, and they're going through the same thing. Do you feel like a sense of like anger or something like that?
I mean, yeah. It's a little bit tough for me to answer because I try to, you're painting that, and I'm trying to recall something that I remember, or a specific case. And it's not something that I really pay too much attention to, so I'm drawing a blank. But generally speaking, if not just the police, if anybody uses deadly force, abusive force for no reason, of course that's always displeasing.
Because the reason why I asked is because you're part of the whole rancho thing, and you guys are for Hispanidad and all this other stuff. And I haven't heard Rancho anybody else even speak about this type of situation. Everybody, for some reason, is awkwardly silent. But when it's black people harming Latin people, you guys make all types of videos. You guys make all type of discussions. You're in 4, 5, 6 hour panels talking about los peloteros getting beat up by black people, but when Latin people,
because in many cases that's a much more common occurrence.
When Latin people are being brutally attacked by police, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything. So it's just it's kind of funny to me.
I want to have a conversation, Radical.
Wait, let me answer Radical. Me neither. I mean, I agree with you in the sense that I don't see anything either. Maybe if you bring up a particular case or something, we could like examine it.
Well, the Afro Latino dude, that we could bring that case up. The Afro Latino dude who got harassed. We could even bring up the case of that Mexican kid that police killed in California. He was a security guard, and they said that he had a gun when he actually didn't. We could bring up that case again.
Can I add something, Radical?
Yeah. Hold on. Again, I was speaking on these type of things, but then again, I'm a traitor to my race, right? So I'm speaking on these things. I'm talking about these things, and mind you, you guys are the ultimate Hispanos, Hispanidad, all the way, 100%. But nobody says anything about it until when the victimizer is black. That's when you guys speak about it. So it's just a little funny. But Denise, you could go.
Denise, you can ask me right now, but I just want to tell Radical something real quick that might make a little sense to him. And that is that we kind of set our own topics and don't really go off what like the corporate media is covering and then comment on that and focus on that. So we kind of do our own thing. So these things don't really come to the radar to us, like most of us really don't. I mean, at least for me, like we don't watch TV or like current events and like things like that,
So you only watch YouTube?
And I do watch YouTube.
It was on YouTube?
But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, I just don't watch like TV, so to speak.
So you're not.
I didn't see it on TV, homie. I saw it on YouTube.
Social media? You're on social
I
media?
I saw that on YouTube too. The video regarding the lieutenant. That's how I knew about it.
Anyway, back to what you and
go ahead,
Henry were saying. I don't know if Henry has mentioned this, but I think he did. You guys were saying that you mentioned the eloteros and stuff because it was prevalent and blah, 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 right?
Yes.
Okay.
What? And it's in the case that Rancho, and we addressed it in videos because it's a much more common occurrence that eloteros are attacked, and we see it a lot more frequently than cases of excessive force done by the police.
Okay. Let me bring back to my point. So the elotero situation, did you guys found the eloteros and donated money to them?
I don't know, but what's the...
Okay,
go ahead. Continue your thoughts.
I will advise anybody that wants to talk about this to go to Instagram and find Swifty Blue. Swifty Blue is a Mexican rapper born and raised in Compton, and he took the task with his black friends from Compton too to call out these black kids doing this to eloteros and donated thousands of dollars to these eloteros that were being attacked, and they're still doing it. And they said because it's in their neighborhood that this is happening, that they do not want black and brown to not be united.
Also, to add on that, there was a black man that got together with some of the kids in the neighborhood, got $300, $400 together and went to a elotero and gave it to them and basically said that those knuckleheads don't represent the black community. But you could go on.
They also, the black gang members from that neighborhood threatened those kids personally and said to them that they will be watching with guns the street vendors. I think because you guys do not watch independent media, you guys are not aware of this, because independent media has been covering this story since last year. So I really don't understand what, and I will like you guys to tell me then why you guys are not covering stories in its full length, or if you guys really don't research stories till like the development that it took place after the actual news. Do you guys not follow the development on the news?
Bueno, as far as my involvement with El Momento Hispano is sort of like this. I just hop on I don't do any of the show preparation myself, and I'm not even trying to say that is like. I mean, in other words, I'm saying that because I'm trying to give you something, and I'm gonna come up empty-handed. To be honest with you, I don't. We just, I might see like the topic, what might be discussed, and we hop on, and I just kind of go with the flow,
So you're basically just voicing out your personal opinion. That's what you're trying to say.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so you guys are not independent or diaspora news or informative people. You guys are just basically having like a chill time talking to each other about random things.
Well, we
That's
talk
what
about.
it sounds like.
No, we talk about our people, our past, our present, where we're
Exactly.
going.
You're like a bunch of friends that took to YouTube to make a channel about you guys and what you guys talk about.
I think
It's not like for information. It's not for what I'm saying is like it's not an informative, it's not news, it's not to watch the development of stories in your neighborhood or the community or nothing like that. It's just like different people from different descents in Latin America talking about different topics, and that's it. Giving your opinion on topics.
Yeah, I think you have to like zoom out a little bit. We kind of look at the big picture, of just of our history and our present, and then what our future is going to be as a people. And occasionally you have little things like the eloteros, things that get brought up. But yeah, I think it would be fair that we're not there constantly like looking at at like what the TV networks are doing and then just like building off that. We very much do our own thing.
You discuss your opinions about what you think is important.
It sounds like
I would also say that if I may real quick, I would also say to piggyback what Inquisidor said is that for episodes like for the Momento Hispano, and when we cover history of Hispano-America and the diaspora, in many cases things have been cited and things have been
but Henry, I have to push back for a little bit. You guys made a whole episode demonizing black people on this Helotero thing. One whole episode. This whole thing happened less than a week ago. There's no episode on that. So I just find it very interesting.
Well, by demonizing people, you mean what? That the eloteros always were attacked by blacks?
Yeah,
hey,
that's all.
One sec. Rad, give me a second.
Hold on. That's all you guys basically said. You guys never pointed out the fact that the eloteros were also attacked by Mexicans, were also attacked by multiple white folks. This is all recorded.
Sure, we disavowed all of the attacks on
yeah,
anyone.
but you guys never brought that up. You guys never even showed the video. All the videos you guys showed were the victimizers being black. Again, I'm not saying that does not happen, but at least make it fair.
Or the development. I think it's like I said, it's like what the problems that we usually have and the friction that we have as groups is one, because sometimes some of people from your group, I'm not saying you two specifically, come to our platforms to try and disagree, let's say passionately, about the topics that we're trying to do. And what we do is follow the development of actual stories that the media does not want to cover, to call out for racial justice and Black and Brown union. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with you guys' subjects.
Don't you think racial justice and things like Black and Brown union is very corporate, like very like Apple,
it's
Google,
not
like that's the line they push, like with like LGBT too, not to mix it, but in other words, I think you guys are the corporate ones.
But this is the thing. You don't have to agree with
unit-
me. You don't have to agree with me or with Radical, with Brotep or Terrell. You really don't.
Right.
Now, what I'm trying to say is that we are not corporate because, like I said, it's like I told you in like many streams ago, the same problems that African Americans have, Puerto Ricans have. We experience the same problems because the only difference we have from African Americans is that we have been recolonized by their country by 30-something years apart. Like when they were freed in the 1860s, 30 years later, they invaded Puerto Rico because they needed a servitude. So we're their servitude. So
but here's what I'm saying.
Day,
but
let me continue.
And you'll see something like.
But however, let me continue. But this is the thing.
We don't tolerate racism. They're not saying return to Catholicism and rebuild the Spanish Empire.
No, but that's the problem. That's the problem because Catholicism represents.
But is it true or not true?
No, I don't know because I don't consume OG del Rancho because I respect his.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about like Target or Walmart or the Gap or any of these places that they say, "Oh, we don't discriminate." You know, we racism doesn't have a home here. Or you might see a BLM sticker in there, you know, at as you're entering the store, even though the window's going to get broken by BLM. And you don't see our talking points on corporate faces, on corporate
What you're talking about, Puerto Rican topics?
I think. Wait.
You're talking about what are you talking about?
Can I say something real quick? Hold on one sec.
You don't see the Momento Hispano all over these stores and stuff like that? Is that what you're saying?
Right, exactly. That well, not a Momento Hispano in specific, but like things that we talk about versus the things that you guys talk about.
Inquisitor,
you do see it coming through. Let me finish. Let me go ahead.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
I know, but let me finish so that at least the things that rhyme with what you guys are saying does come through cable television. You do see it when you're in shopping malls and areas like that. It does get pushed in universities. Like it's, you know, come on, you guys are the mainstream. You know,
right,
you guys.
Well, you know, good ideas tend to be popular.
Well, let me just.
Things like not being racist.
I mean, you have Wall Street's backing. Let me put it to you like that.
First of all, like black and brown unity, I'm gonna keep it real. It's not that popular. Let's keep it real. It's not that popular. Second of all, you know, this whole BLM thing is not run by black folks. It's run by white folks. Nope. You know, that's that whole corporate. That's a whole corporate.
It's ran
thing. So
by
when you
Jewish
see,
people.
Yeah. Okay. You can even say that. If you see black folks, you know, yelling out Black Lives Matter, they just doing the slogan. They just yelling the slogan. I support the slogan. I don't support the corporation of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't support that
foundation.
Because the foundation, because I already know where that comes from. That's secondly. Thirdly, not trying to be disrespectful, but the Momento Hispano and stuff that you guys are a part, that you guys are a part of, all of it is all theory. All of it is it's philosophy. There's nothing right or wrong about it. It's all theory and philosophy. And let's think about, you know, how to. That's basically what it is. Rap in a religious bow. That's all it is. That's all it is. So of course you're not gonna see the Momento Hispano sticker and everything that you guys talk about because it's all philosophy. You'll find it in a philosophy book. You'll probably find it in a critical race book or something like that. But it's all philosophy. That's what you guys talk about.
As opposed to what?
As opposed to something that's practical.
I think that's a fair statement, but
something practical that we talk about, something that actually happens. We have evidence and historical back that actually happened. That's practical. Everything that I talk about, we talk about in all these other streams is something practical, something that you can practice and actually see for what's going on. Not about the moons and the stars and the galaxies and the spirits. We're not doing none of that bullshit. We're
not doing that.
We're talking about practical stuff, not about feelings and philosophy. Well, let's think about 30 different ways how to say Hispanic. We're not doing none of that. What we're doing is
can I say
about
something?
about practicality. This is something that happens. If you don't want to be with it, that's fine. But this is something that happens. We call it out. We break it down, and at least we know how to visualize it and see it and peep it out before we get into a dangerous situation. So for now, for anybody that's listening, like Denise or Terrell or whatever, they get caught in a situation like that. They already know, they're already prepared. Like, okay, let me just chill the fuck out. Let me keep my hands here, and I'm gonna definitely be okay in this type of situation. You know what I'm saying? That's all. We don't talk about no spirits and three roots and all this other stuff.
Yo, can I say something when it comes to the street vendors?
Go ahead.
So there was a Mexican who attacked a street vendor, right? And they whooped his ass. They jumped him and they put it on camera. But when a black does it, they hug each other and they take pictures with each other and scream black and brown unity. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, we already went through that subject.
No, but they need to keep that same energy with them too. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense at all.
This is true.
We already just went through that subject. We're on a different one.
And
though.
you gotta understand, Swifty Blue is a rapper.
But did you hear what I just said?
He can't. He's corporate. He can't call
like
blacks
I said
out because he's part of the rap black music industry.
No, but he's giving money to these vendors. You're not. So I think his actions speak louder
And guess what?
than your
It's
words.
still happening though.
No, but he's still taking care. Every Thursday he takes care of them.
These
Look
rappers,
at his
all they're
social
doing-
media.
All they're doing is taking
I don't
pictures with the
care.
assaulters.
I don't care that, but they're giving money. Where's your dollar? Give
It's
them
not
at
about
least
money,
$1.
man.
No, yeah, it is because they're losing the money. The vendors need money.
They're losing their life.
They don't need your
They're
YouTube
getting
videos.
killed. What are you talking
They
about?
don't need your YouTube videos. What they need is action. You like I said,
Yeah, you're right.
Put
They
your
do
money
need
where
action.
your mouth is.
Yeah, no, they need action. That's what
Exactly.
they need.
Then why you don't offer them your free protection?
Stop
Do
making
something
excuses.
about your people.
You stop making excuses. You're the one who makes excuses for them.
No, I'm not because I'm not the one
You
talking
treat them
about that.
as if they're
You're the
retarded
one who
little
brought
kids.
you're the one who brought
They
this
don't know
up.
what's
bro.
right from wrong.
Exactly.
Jose, you brought this up. Wait, who? I'm sorry. What?
He's confused, bro. Tep. He thinks he's talking to himself in the mirror.
You guys
hold
are
on.
clearly biased. Just admit it.
No,
Yeah,
but
but
bias with what?
credit is
Bias
because
with
Denise
what?
said a good
Because-
idea to that we
Okay.
should offer protection to
Exactly.
these guys, and that is true.
We should, if we're gonna talk about
They
this
should-
subject, we
yeah.
have to offer free security. That's the least you could do.
Yeah, and they are doing it. Some civilians are doing it.
No, I don't see you doing it. The people that are talking on YouTube are not doing anything about the
Some
subject.
civilians are actually doing it.
No,
who live
some
there.
civilians because they're not on YouTube talking about it. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, you're on YouTube defending them, so that's even
No,
worse.
no, I'm not defending anybody. I'm
Yeah,
here talking
you make
about different
excuses for,
topics.
Before
I'm
before-
not talking
before we
about that
continue,
topic.
One second. Before we continue, I'd like to address both Inquisitor and Jose. Jose, I mean, you see like the names here. You could have a more sexy name, Jose.
Doesn't make any sense, bro. What are you talking about?
Jose's that's a great name.
It's a biblical
Father of
name,
our
bro.
Lord.
All right, cool. As far as like when you guys go on to other live streams, when you go on other live streams and you say a black or blacks or any other of these low-key derogatory terms that have been used in South Africa or fucking Rhodesia and all that other stuff, you can't. This isn't the platform for it. If you're gonna say black, follow it with people, folks, or guys, or women, or whatever. We're not doing that here. We're not
That's
doing.
what you guys call each other. What do you want me to call you?
No, we don't. You clearly don't hang out with a lot of black people.
I know.
Have you ever seen black people refer to themselves as the blacks?
Well, they call each other black. What do you want me to call them?
No, not the blacks.
Bro,
If you don't see it, if you don't hear it, if you don't hear it, if you don't hear it, I can't help you.
Bro, don't Jose.
If you don't hear it when you say it, I can't help you.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Jose, you know what we're talking about. Don't act stupid. It's all good. Come on.
He's saying that black people don't say like, "Hey, my black guy, how you doing?"
No.
No.
If I'm saying if I'm chilling with Rad And I'm like, yeah, man. You know, these guys dancing funny, man. Black people don't dance like that. We don't. I don't tell Rad blacks don't dance like that. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We don't do that on this platform. You're on uppity knickers, bro. We don't
basically,
this
Jose,
ain't it.
Jose, basically.
So you want me to call you niggas?
No,
no. He
wait,
wants you to
wait, Jose.
black people, right?
Jose,
Throw people at the back.
People,
Jose,
guy,
the thing,
folks,
Jose.
But this is like following pronouns, like something like that. Why can't we just speak freely, kind of, sort of?
The whole thing is, Jose, your racism got called out. That's basically what it is.
Oh, so now I'm
racist.
racist.
Bendito. What do you mean his racism got called out?
That's what it was. His racism got called out because when he said the blacks, it came off with a negative energy towards it.
Yeah, like the blacks.
Come on, bro.
Or if a black does it. Now notice.
Well, you call us browns? Brown or brown?
Oh, really?
Bro, don't act stupid, bro. Don't act
white
stupid now, bro.
white.
Don't act stupid. Don't act stupid. You know what you did, bro. Don't act stupid.
What did I do?
Nobody.
I don't know what
No,
I did.
nobody's.
If a black does it, like
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Nobody's gonna explain what the fuck you did wrong. You did that shit wrong.
Man, you
know
guys
what
are
did wrong.
chimping out for no reason.
There you go. See, there we go. There we go. See, there
hold
we
up.
go.
No, but
There
he's
we go.
right.
There
We're
we
chimping
go.
out a little bit.
You see,
You were
there we
losing.
go. There we
All right,
go.
I hear that word one more time. One more time. Let me hear that word one more time.
Which one?
The one you just said.
Why?
One.
All right then. I guess the conversation may resume.
You were threatening. What was it? Because of the boot?
That's
You
the
had the boot
problem.
ready?
That's the problem with.
Because if that's the case,
this ain't the platform. This ain't the platform for it. You feel me? This ain't the platform. This ain't it.
You guys
This
got
ain't
your
it, Chief.
racist. You guys got your racist platforms. This ain't for
Yeah,
us.
this
Well,
ain't
I'm
it.
not a racist, dude. I have
This
black
ain't
friends.
it. This ain't it.
But that's the thing.
Wait, did
like,
Jose just say he's not racist? You just used the word chimping out, right?
but look
I'm
at
not
this
racist.
thing.
I have black friends, dude.
His racism.
But look
got
at this thing. Can I say something real quick? This is the thing that it's very interesting to me, and at the same time, it doesn't make any sense to me. Because if you have an agenda and you're being productive about something, you really don't have the time or the energy to go and disturb the opinion of another person, because of course that's their opinion, they're entitled to it, so you just leave them alone because you're so busy in your stuff. I still don't comprehend, because like I said, I know you guys don't agree with us. That is completely okay. You don't have to. You're not obligated. We're not
once in a while
forcing
we
you
do.
to
Once in a
believe. No, we don't. I really don't. I don't think in my agenda for my people in Puerto Rico and for my support for Black sisters and Black brothers in the African American community, I don't need you personally or anybody else. I just need myself to go over there and do what I, as a person, as an individual, need to do. And every single one of us. Now, what I don't understand is like how grown people that have 24 hours every day have to go to take their opinion that they know is disagreeable with the content that is being created for people that thinks like us, and try to start arguments because you disagree. There's no problem that you disagree, but we're here with a purpose, and we actually do development on the stories we cover. Now, if you guys cannot support or contribute to the story development in the lines where we're doing it in this channel specifically, then I think this is not the platform for you guys to show up. That's what Brotep is basically telling you.
Yeah, like find you something to do. Like,
well,
there's no shortage of things to do out here.
I gotta.
Look, Jose, there's no shortage of Jose. Is there a shortage of shit to do out here? No, right? Find you something to do. you don't need to come on here and like troll us and
I'm not trolling.
call us the blacks or
that's exactly what I say. Why do people come to my platform and do the same thing? Like,
that's crazy.
You guys are obsessed with me. Like, Jesus
dude, I don't even know
Christ.
who you are.
I'm not talking about you, bro. I'm not talking about you. Relax.
But don't you think, in a way,
here's the other thing, right?
Don't you guys think, in a way, we kind of keep each other on our toes, and we spar, and we could kind of, you know, like rethink, like, oh, you know, this guy
trying
said
to,
that, like,
again, not
Not
trying to be,
really.
not trying to be disrespectful again, but I rather debate my
you're
equals.
never disrespectful
I
unless
rather,
you're cursing or talking about penises.
I rather debate my equals, not somebody from down the street that isn't bringing anything constructive to the conversation.
Because here's the thing.
So you want a safe space?
No, hold on, Jose. To kind of ride on what Rad just said, Jose. What am I going to learn with you? Like, what am I going to build with you? Right?
Well, I just wanted to say my
you
opinion on
came
the
on
street
here.
vendors,
No,
bro.
hold on. Let me get this out, my bro. Let me get this out. You came on this platform where we're actually discussing 3 topics, right? And we're discussing 3 holistic topics. And you came in and used what we call in the SJW community, we call this crap, I forgot the name of it, but it's sort of like subtly insulting people. Okay, when let's say it's a girl you're discussing things with, and then she's making a very good point. You're like, "Hey, sweetheart," that sweetheart, the connotation in it, it's basically, "Hey, little girl, shut the fuck up." You get what I mean? So when you're like the blacks, or if a Mexican guy or Hispanic dude does the same thing, you know, you beat him up. But if a black, notice that you've assigned personhood to the 2 previous parties when you mention them. Then when you
It's not
mention
that
the
deep,
black,
bro.
when you mention the black
no,
person,
it is because
yeah,
your shit got
it
called
is
out.
that deep,
Because your shit
Jose.
got called out. It's all good,
When,
bro.
when you mention the black person, you remove personhood. He's a black, the blacks. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
And
you're
I
reaching, bro.
I clearly told you, like, we don't do that on this platform. And then you proceeded to troll. I didn't tell you not to assign personhood to Hispanics or white people. I just said, you know, extend black people the same courtesy. And instead of doing that, right, you preferred to troll us. Oh, you want us to call you nigger? Clearly,
Man,
I didn't say that. I
I don't
said
even know what
uppity
to fucking
knickers.
call you guys
Can't
no more.
you can read, right? You see,
So,
it's uppity knickers.
so you're saying you
It's
prefer
kind of like a play on words, right?
black
Bro,
people,
why are you?
We
Why are
prefer
you?
exactly. We prefer to have people that
people at the
identify
end of the word
themselves,
black.
people that identify themselves as Afro Latinos and Black. We clearly you guys don't, because you don't feel like you are, and that is okay. Now, why get on a panel where people with the same complexion come together to discuss what affects them and try to tell them that they're full of shit?
Wait, hold up. I
You
got a
see how
question.
that doesn't make sense?
I got a question.
All right, Jose's got a question. Go ahead, bro.
Are you Afro Latina?
Yes, I am. That's my father right there on the picture.
Have you took a DNA test? Are you full African? Or?
Again, that's exactly the problem.
Because I bet you if you
No,
show a
no.
picture, I can tell that you're not
Oh,
African.
the last time I checked, you are not the genotype police. You don't know my background, and you don't have to. Like I said, you can literally disagree with me and call me French or European, whatever you want. Now, why you have to get on a panel to try to tell grown people how they should think like you, because you feel like you disagree and that makes you upset? Like, why y'all are so triggered by people that have their own personal opinions?
I'm just giving you my opinion on the
No,
vendors.
but that's
it.
the thing.
Well, I'm
Okay,
Mexican. I feel like I had to come in here and talk about
your opinion, but this is not a panel
Well, you were
for
talking about
opinions.
Mexican vendors. It's only right if a Mexican
We weren't really discussing Mexican vendors, to be
Nobody was
honest with you.
That's not the subject of the panel.
I heard it.
It was brought up
brought
by
it up, so I had
somebody.
to talk
It
about
wasn't us who brought it up. So, like I
Well,
said,
it was brought
you
up.
guys are coming here,
Who's you
muddying
guys?
the
What do you mean,
water.
you guys? Wait, hold up. What do you mean by you guys?
Again. You
What do
guys
you
are
mean by you
coming
guys, though?
here. You
What do you
guys
mean
are
by that?
coming here, muddying the water of our subjects, and we're
So you don't
asking
want
you like
Mexicans on the
normal
panel.
people.
No, we don't
We're
want racists
asking you.
around.
You don't
We
want
don't want
Mexicans on the
No, we
panel.
don't
racist
want
people.
Okay.
racists
All
We
right.
around.
don't want. Let's just say something
This is a
simple.
no
We don't
Mexican
want.
zone.
No,
Okay.
this
We
is a
don't
no
want
racist zone.
people that don't have the same opinion in our panels. You don't have it. Keep it to yourself or stay on the chat.
So
You're
you don't want
welcome.
Mexicans
You're
there. Okay.
welcome here, but you have to stay on the chat
So you're
because
anti-Mexican.
obviously you're
No, no.
not. Nobody
Listen.
mentioned nobody's ethnicity. You're trying to bait us into say this or this or that because you really want to fight because you have nothing.
You said I didn't have the right skin complexion to come
No,
on here.
I said
Nobody said that.
complexion.
Nobody said
Nobody
that.
said that.
I
He's
said
nitpicking things out of
I,
context.
Yeah, he
That's
yeah,
think
what
he should
he
have.
said.
He
I
think he should have. It's all good.
I can clearly see it because I talk about my complexion,
Yeah.
and you start to
That's
make it
basically
about
what you meant.
himself,
Yeah,
and you're talking
he's
about
taking.
stuff
Yeah.
we never
Then you refer to me
said
as you guys. Like, what is that?
because
What is that
he
all
Yeah,
about?
really
you
wants
racist
to
guys.
stick. He wants to
And
stick
and
to the
here's
mentality.
I don't know.
here's
That's
the
kind of
thing,
weird.
Jose. This is not all right. See, I'll do a debating platform. This is not a debating platform. We were clearly trying to basically progress, right? We kind of like discuss the topic holistically, the three topics holistically, and certain things like details got brought up, like the vendors and stuff like that. But holistically, we were speaking about the three topics. Did you read the three topics in the YouTube section? If you don't do that, then you don't know what the three topics are that we're holistically speaking on.
It was
And
about that kid,
then
no?
yeah, well, one of the topics was about the kid who got shot in Chicago, right?
Okay,
And
what?
oh, now you want to talk about it? Sure, all right. The kid who got shot in Chicago. My point of view on it was the Hispanic community was very quiet about this, and when I saw like people were actually out in the streets, right, and they were protesting, I saw it was a handful of people. You guys don't roll deep like we roll deep. You feel me?
And that's the reason why I always say that we got to unite with black
Well,
folks.
because you guys are backed up by the mainstream media.
Oh no, baby,
that's not true.
baby. We've been rolling deep before mainstream media.
Well, you
baby.
guys are getting funded and all that.
Oh
No, that's not
stuff.
true.
No,
That's
no,
not
no,
true.
no,
If that was the
no.
case, black people would have been doing this shit every day. That's not true.
Right?
They do it every day,
Listen,
don't they?
okay,
What,
Jose.
what I was trying to say earlier, Radical, is that the difference between like Chris Cuomo or a Don Lemon and you is that I could actually interact with you. I could actually join your live, but I can't join CNN. And what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to juxtapose that to what we're saying. And where do you see what we're saying in TV or anywhere like that, or from corporate America or anything like that? So that's what I was trying to say. Where you guys,
Yeah, but the thing is, Don Lennon and all these other people from CNN, they're not talking about Black and Latin unity.
Yeah,
they're talking about
they're talking about division, by the way. They're
but they'll
talking
talk about all
how we
the.
need to be against each other. That's why the Latin kings and the Dominicans in the East Coast almost had a race war because of their skin tone amongst black people. And
Wow.
they came and started telling people, hey, the news want us to start a war within each other, but we're not a war. Do you remember that last year?
Yeah.
That's what the
remember
mainstream media is doing. That's not what we're doing. They're not saying the same stuff we're saying, because even look at how we have opinions about the George Floyd case, that's not what the media is saying, because the media never said what I said last Sunday, which is that Derek Chauvin pleaded for 10 years in a federal prison before the trial. So I think, like I said, you guys are coming here misinformed of what we're doing and coming here to have fun and have your little discussions, but we're asking you politely that please stop joining our platforms to interrupt people or agitate the masses or insert your opinion in our panels, because what we're trying to do is grow from here.
Bueno,
Yeah, don't interact.
I saw the
Don't
title.
interrupt. Hold on.
And you said you wanted more people on the panel, so I figured I'd hop on. I don't know.
No, Inquisitor. Hold on. Inquisitor, Jose. The keywords, like she was saying, interact. Don't interrupt. You guys are smart. You guys are part of the high IQ contingent, right? So
I
so
don't
you so
believe in IQ.
so you're smart enough to understand the
I don't
difference
know, man.
between
There seems to be
interacting.
always a problem with Mexicans with you guys. So I don't know.
Nobody here
No,
brought
no,
up
no, 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 no,
Mexican.
no. Don't take the bite. Don't take the bait. Don't
Oh,
take the
all right.
bait. You
Yeah,
believe.
yeah. He's
Well,
dangling bait.
you
I
believe
got
what you
he's
want to
dangling
believe,
bait.
bro. It's all good. You can leave. This is our anti-Mexican place. You can leave, bro.
Anti-Mexican place.
But what
Oh,
happened?
really?
I
Okay.
thought we were kind of, even though we were disagreeing, here and there and talking, I thought it was, moving along. And then all of a sudden, like, we can't do it anymore. Like,
Well, no,
what
I didn't.
happened
No, no.
exactly?
Because
No
look
one
at
said you
what
can't
happened
do
in
it.
Ecuador.
You're not listening to her. She's saying interact, don't interrupt. You're
Exactly.
here as guests. You understand?
Exactly. Because not only that, bro, Tab, because look, Inquisitor, we were already past the subject that Jose brought up. And because Jose brought up the subject back again, we could not continue forward with the three subjects that we were trying to explain to
Yeah.
you, which we already went through with me first and then with Sundown. And we had to go back to you guys because you guys wanted to argue about stuff. With you, we were trying to, not disrespect you or anything, just trying to make our points. But then when Jose came in, we had to go back again and now move forward with the information we want to share. So it's like I said, if you're going to come on the panel, then you have to understand that your personal opinion, if it cannot contribute to the subject, then you just have to find a way either to integrate or stay quiet during that subject. And then in a subject you can contribute, then you can.
There you
Oh,
go.
so I have to integrate. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what he got. That's what he got out of everything she just said. That's what he got out of it.
Look, we still waiting. I'm still waiting for Sundown's freaking story. And he even came out and he's even in
Yeah,
the chat.
yeah, but no, but he had to leave because like this thing got like it spun way out of the what
They're
we were
saying it was
supposed to be
you,
talking
Radical.
about. No, it was not
Yeah.
radical.
No, I'm saying in
Definitely
the
not
chat, they
radical.
say Radical
Oh
came in, he said, jodió la vaina.
no, but
That's the
Everything
first
let
time.
me ask something.
everything
Okay,
nowadays is radical's fault somehow.
Yeah. Somebody's
The saboteur.
exactly. Somebody can't find their socks. God damn it, radical Latino. Fuck.
yeah. Jose, are you part of the what's that group of MX something?
No, why?
MO what?
No, why?
Okay. No, I was just asking because it seems like your tactics, with the deflecting and the distracting, it's usually what they do and stuff like that.
Nah, I don't
And
know what that is.
okay, well, there's a group out there that's full of basically crypto racists, and they pretend that it's all about heritage and religion and stuff like that, Hispanidad and other forms of things, but it's basically
Not those
hiding.
guys.
Yeah, not those guys.
No,
What do you mean?
they're because I've been on their channel and they've treated me well. We've spoken, disagreed here
You
and
don't
there with a
you
lot of
don't you
things,
don't
but
think
they're
they're a bunch
more.
you don't think they're a bunch of racists, bro?
Well, I see the thing. Listen, I want to answer, but I don't really like think in those terms or use that word in
Okay.
particular. But they're more like nationalist. So think more Hitler and think less like the Catholic Church and like a king or a queen. Think more of like the 1940s. Like
Racist.
they're more like blood. They're like blood and soil type guys.
Yeah,
That's what I get
That's
from
not
them.
racist.
That's racist. That's racism. You just
Oh.
you just said
Yeah, but
define
let,
what
let, let
racism
him
is.
let him expound on that.
But
That's
they're
not racist, Inquisitor.
one
Where's-
thing, Inquisitor, they're nationalists for what country?
See, well, hold on. I got like 4 questions backed
Okay,
up
go
in the
ahead.
last 5
Okay,
seconds.
my bad. Go ahead.
No, not your bad. And it was radical. You were asking
It's
something
a
and
radical.
jumped in.
Damn,
Radical's
radical.
fault.
Radical, coño, bro.
We need to make those t-shirts radical. You need to make them and sell
Yep,
them. It's
yeah,
radical's fault.
damn,
God damn
radical.
it, it's radical's fault.
Radical. No, but comic. Ask me again, and then I could.
I don't know who
answer.
that is. I'm Brotep, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Protep.
no,
Please ask again.
no, but you were just saying like they're not racist. They think more Hitler. and more. I mean, I've never heard the name Hitler disconnected from racism. It's just me, you know. So
Yeah.
can you kind of like give me some details on that?
Yeah, sure. Well, let's. We have to agree on what a racist or what racism is,
What
so
what
that
what
we could
about that
really
word
communicate.
confuses you? Right, right. What about that word confuses you?
Well, I think it's not a useful word. I think it's a word more to. It's like an atomic bomb. Like you just want to end it. Like you call somebody a racist, and then like that's it. You cannot recover from that. It's like So I try not to. Now we could talk about like what people think their race is, or the DNA and things like that, and nationalism. But
Oh, this
but
is crazy. Okay, look, if the guy thinks his race is superior, what do you call him?
if the guy thinks his race is superior
Uh-huh.
to anything else, so now when you say race, you're talking about
Oh,
DNA.
you got
In other words,
you gotta be fucking kidding me.
no, I'm
Okay,
not kidding
okay,
you. Please,
okay. Look,
I
okay,
think this
okay,
could be
okay,
a very
okay,
good
okay.
conversation, but you gotta
Okay,
please let me
Inquisitor,
finish.
Inquisitor. Hold on.
In other words, can you tell race?
The guy says the Aryan race is is the group of supermen. They are the rightful rulers of the planet. What do you call a guy like that?
A nut?
Okay, so you've demoted him from whatever it is you were calling him. So now he's a nut job. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this question, and I think we're gonna really understand each other much better. Do you think that race is something that in other words, can I take my blood or my spit and can a lab tell me what race it is without you talking to me, seeing me, having dinner with me? You know what I mean? Is it something that you could tell like that?
I think you're mistaking race, ethnicity. You're mixing up three things: race, ethnicity, and culture.
So no, I don't. I just want to make sure what we're talking about. In other words, can I spit in a little tube, send it to a lab, and they could tell me what race I am?
I mean, who's speaking? Someone's speaking in the background.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
One thing, Inquisitor, how do you know? How do you identify people as African American if they don't talk to you?
I could hear.
No,
In other words,
they're not talking. Not talking. How do you identify them as African American?
oh, they're not talking.
Uh-huh.
Then it's gonna be that was gonna be my go-to thing. In other words, I could hear. Okay, here we go. Say somebody genetically, right? That you could tell they spit in a little tube, they go to a lab, and it says 100% sub-Saharan African.
Like I said,
Por favor, déjame terminar, mamita, so we could
you're not responding to the question. What you're asking is about pure race, and that doesn't exist. What I'm asking you is like, how do you know an African American when you see them and they don't talk to you? How do you identify that they're African American? How do you know that?
I'm not gonna be able to.
Exactly, but why?
Because all I could see is their phenotype, like their height, their skin tone, their hair texture, their facial bones,
and their skin tone, which is something that is very common in the U.S. Could be anyone's skin tone, no matter what minority they come from. So Asians can look like African Americans.
Okay, no, let me put it a little bit interesting. Asians
Why they can't look like African Americans?
Because I think one of many of the requirements is that you have to have a certain phenotype within certain parameters.
You cannot see the phenotype,
and
when
I
you're
don't
looking
think
at a person.
that. But let me Let me give you a few sentences so you
because
can work with me.
I understand that, and I don't mean to disrespect you. What I'm trying to
No,
say
no
is like,
disrespect. I'm saying for
let's
the
not
benefit of
zoom out.
everybody, the audience, you guys, me.
Let's not zoom out like what we're talking about. I said, how do you identify that
Mhm.
somebody's African American if you don't hear them say anything to you? And then you said that you cannot. And I ask you, so because everybody from every minority has people that look like them, like can Asians look like African Americans? And you said, well, I mean, in their phenotype. So you can see the phenotype of somebody walking down the street. I'm talking about what you can see with your eyes on the street. So the phenotype is not one thing you can see on the street. So like I said, let's stay on the subject. Can an Asian look like an African American?
And look, no, they're gonna look Asian, but
What is Asian?
to
What
make,
is Asian?
pero
What is the
chica,
Asian
come
look?
on, you can't do this
No,
to me. You gotta let me
because,
speak a little
but
bit.
that's the thing, Inquisitor. I really don't have to, because
It's
that's
a
the
chino
thing.
boricua. It's a chino boricua.
But that is the thing. Nobody's 100% nothing. You're not 100% anything. Nobody is. Even Asians that are a pure race, considered, compared to us, nobody, not even whites, are a pure race. Now we're going by skin color and appearance, which is what you're telling me why Asians cannot look like African Americans. But you're trying to bullshit me and gaslight me to think like, well, the phenotype, this, and doing all this gymnastics. And that's what I'm saying. You're older than me. You're supposed to be wiser than me. And that's what I expect from you.
I can't even
So,
do
so no,
gymnastics
but let me
because of
continue,
this.
please.
See, I
But
try
that's
to do a cartwheel and you
no,
block me. I can't even do
the thing.
gymnastics.
But this is the thing. The problem is, Inquisitor, that we expect, if you're gonna join us in our panels, to have a conversation that reflects the maturity of the topics we're talking about. And what you're trying to do is gaslight people into thinking that we don't go by skin color. And I think the cat is out of the bag, and it's like way big right now to be put back. So like I said, let's stop with the BS and let's keep things real and be mature and adults. You and me both know that there are many Puerto Ricans, many Dominicans, many Ecuadorians, many Colombians, many Cubans, Panamanians that look darker even than many African American brothers and sisters. So obviously,
yeah, of
we are
course.
gonna share their fate. Like whatever happens to them will happen to us. That's why we come together with them. Now, with you, if you are lighter than me,
I
you have
disagree
no. You
that our
disagree,
faiths are intertwined.
but how dark are you? If you don't mind me asking.
Man, you sound like a wig now. Are you a white nationalist?
Like I said, how dark are you, Inquisitor?
Okay, but wait. So now you're saying that?
No,
man,
okay. Let me ask you different. Are you darker than? Do you see my dad on the picture that I
Man,
have?
she
Are
sounds
you
like a white
darker?
nationalist.
Excuse me, Jose. Do you look like my father or lighter than him?
But I'm gonna answer you. But why does that matter?
No, lighter
okay.
or the same way than him, please.
Ay, bendito, Denise. All right. Let me see how long I can hold off. No, but déjame ver. I'm trying to see somebody out there that maybe I could maybe como wait, oh no, espérate. You were asking me of your profile picture, right? Let me take a look.
I told you, do you look darker or lighter than the picture?
It depends the time of the year. And the thing is also that the R of Knickers is kind of blocking half the face. And can you make it big? Bro tip.
Yo, what do you want to make big?
Denise's
My
profile
profile
picture,
picture.
so I could see her.
Hold on. Let me see what's what. Can I click on Denise here?
Yeah, you
I'm
just
not
gotta
really.
you gotta click on Denise's on the bottom, There's gonna,
Yeah.
you know where Denise is at? There's gonna be like a little
Yeah.
thing on the upper left-hand side. Click that and it'll go big.
Mira, from the pictures here, I know that's Tony Montana, right? So I would say, even though I don't look like him, that would be kind of like my.
All right, there we go.
That's my dad. Do you
handsome
look
guy.
like him? Thank you. Do you look
Oh no,
like
yeah, no,
him?
no.
Or
Player,
like
player,
him?
player. That's a good looking dude. No homo.
Yeah, my dad is very handsome. But like, do you look just like my dad or lighter?
No, I would lighter,
Okay, so
like
you cannot relate to what my father
bastante lighter.
goes through and what people like him, that are many in our community, goes through, because you don't go through that. So you have to take what they tell you because it's their experience, because you don't look like them. Can we at
But
least agree on that? Because you don't look like us.
I don't look Puerto Rican.
No, I said complexion, black. My dad is a black person.
He looks Puerto Rican to me.
Bueno, that's the interesting thing, right? Here's where we differentiate. We don't want to give up our people to white or black. We want to remain Hispanic. So I feel like I'm this part of the same community of you and your father, regardless of what we look like.
We are from the same descent. Now, we don't have the same complexion. We lost that luxury when we got colonized in 1493. Now, we're what's left.
Oh, when you
So
say we, that
don't-
was the Taino Indians, which is
Come
a
again?
part of who we are.
Exactly. We lost the right to look the same when we got colonized in 1493. That's what I'm talking about.
Right,
So,
but we colonized ourselves
we're
in a
not
certain
gonna-
way because we're
not gonna look the same. So we're gonna have different results because we're living in a racist nation. Because you and me both do not belong in this nation in its natural state.
I'm going to agree with you there. I'm going to agree with you there
So-
when you say that we're living in a racist nation, because this nation, and this would be my particular definition about that, is that this nation likes to divide people into white and black categories, or yellow, or categories like that.
But
Like
again,
Crayolas.
no. That's the problem. Again, we're living in America. In Puerto Rico, you and me will not be different because what matters is how much is in your wallet. Now, we're not in Puerto Rico. We are in the USA, where your complexion, how dark or light it is a currency.
Right. And what I'm saying is that even though we are here, we should not fall into those parameters and those tricks of theirs. I understand we're here, but let's not become them.
But I'm trying to tell you that that's easy for you to say because you don't have kinky hair and a black skin tone. So you can say that because you enjoy the privileges of being lighter. But people that are darker than you are telling you, hey, that we cannot feel that way, even though we would love to be that way, because we don't get to enjoy the benefits that you probably enjoy because of your life.
Exactly. So anybody could step away and try to step away, saying, "Oh, I'm not going to follow that," but in society, you're still going to benefit from it regardless.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
brown. I never had a problem before with any of that, so I don't know what the fuck.
No,
you're talking about.
you did, but you like to deny it, so it's fine.
No, I'm pretty happy, man. You guys sound miserable.
Nobody's saying that you're not happy. I'm just,
This
what I'm
dude
saying
came
is
on
you
a.
like to deny it. It's
Are
all
you guys
good.
not proud of your brownness or blackness?
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying
You guys talk about it like if it's a curse or
Nobody
something.
is
I don't know,
saying
man.
that. Relax, bro. Nobody's saying that. Don't
No,
don't
that's what it sounds
don't
like.
put words
That's
in
a
people's
funny
mouths,
dude.
bro.
He came on a panel
That's just
where
how
we
it sounds,
chopping it
bro.
up. It's called Uppity Knickers, and he's saying that we don't like ourselves and we're not happy.
Well, you
Did
sound
you see the
miserable.
intro? Did you see the intro to this shit before you came on to it?
I don't know, man. You guys, you make it seem like light skin is better. I don't know. I just get that kind of vibe. I don't know.
If you're just gonna troll, why come on here?
It's not
Come-
trolling. It's that's
you're
the vibe
you're
that you guys
actually
give off.
you're trolling. See, the thing is, you're
Look
gonna
at the
go
way
back
Denise
to
talks
you're gonna
about
go
like
back to your
skin. It
little
makes it seem like if it's so bad.
Okay, I hear you. What's gonna happen is you're gonna go back to your hub where all your other little racist friends are at, and you're gonna tell them how you got over on a bunch of dummies here on this platform.
How am I
So
racist?
so you are
Explain how I'm
trolling. You
racist.
are trolling.
Explain how I'm
You're gonna
racist.
tell them yeah, and then I told them.
Explain how
So
I'm racist.
you're basically you're trolling. You're trolling.
Explain how I'm racist. How am I racist?
What do you mean? Explain how you're racist.
You called me.
Didn't you
What
just
did I say? I was racist?
didn't you just tell us we were chimping out a few minutes ago, or
How is
maybe
that
10,
racist?
20 minutes ago?
How is
Oh,
that
really? Can you give me the history of that term chimping out then?
But just anybody who's acting all crazy.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, so you're actually that stupid. I got you.
I don't.
All right.
What are you talking about?
Where does the term chimping out come from?
It comes from chimps.
He's
that are
acting.
fucking
No, he's acting
crazy.
dumb. He's acting dumb. He's
Yeah,
acting dumb.
yeah. But one second.
engage. Don't engage,
I
bro.
know,
He's
I know.
acting
Hold
dumb.
on, hold on. Look, we'll follow the rabbit hole. So,
How can I
where
show
does
pictures here?
the term? One second, Inquisitor.
Dale,
Jose, I don't know what school you studied, where you studied, but in the schools I studied, chimps don't speak, so they didn't make the term. All right, the term chimping out. Where did it come from?
Can I just say something real quick
People
before he
acting crazy like chimps.
before he
I can
lies
answer
again?
that too, or at
Can I,
least give
before
my
he lies
opinion.
again, can I say something real quick?
Sure, right.
We should not be up in here trying our damnness for a racist to admit that they're racist. It is
That's a
what it
good
is.
point.
He's a
Yeah, that's a good
racist.
point.
Why do we need him to admit it? We know that he is.
How am I racist though?
Oh no,
Okay,
you are. I
Jose.
don't listen. I don't need
One second.
you to I don't need wait, hold on. Jose, I don't need you to agree to me. I know that you are based on everything that you're saying. So
Yeah.
homie, trust me, I already see you for what you are. But the thing is, we don't need to be up in here trying to get, well, you said this, and then he's gonna get us. Listen, he's just time wasting troll. Who cares?
Yeah,
Let's
he's
move
burning
on.
daylight. Yeah,
Let's
he's
move
burning
on. Let's
daylight.
move on.
See that's the thing.
If you're not gonna kick him out, move on then.
No. That's a good check right there, Rad. That's a good check because what happens is you see how that's the extent of their intelligence. That's the only part where they get slick, where they actually lull you into thinking that you're gonna have an adult conversation when they're not actually adults. Jose, you have about 10 seconds to say something interesting before I kick you off.
Stop chimping out, bro.
Bring something interesting to the table.
Stop being sensitive, dude.
Bring something that last time I'm gonna ask. Say something interesting. Bring something interesting to this
bitch.
conversation.
Go fuck yourself,
Okay.
faggot.
Got it. All right.
I'll fuck you up.
You see?
Yeah. All right.
You see? Time wasting trolls. You see?
Yeah, time wasting troll.
You see?
How can I share a picture here with you guys?
All I want to say
I don't
is,
even know how to.
my people, if you already see a person for who they are, they don't need to admit it. All right,
Yeah.
you already see it. You got all the
No,
clues
well,
there. Who cares? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? No, not for us. Not for us.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
saying,
I
I'm
got
just
you.
saying for the people out there. You know, we don't need them to admit it because guess what? They're gonna just keep on wasting our time. Who cares? Let's just keep it moving. You know what I'm
No.
saying? He showed his colors early, so it is what it is.
Very, very early. And I was just gonna say that I got caught in it too. Where I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna have an adult conversation here about where the term comes from. And then, I don't think he even knows where it came from. Okay, so Inquisitor, you're saying you know where the term came from? Chimping out?
Yes.
Okay. All right, where'd it come from?
Bueno, this is a guess because I don't know for sure. But for me, I remember just watching like movies, like older movies, with the color for sure. And maybe seeing like a scene from the jungle and you see like a whole bunch of chimps and they're maybe like throwing a lot of things at maybe some dude doing a safari or something like that. Or they're all like coming, like you're having a picnic and the chimps come and they start to like take the food and maybe a chimp takes your hat and you're like running after that chimp, like give me my hat, but then the other chimp takes your sandwich, like scenes like that,
Yeah, that describes chimp behavior. I'm talking about the term in the context of ascribing chimp behavior to a person. A person's not a chimp. I'm talking in the context of ascribing chimp behavior to a person. Where does that come from?
And that also, well, I think that's kind of like where it stems from that idea. But people use it like with riots, like, people like burning stuff or breaking windows, that kind of sort of things, or just acting like unruly, or just like just really visceral like that. That's kind of what it means.
No. I didn't ask you what it means. I'm asking you where it came from, the etymology of it.
So, like the first time it was used as a verb,
Its origins. Yeah. No. Used not originally, but when it started to be used in the context of ascribing it to a race of people.
I think you could ascribe it to anybody. But
Okay, so
but listen, let me be also honest.
you on your way off this panel too, bro. If you're just gonna straight up lie, like, you feel me?
But I'm trying to find a balance between telling you what I honestly believe and what you want to hear.
No, you don't tell me what I want to hear. Tell me what you believe is the truth.
But you just said that you might kick me out.
Because because you're trolling.
Man, maybe we can move on to the next thing if you want. That's not my intention.
The term, I mean, it's legit a white supremacist term, and it was started on places like Stormfront, all right, and in the context of ascribing it to people instead of chimps. That started with things like Stormfront and other racist sites, all right. Now, I don't know if it's because you guys don't know about Stormfront.
I don't. Yeah, is that from Star Wars?
No, Stormfront. It's not like Stormtroopers. Stormfront is probably it's kind of like 4chan's before 4chan. All right.
Stormfront is
so already at this point, I'm gonna yield to you because I think maybe you might know more than me on this particular word, because I don't even know what.
The problem is, I'm sorry.
Wait. Listen,
Stormfront
is just a white supremacist website. That's all it was. And your boy Rancho, he had a friend that used to work for the website. He even said it himself. So it's not. Let's not act dumb for the term chimping out that it just means, oh, they're acting like monkeys. No, it's a racist term. That's what I Inquisitor. You know what? I won't even. I not even called you a racist whatsoever. I would say that you didn't know the term. Now that you're educated, hopefully you won't use it. But if you do, that's when I won't be so lenient with that word. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's what the word is. You know what I'm saying? And these people, they know it. Rancho knows it. This guy Jose knew it. So come on.
I mean, let's be honest here. If you're coming on there and black people are angry with you because honestly you've angered them, and then you tell them they're chimping out, come on, man. You're under no delusion as to what connotation that word brings or that term brings. Okay, let's not play games out here. And right here. I mean, it's even in a dictionary. Well, it's the slang terms dictionary, but it's offensive for black people. Someone has like a tab open because we're having a loop, a voice loop on here. Inquisitor, if you're gonna keep using a term and don't know what it means, aren't you afraid of the repercussions?
Well, the point is that I don't even want to say I don't want to say this, and this is like up until now I thought I knew what it meant. I don't even want to say that because I'm not ready to yield. But if it's gonna get me kicked out, then
no,
I don't want to die on that hill.
No, I mean
Bro tip.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I won't use it.
But like,
you want me to use it?
I'm gonna send you something on the private chat that I would like. That's why I was quiet. I would like for you to play for the people in the panel. But let me send it
Absolutely, go ahead.
to you. Okay.
Yeah. But go ahead, Inquisitor. What were you saying? You're not Jose. No, notice Jose played his hand. Jose revealed why he was here. He was basically here to, I don't know, the whatever the you should fuck up and all that stuff, that he had on his heart, and he needed to get out. Instead of getting out that basement, he get some fresh air, some water, pussy, friends, or any of the above. He chose to come on this panel and be who he is. You know what I mean? You're not gonna get kicked off because you didn't do the same thing.
Okay, no,
All right. So, aren't you afraid that there will be consequences if you don't know what a term means and you're freely using it, right? So imagine you do something like what the what do you call them? What the radical feminists do. One radical feminist out in not California, out in Australia. Wow, that's a long way off. Out in Australia, she used the term mansplaining in Parliament, thinking that that was gonna fly. Your online life and real life, they're not the same things. So imagine you're not afraid that one day you'll slip up and use the word chimping out around the wrong people out here in the real world.
I don't. I have used it in public. I mean, not super often.
Around black people?
That's
Around
not
black
something.
people?
So that's not.
No,
maybe not.
I'm
not
asking
sure.
around black people you've used it?
I'm gonna say
Doubtful.
probably, just because I wasn't looking. Huh?
Doubtful.
No. But what I'm saying is that when I use it, I don't look around to see if like a certain type of person was around. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Do you saw the link?
Yeah, I see it. All right, you want me to share that screen?
Yeah, you can share it and go please to the minute 4:15.
4:15. Give me a
That's
second.
something that I'm gonna watch you, Inquisitor, and I do not know if you want to ignore this, but I'm gonna say this because I consider you like part of me too, because you're Puerto Rican, right?
And me, yeah, and likewise, the feeling is mutual.
So I do not know you personally, but I feel that, and I'm a firm believer that if one of us is suffering, all of us are.
But if you notice, Roberto says this did not happen till I got here.
Hold on.
He says it didn't happen to him till he got to the United States.
Hold on.
That's key. That's key for my argument. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Let me know when you want me to share.
So there's 4 million Puerto Ricans in the U.S. Okay, that's more than the island right now. So obviously, our people share our same sentiment. That's why you saw BLM protest happening in Calle Fortaleza last year with a guillotine, saying that they detest the racist pricks in this country, even though they're in Puerto Rico and they're not affected directly by it, because we're affected indirectly. So let's just hear about what Puerto Ricans that look like me, my father, Roberto Clemente, and many others from other places in Latin America go through. And since Roberto Clemente was not a criminal, and we cannot use that card, he was a Puerto Rican hero till this day. Let's hear from him that had that beautiful, heroic image. And let's see how his experience in America as a Black Puerto Rican was.
You said it, in America.
But that's what we're talking, honey. We can only unite with African Americans in America. So let's go to what Roberto Clemente said.
Can you guys hear it?
Super low.
Okay,
But
hold on.
I've seen the video, but I guess for the benefit of everybody else in the.
People have done my work was breastfeeding for the baby. And we used to walk around and the people that they give us on the door. So we would like to see the showroom and see some furniture. And they said, well, let's wait for a little bit, and we're going to send somebody to the last floor to see what we have. So they said that they have one floor of furniture.
Too far ahead. There's a furniture store.
So they took us to a real place where they show the furniture that was in the showroom wasn't the furniture that they were showing up upstairs. And I said, we would like to see the furniture downstairs that was in the showroom. And they said, well, you don't have enough money to buy that. And I said, how do you know that I don't have enough money? He said, well, but that's very expensive. I said, I would like to see it because I have the right to see it as a human being, as a public that buy from you. So finally, they show it to us. And I remember I just had some money. We was going to Europe, and I had some money on my wallet. I have $5,000 in my wallet, which I took the whole amount of money and said, "Do you think this one can buy it?" So they want to know who I was and all this stuff. And when they found out who I was, so they said, "We have 7 stores, 7 floors full of furniture, and we're going to show it to you. And don't worry about it." And you know, we thought that you was like another Puerto Rican. And right away, I just got mad. I said, look, your business is to sell to anybody. I don't care if I'm Puerto Rican or I'm Jewish or I'm whatever you want to call me. But you see, this is what it really get me mad. Because I'm Puerto Rican, you treat me different from the other people. I have the same American money that you are asking for, but I have a different treatment. With right now, you giving my wife a different treatment, and myself and my friend that they are Puerto Rican. So I don't want to do anything about it. I don't want to buy your furniture if I walk out.
We're talking, that's a terribly interesting, fascinating story. We were talking just a moment ago about Namath. I believe this week.
You can pause it, Broughton.
He got his 3,000.
So for the people that cannot understand like what's happening, he went to a furniture store in New York, and the owner of the store was being racist to him, okay, because he was black. So what he said to him is like, he wanted to go see the expensive furniture in the store, and the owner looked at him and profiled him and said, well, it's too expensive and you don't have the money for that. So he didn't want to show him that furniture because of the way he looked. So he said, I have the money. And he showed it. He's like, I want to see it. So he showed it to him, and he brings out $5,000 that he had in his wallet at the time. Obviously, this is the 1970s. That's a lot of money in the 1970s. So he's like, oh, like, where do you got the money
You know the
from?
video was in English, right?
I know, but
okay.
I said,
just making sure.
So for the people, because
yeah, I'm listening. I understand.
Said she cannot hear. So, Inquisitor.
Dime.
You said that we basically, darker Latinos, should not talk or unite with African Americans in what they go through, because we're different people and we don't go through the same experiences, and we should focus on ourselves and stuff. Then why, when we try to tell you, yo, there is black Latinos that are going through the same shit that African American go through, not because we're better or worse, but because we look black also. So now, why you try to tell people that are darker than you that they are lying and they should embrace your opinion, even though what they're going through is heinous and sadistic?
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I would say is, listen, in this country, the way these gringos operate, yes, they're going to look at you as quote unquote black. Yes, this might happen. You know, they might clutch their ladies might clutch their purses because they're gonna think that you're, you know, African American, or they might. Yes, this is gonna happen. But what I'm trying to say is, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember, we do not get down like that. And remember that we should put up a wall against that. I'm not saying that you're not going to be judged because of the color of your skin, but what I'm saying is, don't fall into their white and black dialectics. Remember que you first and foremost eres hispano. And that's what I'm trying to protect. I'm trying to protect that wall so my Hispanos don't go into white camps or black camps or, you know, the Indio camps. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not going to dismiss the problem, which is maybe what you think is, you know, what I'm doing.
When you say camps, white camps or black camps, what do you mean by that?
So think of it maybe as like you know, it's just like an ethnic faction, so to speak.
You have to expand
like ideological camps.
Okay,
this side of the aisle, the other side of the aisle.
What kind?
Yeah.
Okay, this is where we start losing each other.
Okay.
What is the white or the black camps that you feel people should not forget about their heritage?
So I guess the simplest way to put it is, if somebody says like, "Oh, hey, you're white, right?" "No, I'm Hispanic." "Oh, hey, you're black, right?" "No, I'm Hispanic." Like, make that clear. Like, yes, I might be. Okay. I'm almost done. I might be, you know, 80%, you know, European, so I have like light brown hair and green eyes, or I might be 80% sub-Saharan African, so I look like Roberto. But we are the same group. We're the same ethnicity. We're the same block, and you're not gonna split us how the gringos like to do into little, you know, white.
But
like, you're not gonna divide and conquer us.
Inquisitor. I like that idea, but the thing is, that's not what you guys preach, because for some reason, everything that you guys talk about is about.
Well, I'm speaking right now for myself, right here, right now.
No, I know that, but every person.
So why are you trying to muddy it?
That's well, I'm not trying to muddy it. I'm just
come on, they're gonna blame me for it.
That's the same thing that Rancho talks about, and you agree with it, and this is the same talking points that Rancho says. So what I'm saying is, but you guys always have these conservative point of views that actually align with white folks. Not only white folks, white supremacists. You know, you guys, you know, Rancho says that Black Americans are crack babies and stuff like that. So, you know, things like that. That sounds great, but your actions say different. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that. Okay, I agree, and I agree 100% with Radical. And I want to add something to it. Now, Inquisitor, who won the war racial-wise? Who won the race war in North America, Central America, the Caribbean, and South America? Which race won the war? Which one is the dominant society?
Well, I don't think there ever was a race war.
No, there is.
That's like a meme. That's like a meme out there. Race war.
No. People from Caucasians actually did started a war based on race, and the Spanish Inquisition started this whole shit. There's proof of that. That's in history. Now, who?
Oh, wait a sec. We're getting a little mixed up. Okay.
No, but like I said, we're talking about today. Who's the dominant in the society? The majority of people. Why we get called minorities, right? Who's the majority?
Okay, so we're talking about the United States of
in America, who's the race that won?
Americans.
Está buena, Henry. That's
Americans not a race.
You see how that's not a race, and like I said, we
but at the same time, you didn't say if you.
But Inquisitor, this is the thing. You're being disingenuous because, like I said,
you said America. Are you talking about USA or are you talking about Latin America?
America, I said at the beginning, I describe it for this type of confusion, but I'll repeat it again. North, Central, Caribbean, and South America.
The Americas.
Which,
Got it. Okay.
exactly. Which race won the racial war, the colonization wars? Who won it?
There was no. So
Who's the majority? Let's just go back.
And the majority, I think, are
the members of such nation.
Again,
this is a good conversation, but
let's do something simpler since you guys are all confused. Let's keep it in the U.S. Which race is the majority, and we're the minority of? Which race is the majority?
So you want me to go off the last census, since?
No.
Talking about
We're
demographics?
minorities, right? Okay, the minorities are the Middle Easterns, Hispano-Latinos, African Americans, Asians. Everybody else is a minority, but who? But who?
Come on.
You see? Who's the dominant society?
We don't. I don't even.
No, because if you're a minority, if you're a smaller group, then there's somebody that conquered over you. You're a loser. We're all losers. That's why we're a minority,
Also,
because we lost.
When we ask for clarification, like try to give it to us so that we know. Like, for example, now I know you're talking about the U.S. Now you're talking about what is the largest demographic group in the United States?
Who's the dominant in society? I said
dominant.
Yeah,
So
they are dominant. They are dominant.
Who makes your laws? Whom can you not freely criticize? Who is the numerical majority?
Well, I have a politically incorrect answer.
Again,
don't say a religion. Do not say a religion.
Like I said,
do not say a religion.
Okay, no
Like I
religion.
said.
Ashkenazis. That's not a religion.
They're not a numerical majority. They're not a numerical majority.
Right, but she's asking who has control.
Wait.
They don't have control.
Wait. Hold on. What race bracket is Ashkenazi on?
Red.
So if I was to say,
no. How about you answer that question? What race bracket is Ashkenazi on?
Rad wants us to play the white and black game, right?
No, not at all.
So-
It's a very simple question.
so for the sake of the U.S. Census, we'll say that they go under white.
Okay.
Okay.
As well, hold on.
They're actually white.
Let me
They're
follow
actually
up.
white people.
That wasn't so
Wait,
hard.
Can I follow up on that?
Go ahead.
So, for instance, if Pew Research 2017, I have the link right here. Lebanese Americans were the highest earning Americans out of all. I'm going to say nationality, American group, etc. Do you consider them white?
Lebanese?
Do you consider Keanu Reeves? Do you consider Keanu Reeves African American? Because he's from Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Keanu
Reeves.
I thought he was Hawaiian.
No, he's
there we go.
white, but he's from Lebanon. A white person from Lebanon.
Oh, yeah,
So, like I said,
Native Hawaiian and
it's
Lebanese.
what you consider him. You said I thought he was white, and you answer your own question.
No, I said I thought he was Native Hawaiian.
No.
No,
he's also ethnically half Hawaiian.
No, he's from Lebanon.
Yeah, he's Lebanese.
But I think you guys see why these terms are not the best. They're very fluid. You
But
see,
like
sometimes
I
you're
said,
white, sometimes
but
you're not white.
Inquisitor, to go back to my point, it's like you
like
can
gender
like
fluidity.
it. This is the thing. The problem is that you guys and we get lost because you guys think that we love the labels. You think that African Americans love to be segregated. You think they love Jim Crow so much. Like imagine they died to end it because I don't know, they're crazy.
The only-
No, they fucking hate the labels too.
The reason they liked it is because they
the
had their own
reason is-
economies and
the
they had their
problem
own
is- let me
Black
let me
Wall
finish
Street and
this.
all that.
The
That's why they.
I love all the
problem
labels.
with this. The problem is this: that Black Americans, African Americans, Black Puerto Ricans, white Puerto Ricans, Black Mexicans, white Mexicans, all of the minorities, none of us created these labels. However, we have to comply with them because the dominant society, unless you're planning to overthrow the government we have right now, which I will never advise you to do.
On Minecraft, only on Minecraft.
Like I said, we lost, they won. So we have to abide what they say. And they say they are white, you are Latino, and African Americans are African Americans, and the Asians are Asians, and they divided us. We do not want to be labeled, but we lost. So what can we do? We have two options. Either keep telling people that they not created the labels, you're insane, don't put any more labels, or go to the label factory, unite with the people that do not like the labels either, and go and burn the factory down.
So if I'm getting it right, you're arguing that this is what you just mentioned is not a arbitrary social construct.
What do you mean an arbitrary?
No, I think I think we're in agreement right now.
That's what
if I understood her correctly. I think we're in agreement, and she's telling us that we have two choices, and the difference is that she's making choice A and we're making choice B. But we agree on the scenario.
We both agree that we hate labels. Everybody hates the labels.
Yeah.
Ask any African American.
So why would you use them?
Well, what choice do you have?
My God.
A lot
Like
of people do it by default.
We
a lot of people do it by
we
default.
are the losing group. We have to abide by certain rules imposed by the label land until people like you that don't understand the message we are talking about understand, join us, and we can get rid of the labels and continue with our lives.
Let's welcome Based to the panel. How you doing, Based? Based, are you here to troll?
Yeah, he is.
Based.
No,
I think maybe he was just there for a while, and maybe he's running back to to his computer.
He's probably here.
Who knows? Who knows?
Based, what do you have to contribute to this panel, Based?
Well, I mean, from what I hear, it sounds like the whole outlook of, people saying that we have to adhere to something else is kind of, to me, it sounds like an American kind of concept, or like more of a legal concept of you've accepted the culture that you're in here, and you're assuming that that's the same way that's looked at throughout, Hispanoamerica, Latino America. Whereas I don't really think that people in Latin America see it quite the same way that we do.
Base. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about here in America. We're not talking about people what they felt or thought about in Latin America. We're talking about here in America first.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
So that's what one of the guys was saying, but I mean, somebody kept refuting it and saying no, in the entire of America, right? So unless we're just talking about specifically in the United States, and then I guess I'm kind of missing the point here.
If somebody could elaborate, I don't know.
Yeah, no. So she clarified. She was talking about, when she says America, she's talking like, I want to live in America. She's talking about United States of America, in here, not in our countries. Now, we kind of agree on the scenario, right? The scenario, we kind of pretty much agree with that. But I'm saying is that we should not yield to their categories, because they're going to break us into 3 groups or more. But Denise is saying, and she could clarify, I don't want to put words in her mouth, that, hey, it is what it is, and resistance is futile. You need to get down or lay down. And that's where we're having the disagreement on how to proceed, whether we remain Hispano and we're like, hey, listen, we're not doing the white-black thing, like that's gringo stuff, or whether it is too strong of a force, and we somehow need to like give that up first before we could find a solution later.
Inquisitor, I don't think nobody is stopping anybody from being Hispano. No, nobody, no black person or white person is telling you not to practice Catholicism or anything like that. What we're saying is that the system that we live in is racially labeling us.
We agree there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
look.
but
Okay,
losing what you say, losing the culture. Nobody's forcing anybody to lose no culture.
Okay, look. I have three things, right? So, one, Inquisitor could say whatever he wants. When it comes time to cash in that white privilege, he's gonna shut up and cash in that white privilege. All right. When it comes time for him to be chosen for a job interview over someone who's just as qualified but darker, he's gonna shut up and cash in that white privilege. He's not going to challenge like, hey, that guy is just as talented as I am. Why are you turning him down because he's black? He's not going to stand up for that guy. He's going to cash in his white privilege. All right. When he's saying like, okay, I chose the opposite, I will tell them that I'm Hispano. He's not going to do all that. When he goes back home, he'll speak all that stuff to his boys or whatever and jump online and do that. But while he's there, he will cash in his white privilege. Why are we pretending like that's not what's going to happen? All right. And two, we're not asking Hispanics to ignore or abandon their culture. I am asking Hispanics to realize what kind of game is being played. All right. That it's not about the aesthetics. See, you're concerned with cosmetics. Like, I don't get to do my dances. I don't get to bass left. I don't get to practice my religions. All these things are cosmetics. The meat of everything is power. And the white people, they're not a homogenous block. They're Italians, Irish, Welsh, German, Russian, Prussian,
British.
okay, British, Australian, Argentinian. When they come here, let me finish. Let me finish. You've spoken for a minute, for a long time. Let me finish.
Go ahead. It's your show.
When they come, it's not because it's my show. Remember, I sat here and you spoke. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean it as a diss. I mean it like on top of that.
Okay. When all those nationalities come here, they're not concerned with cosmetics, about eating their little quiches and hot dogs and whatever the fuck those people eat, where they're from. They're not concerned about doing their little twirly dances that they do in Germany or in Sweden or whatever with them wooden shoes. They ain't concerned about all that shit. They can do that shit at home. They huddle together in a power block. Okay? White. They huddle together in a power block. They dominate you. Then they go home and have little arguments about who's Irish, who's German, who's Welsh, who's Prussian, who's Russian. Okay? We're asking you not to abandon your Puerto Ricanness and your Dominicanness or your Mexicanness or any of that ness. We're not asking you to do any of that. But you're so concerned about cosmetics, about not being looked at as black. I'm not like those guys.
Or white.
Let me finish. You're so concerned about that you're willing to not join an emerging power block. We made the world come to a screeching halt over George Floyd. How much traction did Adam Toledo get? We made this country roll to a screeching halt with Tamir Rice. How much traction did Toledo get? Okay? I'm not trying to get you to abandon your culture. All I'm saying is, if you want to be Mr. Hispano-Tep Latino tep, whatever it is, want to be like the snow teps who have taken over this country. If you want to do all that shit, let them hold you down when the chips, when the chips fall. Let them hold you down. Just like Tiger Woods with his Combination. All right? Us as a power block, we got behind Tiger. The minute they started fucking with him, we got behind Tiger. We're like, yo, fam, we got you. Tiger came on TV and said, well, I'm not black anyway. I'm Combination. Caucasian, black, Asian. Combination. Caucasian, black, Indian, Asian. Combination. So we said, you know what, Tiger? Let them hold you down. All 12 of them. Okay? So ever since then, all kinds of cave bitches have been chasing him with golf clubs across his fucking lawn. Okay? All kinds of cars have been getting flipped over. Lord knows what the hell happened this time. That was some real funny shit that happened to him this time. But he doesn't have the power block behind him. He was going for cosmetics. He wants to be Combination. All that surface shit. When white people, they have an exceptional grasp on what's important, which is power. And they huddle together in a power block. Now you, Inquisitor, you can say that I don't want to mix in with the whites either. They're all gringos to me. Yeah, well, by default, you're going to fall in with the whites because you're not going to stick up for black people when it comes down to cash in that white privilege. You're not. And once you cash in the white privilege, you're white, baby. You're white. Go ahead, man.
So I would say that, on the contrary, I think that we are the sleeping giant. If you look at demographics and you look at the Hispanics.
Like
In
what?
fact, by
But you're not huddling together as a power block. How are you a sleeping giant? The
Not
Puerto
yet.
Ricans? The Puerto Ricans?
No, Hispanics, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Cubans,
But
Venezuelans, everybody.
how is that? Because we don't get along. We don't like each other.
Not only that, but
What sleeping giant are
did the
we?
country did the country come to a screeching halt? Okay, what's your equity? You're the sleeping giant. What have you done?
Let me. I'll try to do the monologue under 30 seconds, just so I can get everything that I wrote down.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah. So
as the white boy said, I got time today, cuz, before getting shot. It's a lot of shot white boys doing this cosplay black thing. But go ahead. Take your time. Let us hear it.
Okay, yeah. Let me just say it, and then I'll say when I'm done, and then that way I can just get it all out.
It doesn't have to be ceremonial, man. Just get to it.
Yeah, no, but I'm just trying. I just want to get it. You know how I was kind of like interjecting a little bit, and you're like, "Let me finish. I'll let you know when I'm finished."
Yeah, no problem.
So I would argue that we are the most powerful, or if we're not, we will soon be the most powerful demographic. If you split things into white, black, Asian, and Hispanic, if you're splitting it like that, I feel like we are the biggest group, or will be, right? The other thing regarding the jobs is that I do have privilege, but I would say it is Hispanic privilege because they have quotas to fill at work, and they need people in the category of minorities, right? So Hispanics, Asians, and blacks. I would lose the privilege at work if I would check white. The other thing is that you're right. I would never give if I'm interviewing for a job, I would never give it up for anybody for any reason, whether they're lighter, whether they're darker than me or anything like that. So you're right on that. I wouldn't. And then I would argue when you're saying all those people that are white, but that they do their Irish and Russian things, at home, but when they come out that they're white, I would say that it's a either or. So you can't really, either you're Italian or you're white, either you're Irish or you're white, because white is kind of like you lose all that. Like white implies that you no longer speak Italian, right? You've lost your language. You no longer go to church. You no longer live in your Italian hood. Now you live. You gotta like move. You gotta stop speaking Italian. Stop being Catholic, and you gotta move out of the Italian neighborhood into the suburbs. Then you could be white. Once you're completely deracinated. And that's it. I'll end it there.
Was Steve Jobs deracinated?
Steve Jobs, the Apple guy.
Wait, what
Jobs. What is that's? I'd be guessing, to be honest with you. I'm gonna say yes. I think Jobs is Anglo, but I mean,
Syrian.
Jobs is not
Syrian,
Anglo.
right?
He's Syrian. Jobs is Syrian.
He's Syrian. So I would, if he still speaks Syrian and he goes to an Eastern Orthodox church, and he maybe
Well,
not.
the problem was that he was adopted, and he didn't meet his biological parents.
Is Jerry Seinfeld deracinated?
Oh, so then for Steve Jobs, I would say that he's not Syrian. He just has like the DNA from that
And the
area.
last name, jokes.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say he's Syrian. Yeah, he actually might be white because he has no identity like that. So he might fall into that.
All it would
Or for
take.
the purpose of census, is Syrians would label white, if that makes.
Well, he lost his identity. He's
sure.
Right.
White's the only one left.
Right. All it would take is for Steve Jobs, if he were alive, rest in peace, Steve. If he were alive,
God rest his soul.
to go to a particular Syrian church, whatever the fuck Syrians do, and he's right back to being racinated. Okay? His power block,
quite.
the power he amassed. What do you mean, not quite?
Well, I mean, it takes. You can't just go to a Syrian Orthodox church or a Maronite Catholic church, which is where the Syrians attend, and just walk in and become Syrian. It's
okay. So how long would it take for him to actually become Syrian again?
I think at his age, it might be impossible.
You got to be kidding me.
I mean, are you talking from a biological?
You're trolling me now.
No,
he's biologically Syrian.
Oh,
biologically Syrian. Culturally,
I don't go
culturally,
by
all the man. Let me finish. Culturally, all the man has to go back to his culture group, and he's back to being culturally Syrian too. I don't understand how you guys just going gaslight and troll a conversation. Look, Jerry Seinfeld, is he deracinated?
No, I think he probably is Ashkenazi.
Right. And when he's in public, what power has he amassed? What power block does he belong to? You're acting like you have no idea what I was talking about.
We disagree, but I think we understand each other.
Yeah, because here's the thing. But the way you're describing it, there's a misunderstanding there. I'm not saying that he lost anything. These people, when they join the power block, they're not losing anything. They understand compartmentalization. They know how to put things in their place. As in, while I'm out here and I need to go make this vote at the ballot box, I'm gonna vote white. Whatever it is that whoever it is who has the best policies that will benefit the group that we have privilege with, whiteness.
Why can't
no, Denise has been waiting for a while. Hold on, Denise has been asking to. I'm sorry, go ahead, Denise.
Okay. Thank you. So Inquisitor, you said that we're a sleeping giant and that we are all Hispanos, and you know already that there's no data that we actually even like each other. Now I brought up, I don't know if it's too much to ask, but I added another link.
No problem. Just keep dropping in the private chat. I'll bring you up.
I put in another link to what the white agenda is for a
Is that
group
timestamp?
of
I played the whole
Latinos.
video.
Yeah, you can play the whole video.
All right. Just let me know when.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, hold on. I need to put it at Hold on, it needs to load. Give it like 2 or 3 minutes to load the 720p.
Okay. So
Yeah,
like I
yeah.
said, it's like that is the agenda that is for a certain demographics of the quote unquote Hispanic groups that you guys are talking about. Now, like I said, I don't know if Radical or Brotep feel the same way, but like I believe that Latin America is a mystical fantasy. I believe that there's a lot of countries in Latin America, but we're not like a monolith group, and we should not.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
100% agree. I agree 100%.
Yes, I agree.
And
so
that's
let's
the reason
listen.
why I say that we shouldn't care about. Maybe I said it a little bit too fucked up, but we gotta care about the home turf first, and then we should worry about Neverland and all this other places.
Yeah. Now check the white agenda for this.
Hold on. I have to put the volume. Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh, I've seen this one. Oh, this I think I played this in my second episode ever in my podcast. I think so. I think I did.
That's really good.
Yeah, I've seen this.
I love how they tell you.
3, 2, 1, ready?
You gotta put it up.
I hear all y'all people say, scream, we do the jobs nobody wants to do. We have nothing here in America. Y'all keep flooding it. But like God said, Yahweh himself says, we will chase you out of here, and it's going to be a thorn.
Are you going to chase me out of here?
No, we're going to burn you out.
Are you going to burn me out? How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it with 11 million immigrants?
Don't matter. Hey, we killed 6 million Jews the last time.
How are you?
11 million
You're
is
telling me
nothing.
that you're going to burn me?
Yeah.
No.
You're sitting on my property now.
Yes, that is your property.
Now.
Yes, that is your property.
Nobody wants to do. We have nothing here in America. Say scream, we do the jobs nobody wants to do.
Let's give you a, if I could take just a couple of seconds while this loads to appreciate the mayonnaise-ness of this whole situation. That's a whole lot of mayonnaise. What the hell am I looking at here?
And consider that that's a Latina woman, okay? What he's talking to. That's Ilia Calderon. Yeah, he's talking to a Latina.
Denise, you gotta send me this video clip on Instagram.
I'll send it to you. Don't worry about it.
Ella es colombiana, ¿no?
I have no idea.
I think so.
Y'all people say scream, we do the jobs nobody wants to do. We have nothing here in America. Y'all keep flooding it. But like God said, Yahweh himself says, we will chase you out of here, and it's going to be a thorn.
Are you going to chase me out of here?
No, we're going to burn you out.
Are you going to burn me out? How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it with 11 million immigrants?
Don't matter. Hey, we killed 6 million Jews the last time.
How are you?
11 million
You're
is
telling me
nothing.
that you're going to burn me?
Yeah.
No.
You're sitting on my property now.
Yes, that is your property.
Yeah.
And I do understand that I'm probably the first Black person immigrant here in your property.
Well, first off, said you're Cuban. Or whatever. To me, you're a nigger. That's it.
Watch him now. I find that offensive, and I don't think you need to do that because my skin color doesn't define me.
Yeah.
Yo,
Can it be clear?
Pause it
A few
real
thoughts
quick.
come to mind.
Pause it real quick.
That was funny.
This is what I want everybody to understand real quick. She said that she was the first Black, so she's identifying herself as an Afro Latina, right?
Yeah, I'll run that back. Let me run that back.
She did.
Hold on.
No, she did.
Yeah, and then he corrected her, said, "No, you told me you were Cuban. Either way, you're still a nigger to me." So, I just wanted to. This is basically the catalyst of everything that I've always been saying from the time that I came out with my podcast, even till now. White folks still see Black and Latin people the same, treat us the same. The only difference is one of our struggles get televised a lot more than the other. That's it. And there are other people, I'm not saying no names, but there are other people who want to say, we got to get away from that and focus on this history stuff and the spirits and three roots and stuff, which is cool. But at the end of the day, those three spirits, those three roots, and all that other stuff is not going to stop this. In the end of the day, all of that Hispano-tep stuff and Catholicism, all of that is not going to stop this. At the end of the day, all that philosophy, it's not practical to stop something like this. So when I talk about Black and Latin unity coming together, it's to stop this shit, not to stop our culture, not to because every time I say Black and Latin unity, for some reason, I always think about sex. It's not to come together and have babies and all this other stuff. Has nothing to do with that. And what I'm talking about is getting away from our enemy that we all share. And it could be all fun and games. Yeah, you know, you said this here, this and that, and all this other stuff. That's cool. People like to attack me left and right. But whenever somebody that goes against the status quo and the system of white supremacy, they always become a target. So I'm already used to that. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
And to add to what Radical is saying, Inquisitor, is that on top of we in Latin America not liking each other, which is like normal because we're different countries, the fact that you have your same people that look darker than you, that you say you love, and I want to believe that you do, right? Now imagine how betrayed we feel when you can live your life, and because you get to live it without discrimination, because you had the privilege of something that you cannot control also, because you didn't control how light you came out, but because you had that privilege in life, you are basically betraying the ones that look darker than you and saying, well, you're my people, but I mean, I really don't give a shit that you get treated like shit because you came out darker, which you can also not control. So it's a betrayal from our counterparts in our country, because you're willing to unite with other countries in Latin America rather than with what your people are going through. So that, to me, that's why sometimes it's really hard for me to take what you say, and I'm being honest and not out of disrespect, right? But
I believe you are. I believe you're being
sometimes
honest.
It's very hard for me to take the stuff you say seriously, especially when you're trying to portray like Christianity and stuff, because you cannot follow Christianity and then say with another hand, like, I'm going to ignore the people from my country and rather join another country that doesn't have our interests at heart, I'm sorry. And we don't even get along with them. And I'm going to rather join them and identify more with them than with the struggles of my people.
No, okay, but I didn't say that. I don't know if...
No, it's actions, honey. It's not what you're saying. It's just actions. Like I said, you don't have to agree with me, but the least you could do is support me in what I'm telling you as your counterpart. Hey, we're going through this stuff. This is all the proof. These are all the evidence. Can you help me fight my fight?
But I am curious, Inquisitor, are you white passing?
In other words, if people try to label me white, in other words,
I don't care about I don't care about cosmetics in terms of what you're saying. I'm saying, what do they see you as? Are you white passing? If there was a mass shooter in the cafe that you're eating at, and they were basically selecting black people and brown people to gun down, would you be safe or would you be a target?
I see what you're saying.
Are you white passing?
It pains me to use the damn term, but yes, I am white passing.
Okay.
But I'm not white.
No.
But in other words, I'll put it to you like this. Another example. When I went to Italy and people talked to me in Italian, I had to say, no, I'm, I'm
you're
Spanish.
Puerto Rican. You're not,
right.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
but yeah, I want to.
White passing
means
white.
It just pains me, guys. It pains me to say that I'm freaking white passing, because it's like terms that I don't like to use. That
I get it. But this is the thing: is that white passing doesn't mean that you're white. It's passing from the white side of of white supremacy. It's just it's passing based on white folks. White people are giving you that pass It's not us. You know what I'm saying? It's white folks giving you that pass, but we're just cognizant enough to understand that point, and that's why we're asking if you're white passing or not. That's all it is.
It's yes. So I'm very white passing, guys.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
What?
then I can totally see why you would basically take the side of those cops who humiliated Coran Nazario.
No, because it was just a situation. It could have been stick figures. Because I don't get down like that.
But
it wasn't. But it wasn't.
Again, Inquisitor. You see what we're telling you? It's a. You're saying that you believe in the Latino unity.
Of course.
And Canon Nazario is your counterpart, your black counterpart, and you live in a society that the dominant society is white. So they make the rules we're supposed to follow until we do something about it. So
is
Nazario
Dominican by chance?
I'm not sure, so I don't want to misquote.
I don't even think that matters.
Now, if you're saying that all Latin America should be united, that has to include the African looking, because we do have African roots and some of us are black. Many of us are. So if we're telling you this is what's happening to us, if you claim to be one people, the time to support the ones that are going through stuff is now, which is why I even asked OG Del Rancho, like, what are you guys plans to do for your people? Because I'm not Mexican, but it does fucking irritate me to see what's happening in fucking eyes. It angers me.
Exactly.
So, like I said,
we gotta stick together as Latin people, except for the Anglo Latin people. We don't need
So
them.
it's like I said,
We don't fuck with them. We don't fuck with them.
so it's like I said, when I heard that these ladies were getting raped, kids were in fucking cages, I am outraged too. My question is, like, what the hell is going to take for us to understand, we lost in the past, it's time for us to win in the future. Let's start getting shit moving. And the reason why we decided to join African Americans is because they go through the same shit, and they are in this specific problem, they are more advanced, because as Bro Ted told you, the world stopped for George Floyd. Now, we didn't got that for any Latino. So obviously they have more traction than us because they have more experience at this. So obviously, I think in Afro-Latino issues in the US, you should listen to Afro-Latinos because it's their issues. Now, if you have an issue personally as a Latino that is affecting your life, then we have to take it from you because it's affecting you. So that's why, like I said, we lose each other because you guys are trying to always tell us, be like me, do this. And we're telling you, we're living a fucked up situation and you're just betraying us and ignoring us. And you're like, it's fake. I don't know if you get the back and forth. We can't be something that we unfortunately are not.
Welcome to the stream, Naz. Welcome to Uppity Knickers.
That's funny, man. Well, so basically the topic is, what is it, like, black and Latino unity? Is that
no, that's just what it devolved to. But the original 3 topics were what happened to Lieutenant Caron Nazario, a Latino who was basically humiliated and assaulted by a white identified Latino.
Okay. I think I heard of that. So basically it's like the racist white Latino
after being told to put his hands up, and he was gunned down. And those 2 topics, we were dovetailing it as in, when will the Hispanic community wake up and see that they're in the same boat as black people? or will they ever wake up at all? The third topic is people who keep saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna leave and go to Canada, fam. Nah, I'm gonna be out in Africa or the Caribbean." How you gonna do that with no money? The only escape plan is a business plan. That's the third topic, because we don't only think about problems here at Uppity Knickers. We are solution thinkers. We're not just problem thinkers.
Right,
So
right.
those are the three topics. If you want, I could copy them and put them in the section for you.
Okay. I mean, I'm just kind of like gonna like freelance. You
No
know what
doubt.
I'm saying? Freestyle,
Do you?
whatever.
Do
But
you?
you know, to me personally, I kind of get both sides. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a you know, I think they called it a dialectic. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like two opposing sides, and I always believe that, you know,
Yeah.
truth is always kind of like in the middle. It's always a shade of gray within the truth. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? And I just believe that you know, me as a Black American, I would say, and I'm half Haitian, by the way, bro. So
No doubt.
shout out to you, brother. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Nice.
yeah, yeah.
I said I got fed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just want to say, like, you know, I kind of, I'm gonna play devil's advocate, like, as far as what they were saying, like, not to, you know, link up with Black people, as far as, you know, fighting white supremacy. I just think that, you know, back in the day, he mentioned Black Wall Street, and I think the main inhibitor about Black people is that we became like this ultimate martyr. Like we know him as this ultimate martyr, but for like all races, like globally or whatever like that, you know, but at the end of the day, you know, we're not really, like, economically, we don't really have nothing to show for it, you know. And you know, of course, you got entertainment and things like that. Like we dominate that shit, like sports and music. We dominate that shit, and that shit is global. And it's like, if we weren't as inclusive minded, you know what I'm saying? You know, we would be like trillionaires, like, if we owned our own shit. So I don't know, that kind of like, I just want to throw that out there, because I think inclusivity, to me, because I see what they're saying. It's like they don't want to get, you know, quote unquote, I call it gringos. We call it, you know, us gringos and stuff like that. Like, I think we were the first test subjects, like Black people, because when we were thriving, when we really thriving economically, we were segregated. We wasn't trying to really associate with white people like that, or when we were associated with them, it was on a more professional level, you know, i.e., entertainment and stuff like that. I'm not trying to be long winded, but do you kind of get what I'm saying?
I do.
Like,
Yeah. I'm following. Go ahead.
nah, I just want to leave it there. You know, like, you know, what do you guys think about that?
It sounds like you think integration hurt the Black community.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, I'm gonna say this. To me,
I agree.
it's not. It was. I'm not gonna even blame it all on integration. I'm gonna put it like, you know, we kind of like bought into integration, and then everything that came with it. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, it's like, for some reason, like during the 60s, it's like Black people drastically started to become like more mainstream. But when we were like, you know, quote unquote, like invisible, like when we were like craftsmen, but we wasn't getting like the credit for it. We were
Absolutely.
thriving, but it wasn't like, you know, like what you would call it, like globally promoted. Like you're not gonna in history, in conventional history, you're not gonna hear like such and such Black inventor as opposed to a white Caucasian inventor and stuff like that. But at the same time, I believe that, you know, we still had our own shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think Black people and whomever, you know, it don't really matter what race, you know what I'm saying? I think, you know, at the end of the day, it's about economics. It's like how you flip the table over what you create, and in maintaining what you create, and you become the rule maker about, just whatever, like lawmakers on whatever. You know what I'm saying? You get to call the shots, whether you want somebody to integrate or not. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of like, I'm trying to like cut through it and stuff like that, because it's kind of like opposing sides right now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
based
you
on the
time
topic.
traveling. You time traveling.
Man,
'Cause
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
I liked everything you said,
no,
though.
I'm saying like that's the topic that's gonna be for next week's Uppity
Yeah,
Knickers.
I didn't want to be
No,
like
it's
so
good, it's good, it's
long-winded,
good, it's
but
good, it's good.
yeah,
No, it's
yeah.
good. That was gonna be a topic of Uppity next for next week, because Denise and I were discussing how we're not monetizing ourselves. Everyone else is monetizing us except us, right? So we have all this talent where we're dealing in the music industry. We created the music industry. They didn't really have a music industry when they got here.
Right, right.
We created the jazz, blues, etc. And I'm saying we in terms of black. I'm not African American, but all praises due. You feel me?
Yeah.
But like we allowed overlords and masters to basically take control of and exploit our work. And then
Yeah.
we didn't monetize it, they monetized it.
Yeah.
We get shamed because we want to monetize our own pain, right? So if you guys how many people here have seen a movie called The Help? Or as they say in the South, The Help. Anyone seen this movie? Or at least heard of it?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Okay. Now the thing is, it's a whole bunch of stuff like that happening where you have
There's a book on that, no?
a book on what? The Help?
The Help. I think
Yeah.
I'm familiar with the
Yeah, some
woman that
lady
worked in the house in
some lady
Jackson,
wrote it. Yeah.
Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah.
Yeah, some lady wrote it. Now the thing is, you love The Help, Blood Moon? Yeah. All right. No criticism on that. But The Help, we should have wrote that. Yeah, the book is fiction. Blood Moon. It's totally fiction, and that's the unforgivable part about it is, so this lady basically dredged up imaginary black pain. It's pain porn. It's pain porn.
Right.
So this lady sat up here and imagined all this black pain.
Wait, somebody said
See-
porn?
Now, if it was based on some sort of somebody's biography or life experience, that'd be one thing. But she sat up here and imagined all this black pain. All that stuff you saw in that movie came out of her head. The fuck is she thinking about? And how often does she think about it? Anyhow, it's still our pain, right? And she monetized it. Capoeira. It's one of the things that I know there are a lot of Brazilians who have been kind of like mentally colonized and would jump down my neck for this, right? Even the ones I'm defending, they jump down my neck for it. But capoeira doesn't belong to white Brazilians. I know you're thinking, oh, Brazilian. Why are you separating us? It doesn't belong to them. Do you know why? When black Brazilians invented capoeira, the white Brazilians criminalized you for it. They made you go through all that pain, all that blood, sweat, and tears. And then now, if I look up capoeira, if I want to buy some capoeira pants, I see nothing but white models on that website. If I want to go learn capoeira, I got to hand my hard-earned cash to a white person. They gave you the pain and farmed you for it. Now they're reaping what they farmed. No one sees anything wrong with it. I'm the only one. That is fucking crazy. They farmed
No, I
you for
see what you're
pain.
saying.
They farmed you for pain and hip hop. Hip hop came out of pain. They farmed you for it, And then now you got suburban moms out in Ronkonkoma, fucking Long Island. Yo, 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 I'm doing this rap, yo. Little Susie baked some cakes. They farmed you, and then now they're making bank off of your pain. Everyone monetizes our pain except us. Our people get gunned down in the streets. We have uprisings, and guess who's on the outer rim of all the protests with their long ass Nikon cameras with the high gain lenses to take photos that they can end up on the Guinness Book of World Records and end up with awards and have their photos be in galleries to make bank and have big houses. Meanwhile, we're still getting our heads cracked in with sticks and getting our chests punched in with rubber bullets. Everyone's monetizing us except us.
Right. That's a great point. Yeah, that. Yeah, you basically summed it up, man.
Yeah, I mean that was going to be for next week.
Cause you know what it is.
We'll cover it up. We'll cover some more next week, and stop through, and then we could chop it up again.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, like you said it like best, man. Like the global, it's like a really like a globalist power, and it's like they only use black people as like the heel for like all globalist monetary interests, man. And this stuff is going through China, because like the NBA is owned by China and stuff like that. It's wild, man.
We're getting new masters. That was gonna be Uppity Knickers episode 4. We don't want new masters, man. We don't want new masters, and that's why I was gonna come in on Inquisitor about. We're the sleeping giant, really. Well, with the way that you guys treat us now, you think we're gonna allow you to be the sleeping giants?
I think you won't have a choice.
You're counting African Americans and saying, "Oh, their demographics is not that big," but Hispanics can be the sleeping giant. Their demographics, your demographics are bigger. But you know what? I'm trying to unify the Caribbean and the African diaspora myself. Once that gets together, I want to see if you're really the sleeping giant when other Haitians, Jamaicans, Nigerians, and all these massive groups of black people who are being brainwashed into colonialism, neo-colonialist mind states, though all of them, when they wake up and they join their African American brothers and sisters, I want to see, who the real sleeping giant is, especially since we're the ones with all the talent. The NBA is not filled. The NBA is not filled with Hispanics, homie. It's not filled with Hispanics.
No, they're in the MLB.
Bro, Tip, are you a black separatist?
To piggyback.
No, I'm not a black separatist.
Not a trick question. Okay.
Hold on.
All right, let me know when I can go.
Something.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on.
No, go ahead, Inquisitor. I'll wait. Don't worry about it.
No, you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Okay. So the gentleman that came in there at the bottom center, I'm really vibing with him. Like, I totally agree.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Yeah, of course. Likewise, man. That's kind of like what I feel. How you're talking about how you guys had your own thing going on. You had your own businesses, your own bank, you had your own stock exchange, which I've heard of, which actually produced like a pretty healthy situation going on, right? I think like you had a lot of marriages and a lot of children, all legitimate church-going people. And then when they sucked you in to their to integration, how they call it, then all that went out the window. They they sucked the blood out of you guys. They basically broke it down and sold it in parts, liquidated you, and now you guys had nothing.
Lyndon B. Johnson.
That is kind of what I'm trying to tell. That's kind of how I see it. What I'm trying to tell Hispanics, like, don't fall into their game. Don't fall into the white and black dialectics. That's not worked for us. We're a mixed people. We cannot do that. And so when you said that, I felt like, wow, like I really identify with that. And in that sense, you know, I think we could work together for sure. I think, you know, I don't know if you know, I don't know what that would make if it's like a black and brown thing, but I just see what you're saying and I respect it. I agree with you. And I'm just trying to do the same for my people. And I don't know why I come across like
how
I'm
much
not
how
doing
much does it
something
take to be Hispanic?
to be his.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's asking me, but go ahead, Denise. I know you wanted to
Oh yeah, go ahead, Denise. I'm sorry. Go
say
ahead.
something.
No, don't worry about it. Like I said, Inquisitor, you in this another point where we lose each other, right? Do you believe that it will work better to unite 3 nations, 3 countries, or 80 countries? What is more realistic?
I'll take whatever we could get, you know. Start
No,
small. If Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory, but say Puerto Rico and DR unite, you know,
they're
we can
united.
make that
Puerto
happen.
Rico and the
That'd
Dominican
be
Republic
great.
are united.
You
Also,
always invited.
Cuba. We might have our
Yeah, of course.
stuff, but we're more united to us in the Caribbean because we can relate and we have most likely the same cultures influencing us. I've said this on many streams before. Every single angry Chicano that did not listen to me, or any other person that thought I was saying something that I was not, or listened to a bochinche, thought I was talking like shit about Mexicans. What I say about Mexican people is I do feel your pain. Now, I cannot relate to you because I don't know you. So to ask me to join you, I can join you in your fight as a number, but you will have to leave me on because I don't know what the fuck is wrong in your country or in your community. So you will have to organize the shit and I will show up. Now, I don't feel that we should continue to be pressured to comply with what Central Americans, Mexicans, or South Americans ask of us, Caribbean Latinos, because we're a different breed. We're different people affected by different things. And because of that, we don't get along. When we visit Mexico, we face violence, aka Aaron Bithorn, famous baseball player, got killed in Mexico by a cop. And when Mexicans visit Puerto Rico and they say whatever the hell, and I want you, bro, this is the last one, I promise, to play what just happened this week. And Puerto Ricans are up for it. They're literally saying that because we also have rowdy Mexican tourists in this past few days. And I shared the link. We don't get along. I don't know what more proof people need, but in reality, on the ground, we do get along with Dominicans like as if we're cousins, because we are, and with Cubans too, even though Cubans yell too much, but like we also like each other. But we're the same type of, cultures combined, whereas we share very little with other countries in the Americas.
But we share the most. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
The link's not.
Yes,
The
we
link's
do.
not there. You
I'm on the
gotta drop the link. You gotta drop the link.
It's
Denise.
on the private chat.
Private. I don't see it. I'm like, here. Is it okay? This one. All right. Good.
We share the most important things: language and religion. I mean, that's if you don't have that, what else are you gonna work with?
But religion is for you personally, but not everybody is Catholic.
Denise, what you dropped is the KKK guy again.
Oh, it was the KKK guy again? Okay, hold on. I will drop the link real quick.
Denise, if I may ask, you were saying that in the Caribbean, we have a closer affinity to other parts of Latin America, and you say we're a different breed. What differentiates us from those other countries?
Well, what differentiates Central Americans and Mexicans from us?
Yeah, well, with the Caribbean specifically.
With the Caribbeans is that you guys don't have any African heritage. Therefore, you guys do not experience the same stuff that we do, and you guys don't even share our same culture because you guys don't have.
By the way, I'm from. You said you got. I'm Dominican, by the way.
Oh, okay, then you do. Then you do. Well, Mexicans and Central Americans talk in a certain way, even though they're talking Spanish, but it's a different kind of Spanish. It's like British people and American people. That's a different English. And if you go to Australia, it's a different one. But you don't see Australia, England, and the United States trying to be the same people. So
they were for a very long time.
But they do have a shared affinity.
Australia was not trying to be the Brits. Anyway.
No, well, they speak English jurisprudence,
like I said, but they were not trying to be like a community. That's what I'm trying to say. We can no longer afford to be the same community because we are not. We don't even speak the same Spanish. We speak more like Cubans and Dominicans and Cubans speak also more like us.
People in Spain say that we basically speak not broken Spanish, but bastardized Spanish.
Yeah, so, they call you mutts.
If that's the case, how the hell do you expect us to get with black gringos if we can't even organize our own people? We don't.
Like I said,
we're not talking. We're not talking about.
And I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm just saying assuming it is.
Yeah, we're not talking about Latin people from Latin America. We're talking about Latin people here in America, because here in America we have a different experience, and Latin people here in America we experience and we pretty much understand one another when we go to the same struggle. So that's the reason why we can unite with Black Americans, because our struggles and our fight is the same.
But not with a Mexican.
No,
not from Mexico. Not from Mexico. Not from Mexico.
If I may, real quick. Moreover, if here in America there's different struggle, etc., I would go as far as saying that my parents' plight coming from Dominican Republic to here was much different than a Puerto Rican who came to the United States.
Well, obviously, that's obviously It's a citizen. Yeah.
But what are you guys getting at, if I may ask?
What I'm talking about is like we don't share enough for us to be grouped up together. You know what I'm saying? We don't share enough stuff for us to be the same group. I feel more like if you look at the disagreements that I've had with people here, I'm able to disagree even with people from my own descent, Puerto Ricans that are Americanized, right? I'm able to disagree with them, and Dominicans completely different than the way Mexicans and Central Americans and even South Americans disagree with me, because they assume that the way I'm talking is because I'm a bitch and I hate them, blah, 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 because it doesn't affect them the way it affects us, the stuff that we're going through. That is something that helped the DR in the past, helped Cuba in the past. Cuba helped Puerto Rico in the past. Right now, DR is helping Puerto Rico. So it's like I said, we should stick to Caribbean Latinos. We should stick together, I feel more, the three of us, and help each other. Central Americans and Mexicans will have to do the same thing. And South American Latinos will have to do the same thing, because we're not the same kind of people.
So you're dividing us into three big groups, almost like the
regions.
Vice, like right, exactly. Regions, no, I can work with this. I can work with this. So you're saying like you want to, it's basically the vice royalties, right? New Spain,
basically,
and then so
in their own kind, because if you think about it, even you can see our food.
So we should have three big countries in Hispanic America.
Let's go by continents.
We're making progress here.
Let's go by continents. Let's leave the North Americans with the Central Americans unite, and Caribbeans, let's just stay together, and South Americans, they can handle their own thing because they have different interests, they have different cultures, they even have different food, different music, different personalities. We're not as alike as the white dominant society wants you to believe we are. We are not.
I could work with you. Except the difference is I would keep going. Then I would like to unite those three. But as far as making those three big countries, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, would you say that, you know,
I
how you're
concur.
saying, how you're saying like the, you know, with the Mexicans, with the, you know, with the North American and Central American, Hispanic, you know, the big three groups. Do you think that's something maybe like Northern and Southern Italians, like that kind of sort of thing?
Look,
How they have the
I'm
same
sorry.
country, but they're very different, you know.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you get my point. Look at Carlos M, for example. He's not Caribbean Latino, and he doesn't understand what happened in Puerto Rico, and that Puerto Rico is so tiny that we cannot have our own army that's sufficient to protect our island. So of course, because he's misinformed in, you know, the affairs of Caribbean Latinos, he cannot assess the problem because he doesn't know the land. Now, if you ask Dominican Renaissance, or you ask Radical Latino, or even ask Henry, they can tell you more about Puerto Rico than Carlos can, because they're more closer to us. So
And
they know
let
what's up.
me just
That's
let me just
actually
say something.
Claro
that's
que
Hold
sí,
on.
actually
porque
that's
uno va para San Juan y ve
true.
dominicanos en la calle en todos lados.
Actually, that's actually true. I kind of disagree with how Denise says that we got to separate, but I kind of agree with her assessment on it. That's actually true. Even though certain people are in certain parts of the Caribbean islands, we pretty much know our neighbors' issues, if you can say that. She's actually right on that.
Of course. And look, he made another comment. I don't know if you can highlight it, Rotep. When he
Very
said that
small
every small island
island.
in the Caribbean fought for independence, that is a lie, because you have the Virgin Islands, that's in possession of another imperialistic assholes. You have St. Thomas. You have the freaking Canary Islands that are British. You have a lot of colonized islands because we simply do not have the numbers to form an army. But if we come Caribbean strong, right, then we can form an army that will serve the purposes of all the Caribbean islands that cannot sustain themselves on their own. But he will not know that because he's not from the Caribbean.
Let me just say this real quick.
I think I like what she's going, but actually I'm gonna head out. I'm actually gonna head out of here because it's getting kind of late.
It is
right now. With that being said, Brotep, thank you very much. Denise, shout out to you. Inquisitor, thank you for us having this discourse. Nas, shout out to you. Domran, shout out to you, bro. What's going on?
Domran came through.
And Scarface, I don't know your name. Henry. Yeah, shout out to you, bro. I'm gonna catch y'all later, right?
Likewise, Radical.
Peace, man. All right, peace.
Let me just say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Let me just say something real quick. For all you trash talkers sitting in the chat room, you see the link is pinned. So if you're gonna keep talking trash and saying provocative shit, just hop on the panel. I paid for the shit for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I could handle 2 or 3 more fucking people. So don't sit in here and talking provocative shit on the sideline. Just it's pinned to the comment. So hop on here. What up, Dom, man?
Good point.
Yeah. What up? You know what the topics are?
¿Qué es lo que es? Tenemos otro dominicano aquí, por fin.
Están 2 puertorriqueños, 2 dominicanos, y un haitiano, y an African American.
Smell the café con leche.
No, Brotep is Haitian, right?
Well,
yeah, he's Haitian. I said, but we have another.
No, pero 2 Haitian, 2 Boricua y 2 dominicanos.
Hold on.
Future.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
There we go. Dominicans of the future. But yeah, what we saying, Domran, before that?
I mean, I was reading the title. It says, "Will Latinos ever wake up and smell the café con leche?" And I said, I don't know about Latinos, but Dominicans are definitely the future.
Yeah, but you don't. Okay, so you don't know what the context was. The the gentleman, the Lieutenant Caron Nazario.
Click to show more.
Yeah, click on show more, Domran.
What?
The topics. There are three topics, right? And they all kind of
And
they
the
all kind of
description.
dovetail. Yeah. So Caron Nazario was who is a Latino who was basically accosted and humiliated by a white identified white wannabe Latino and his white partner, right? Basically thrown to the ground, made to cry, right? Then there was the boy in Chicago, Adam Toledo, right? He was shot out there by a police officer. And with Hispanics being treated the same way that blacks are treated by police and by the dominant society, will Hispanics wake up and smell the café con leche? Or, NUNCA, like never, right? So that was basically what the setup was. All right. The third topic is people who are saying, "Oh, you know what? When this race war starts, I'm out. I'm gonna go to the Caribbean. I'm gonna go to Africa.
Neutral.
I'm
You're
gonna go
neutral.
to right. Okay. With what money? With what money? What are you gonna do? Right. So there's no escape plan. That is not a business plan. The only escape plan is a business plan. And what is your business plan, right? So, part of the mission of Uppity Knickers is we discuss how to get ahead in life. Getting that paper, getting that skrilla, getting that bag, right? So, those are like
that chicken.
yeah,
Where'd you
and getting that
get
chicken.
the
All right, later,
title
Blood
from?
Moon. Thanks for stopping by, Blood Moon. But so there are three topics, so you can opine on either one or all of them or whatever you want to do.
Before you go, Domran, I gotta scram too. Bro Tep, thanks, bro. Thank you for
No problem,
letting me
Inquisitor.
hop on and
Yo, stop through again, bro.
Thank you.
Every week Thursday. All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
the combo was really good. I appreciate that. We both have the patience to, disagree, but with respect. So thank you, Inquisitor.
Yeah.
Oh man, you guys are very welcome, and I feel the same way. Because the echo chamber stuff is cool once in a while, but so it's good to get somebody else.
It's better. I feel it's better when we have conversations like this because we can actually get to understand each other without the riffraff, and we can actually get something done. Like I said, the division of Latin America that I think will work for our interests best. And
all
we
right,
accomplished that today. Yeah.
Yep.
Good
All
night.
right. Okay. Good night. God bless everybody.
All right,
sir,
bro.
man. Take care, bro.
Yeah, take care.
Inquisitor.
So, Bro Tep, can you play the clip?
Absolutely. Hold on. Just let me know
Which is
the whole thing.
the whole thing
What do you got?
the whole thing because it's short, but that's
hold
to
on.
show the sentiment in Latin America with countries that are too far away from other.
Is it Policía de Puerto Rico insulta?
Yeah.
Mexico or Mexicano? All right, hold on. Hold on, I'm a StreamYard tard.
We all
figure
are.
this. Share the screen. Boom. This one. All right. And then now, hold on. Let me go to the volume here. Boom.
A todo dueño de restaurante, establecimiento o negocio. La orden ejecutiva establece que a las 9 de la noche debe estar cerrado en su totalidad. No puede
What is this?
All right, you can stop now.
What am I watching?
So that was this week in Puerto Rico. And you can, don't take it from me, go to all of these videos and go and take it to Puerto Ricans and see if we actually do get along. Now, at some point, you will realize that we don't, and it's okay. We don't have to hate each other though, but we don't know each other. So, like I said, I don't agree, and I will never agree with certain groups in Latin America. I'll still fight for them, but it's because we are not the same. So we have to accept that reality, be there for each other for support when we're in a foreign land like America. But we have to go and redirect our energy to our countries when at the end of the day.
Sound a lot like me.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, when we're here, we have to support what we have to support according to the system here. Now, I'm not gonna pretend that 700 million Latinos get on a court. That's never gonna happen. And that's why most of the countries in Latin America are third world countries, because we keep on this fantasy that we're all gonna come together and we're all one people, and we don't move forward because we're constantly fighting. And that's not what I want for Latin America. And if you love Latin America, you will accept this reality. Let's just divide intelligently and move with strategy.
Well, I don't I don't know about dividing. I just think that, if Hispanics are going to work together, obviously we have to work together with Hispanics that are closer to us, in terms of proximity. Like that just makes more sense.
Exactly. Like imagine
imagine
the Caribbean working together.
So you're saying a Caribbean confederation?
Caribbean strong. Yeah, Caribbean strong.
And that's Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, and Cuba, right?
Yes.
I mean,
well, there was going to be a CARICOM at one point, but I don't know what happened to that.
Not to toot our own horns or anything, but I feel like Dominicans are the more what's the word? We're more like, I don't know what's the word.
Well, in the case of the Caribbean, it's either Commonwealth or communism, and I'll choose the Dominican Republic out of those two.
Like in terms of fighting, like winning wars, in very small numbers, being nationalist, I feel like we're the strongest in those departments. So like, if there were to be like some kind of confederacy, I think if someone was going to lead it, I think Dominicans should be out.
Ain't nobody talking about wars over here. I don't think they're talking about fighting.
I'm just saying, like we win wars.
Domran is a war hawk.
Denise, you're a fucking coal burner. Denise, shut the fuck up. Denise, coal burning ass bitch, stink ass pussy ass bitch. Fuck.
Wow.
Any person who reads.
You see what I'm telling you? This is what I'm talking about, dudes. Like, why would you get pissed that Latin American countries are trying to find like a logistic on where they can build? That doesn't make any sense. I'm like, the only thing that can come to my mind, if I'm trying to not speculate, is that they really do not care about us in the Caribbean, because if they would, they wouldn't come here and insult us.
I don't think that's what he came here to do.
I don't think he's anti-Hispanic. I think on the contrary.
No, I'm not
I think he
saying
came on here.
anti-Hispanic. He just
Yeah.
came here to insult me, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The
But I
more
mean,
stuff,
but you know, I mean, like
It's Jose, I
you
think.
know, getting into the relationship, you know, with someone from a different group, like kind of. I'm not
let's
saying it's
not
right.
start with that.
I'm not saying it's right,
But this
but
is the thing, Domren. When if you don't have the same energy for the fact that you're not a pure race today, and your culture was united with another one through rape in the past, do not come at me for my union to another community by my choice. Nobody's raping me like in the past and stuff. Like you guys celebrate that union, and it was through rape and
but it's
colonization.
but do you
No,
know
no,
our
no,
history?
no. Exactly. You guys had Tainos, then you got colonized. The
Oh no,
same way as the
you're
same
making a
way.
lot of assumptions here. You're
Like I
making a
said,
lot of assumptions
the
about our
same
history.
thing. Well, in Puerto Rico, which is where I'm from, we were Tainos in peace, and we got colonized and raped. So the minute that happened, we stopped being a pure race. Now, our traditions and our culture, that's something that I have to exercise personally. Now, the person that I decide to be with, if you did not come for me, or you did not come for Spaniards in the past, or try to say nothing about that aspect of the original culture, at least in my country, if you did not try to preserve Taino original culture, then you cannot come at me with the hypocrisy of the African American Union, because you cannot have it both ways. Because the Spaniards washed away the Taino culture that we had, and now we have like a whitewash Latino mumbo jumbo in Puerto Rico with different cultures trying to make something with it. The same thing that Dominicans and Cubans have.
Well,
And
I
then
wouldn't
on
say
top
the
of
same
that,
thing. I wouldn't
and then
say the
on
same
top of
thing.
that, and then on top of that, we
That's the
had
thing. It's also,
on top
you
of
know,
that, we
different.
Okay,
had
hold on, 1 second, 1 second.
come again.
Domran, don't you exist because of union between people who dated outside of their race, right? Like white and Indio and whatever.
Uh-huh.
I mean, are you made up of one thing? You're made up of like 2, 3 different things, right?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm asking. This
Yeah.
is not a dictatorship. I'm asking.
Yeah, but I just don't think that in that regard. I mean, I'm not sure, like, you know, exactly how Puerto Rican history played out, but
No. I'm not talking about Puerto Rican history. I'm talking about like because you were saying that you kind of see Dallas, what's his name's point when he was calling her all kind of coal burners and stuff like that, because um for somebody or a woman or whatever to be dating outside of their group, it's kind of weird or whatever. But
yeah, I
you're
mean, that's what
here,
happens.
I know, but you exist because two people, at least two people in your past, right, were brave enough to date outside of their race, right? A white person dated an NDO or whatever, right? And then now here you are. You're not. Are you like completely white? No. Are you completely Indio? Right? There was mixing, right? Am I mistaken here?
Yeah, there was, but I mean, that's
So they
not
dated
the
outside
point.
of their. Why are you guys angry with? Well, I
Why are
mean,
you saying
let's
you
let.
guys? What are you talking
I don't
about?
know. I mean, you kind of leaned on what he was saying, when he
I
came
didn't
through
lean
you.
on anything. I just
Well, you
said, you know,
said
that's kind of expected, you know. It's like
no,
it's not surprising to me.
it's not expected because probably you personally feel like somehow I'm dating something that is different than me. In me,
It's kind of
because
irrelevant,
do you
but
see my picture?
who is that?
The person in that picture is my father. So,
Okay.
because that is what I'm used to, look as a responsible, loving, and kind man, and that's the image that I have of my father. That's what
Okay.
I looked out for. That's why, to you and the Hispanotaps and the snow taps,
The
I'm
snow
like,
taps?
oh, it's another group that you don't know, but we call them the
Yeah,
snow taps.
snow taps.
So the snow taps believe that I'm doing something wrong by marrying somebody that looks like my father. But in reality, when I looked at it, it's like it's the same resemblance as my father. So I've
Do
been
you want me to
around black men my
explain?
whole life.
Do you want
Come
me to
again?
do you want me to
No, I don't
explain?
want you to.
Because
I don't want you
I
to
wasn't
explain
really.
it. I don't want you to explain it because I don't think that the issues that we're talking here about Latin America do not have. And I'm sorry for the rudeness. If you have kids listening, just cover their ears. I don't think the issues in Latin America or the shit that is happening in the ICE detention centers or the fact that we have a crooked amount of nations and countries not doing anything in Latin America have anything to do with who I share my vagina. So, like I said, you guys need to concentrate and stay on subject and get out of people's vaginas because that doesn't have anything to do with what is being discussed. I get it. You don't like my decision. However, my vagina does not dictate the future of Latin America. If I had that power, we will be Wakanda, baby. And we're not because I
I mean,
don't have it.
I have a question. I mean, if you weren't dating Melanated Knight, would you be dating these dudes here?
No.
Okay, so like what's the issue? Why is
You don't know.
everybody like
Hey, you don't
fixated
know how
on?
we look.
No, I'm not.
It's
It's
not
not. It's
You
not
that.
a
don't know.
judgment. I was just
You don't know.
asking. Like
You don't know how our game is. Like, what you mean?
It's not.
you're missing my point. I'm not.
That's
It's
that's
not a
the
critique
thing.
on your game or your looks or anything like that. I'm saying that like who she's dating is like inconsequential. It's none of your. Even if she wasn't dating Melanated Knight, she'd be dating somebody else. You don't know her. You don't know where she is, where she lives, or whatever. Would she be dating you? No. Like, so
Listen,
what's the point?
tell
And
that to the guys who
that
call her
is
a
the
coal burner.
notion. That is the notion, bro. Tep, that it's double. It's a double standard. On one end, we have them telling us, do not use the labels that white people created to call you, like minorities, like, you know, black and white. Do not
Yeah.
use that because that is stupid and you're being racist by it. However, on the other hand, they're using the same rhetoric that white people created because white people were the first type of people that told everybody else that they could
White
not
people created so many
intermarry.
things.
Now, hold on. It was white people that created the notion that we could not intermarry.
The words white people were created
However,
by white people.
let me continue. But they were the first ones who created that notion that we could not form these marriages.
Yeah.
Whereas before, you have
Latino
people marrying
separation.
people from all parts of
From
the
all
world.
over. Yeah.
All freaking over. So it's like I said, you on one hand do not want us to follow the dominant in society race rules, but you are enforcing them all the time. Why you don't just ignore what you don't like to see, which I'm fine with it. Like if you act as if my personal life is none of your concern and we can focus on what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, look, just pick
I
a
mean,
lane.
I
You know.
guess. I mean, I'm
Look,
really not that interested in like your personal life.
You were the one who brought it up.
Ayo.
I was just I just wanted to say that, you know, Dominican history is different than Puerto Rican history.
So
like,
there was no rape. You guys
well, no.
willingly gave up your population to the white Spaniards who came there. You willingly went into extinction.
Well, no, it wasn't willingly, you know. I mean, if you look at, you know, if you read the history, I mean, 40% of the Spanish men were married to Taino women. And then like, then diseases and stuff. I mean, diseases are really the main
all right.
diseases practically killed like 80% of the Tainos.
Well, the diseases came out of
agree.
nowhere,
on the Dominican in the Dominican Republic.
I know where did those diseases come from?
They came from somewhere.
You gotta be fucking
Well,
kidding me. All right, I'll shut up,
Oh
man.
they
and
came
their
from
immune
blankets.
systems weren't exposed to it.
Okay, had they been left alone and not,
Impossible.
it's impossible for them to have been left alone.
Any other group would have eventually discovered the Americas, and the same thing would have happened.
No, that's
Or it
not
would have
how
been
that
the other way
works,
around. It
Conrad.
would
It could
have
have
been
been
the
the
other way around.
Japanese.
The indigenous
The
people
Japanese.
No.
could have went to Europe, and they could have got sick and then brought it
Okay,
over to the America.
oh,
Like
okay.
it's
I hear you.
inevitable.
Can I interject one thing though? It's
It's sad,
okay.
man.
Well, wait, Denise. Hold on. Here's the thing. The white man. God, I hate saying this. It's gonna come out the wrong way, but they've spent a lot of time. One second. They spent a lot of time surviving a lot of diseases of their own making. Okay? So they have all of that stuff from all those black plagues, bubonic plagues.
Yeah, we almost went extinct.
And all that stuff, right? And not to mention some of the stuff they did intentionally, where they waged germ warfare on each other. So then now each European is a fucking weapon of mass destruction going across this fucking planet. Which is why I don't agree with you, Henry, when you said that, oh, the Japanese could have done it too. Not really. The Arawaks were interacting with lots of other indigenous peoples, including Tainos and other groups. Okay? People interact with one another. The fact that this European was going across the planet and anywhere they showed up, their very bodies were poisoning people with the stuff that the European already biologically and virologically overcame through time. Whether they wanted it to happen or not, it still happened. So it wasn't that the indigenous people were weak, Domran. That's a very unkind and untrue thing to say about your own
I didn't
people.
say they were weak.
What did you say,
I mean, they
Domran?
have no control over that. They have no control over like their
Okay,
other
the
immune
fact that you
system.
said they, then what? Oh my God, what? So you said they had weak immune systems.
Yeah, weak.
Okay,
Well, not weak,
okay,
but different.
okay.
Different. They had different immune systems.
So one thing, let me tell you something. If we get syphilis in a syringe and we
I
inject
don't
you
get
with
sick
it,
easily.
and if we inject you with it, and let's say we leave you with that untreated and you die, were you weak?
What?
If we
oh, you
put,
heard what she said.
yeah,
No, I
let me
didn't.
repeat it in case he didn't. If we put syphilis in a syringe and we inject you with it and you get syphilis and we left it untreated and you die from it, did you die because you were weak or you died because of syphilis?
But isn't syphilis a sexually transmitted disease?
I mean, I could get
Yes.
real deep on that. I took a biology course.
No, it's a simple question, and it
Simple,
brings a simple answer. Did syphilis kill you, or it was that you're weak?
It depends on what you mean by weak.
Well,
Dom, it's not really a
because
question of biology.
if you
Could
have,
be because I would.
what do you mean by
Go ahead.
weak?
Go ahead.
Because if you have a society that developed,
Oh, you're doing the same
vaccines
thing.
or antibodies or whatever.
No,
the hell
I'm talking about
for syphilis.
injecting you with it and just
But injecting
leave
is a lot
you.
different from natural causes.
No, it's not. It's the same.
No, it is.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
what's the
honest.
natural? Okay, let's
No,
do
it's
something.
not.
Influenza. So
Okay,
I
then
wanted
let's
to give
go.
the example.
Then let's go somewhere. Since
And
we're
we're not
talking
injecting
about
anyone.
natural, since it's natural, how do you think the first person naturally got syphilis?
I don't know.
Fucking cheap. Do you know that?
Huh?
Spaniards and European Caucasians used to have sex with sheep.
Okay.
Wow.
Bleh.
That's
That's how you
disgusting.
got
Okay.
syphilis. That's what
Christianity
happened.
is everywhere.
Okay.
You know that,
Wait,
right?
what happened?
Hey
You
man.
know it's illegal. You know it's illegal to do that in Western countries, right?
Well,
What?
now, sure.
To have sex with
Back then,
animals.
well, back
But it
then,
happens today in the
honey,
Middle East.
that's how they got it. Oh my
Mel
That's
Knight,
not a
what's
good
good?
argument.
Mel Knight's in the house. It's up on this
Yeah.
panel.
Yeah.
It's not a
What's
good
up, bro?
argument.
What up? What up?
Yo.
Hey, baby.
I'm not sure his
Can
mic's
y'all
on.
hear me?
Oh, there we go. Now your mic's on. We
Is
couldn't
it
hear you for a second.
is
You
it
good now?
breaking
You
up?
good? No, you good now?
I just wanted to come on because I don't really have much to say on the topic. And as for defending the niece, uh, as you can hear, she talks a lot, so she can defend herself. So
Yeah, she a
I'm not
fighter. She a
coming up here to
fighter.
defend me or her. I'm at work, so if you guys hear an echo,
No doubt.
I'm in the parking structure. But I'm kind of finding it a little strange, like that when a lot of people talk to her, they're like kind of talking to me through her. It really
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Like if you want to talk to me, I'm on YouTube.
Mhm.
I might not jump on panels, but my channel's open. You can email me. You can do that stuff.
Hey,
So the fact that people like
Yeah.
constantly bring me up into a conversation when it has
Yeah.
nothing to do with it makes this whole
hey,
Yeah. But I
I don't
mean,
wanna.
you heard what I said earlier, right? Like it's kind of like
I've been heard what you
expect
said. That's not
it.
the
Hey,
point. But the point that I'm trying to get at is it always
Yeah, I mean,
comes
but
up
it shouldn't bother you. You
some
know what I'm
form.
saying? Like it's like expected.
Dominican Renaissance. First, I have not spoken. I've let you guys do a lot of that, and I ignore you actually, and I'm gonna continue to do that. I just
Right.
want to find it. I'm here to ask, what is it
Hmm.
that people want to ask me instead of
Bruh,
talking through,
I don't know.
asking me through Denise? Because there's a lot of you're dating him and he's African American. So what does that
Hmm.
have to do with you
What
guys
anything we're
liberating
discussing?
Listen, man.
uh Hispanic?
Like I
You
said.
know?
I mean,
And
It's crazy
it's
because they had, you see how there's crickets, massive crickets, but when it's time to, when it's me by myself, it's like, oh, bitch this, oh,
Right.
bitch
Yeah,
that,
Well,
it's
first of
oh,
all,
blah,
So
blah,
so
blah.
it's
so if I get
let
it
cowardly.
me
right,
clear.
It's cowardice.
Let me,
to
brother.
to
Can I
the
have like
gentleman that's
2
on,
minutes?
that's Denise's like partner, husband. Sorry,
Fiance.
I
It's
don't
my
know what
fiance.
you fiance. Okay, understood now. I was confused, but thank you for clarifying that.
Can I
Can
bring
I
up
have
something about
like
Native
2
Americans?
minutes real quick?
no doubt, no doubt.
yeah. Go ahead. I'll just eat this taco.
Well, like I said, I don't have a problem. Like for those of you listening, whoever disliked me, from the Antonios to all the other ones who like
Yep.
to talk a lot of stuff in the
You're
comment section. Um, I don't have a problem with y'all. If anything, I used to really see y'all as brothers and sisters till all this rhetoric start happening. So like, I kind of now just consider us as separate. Now, like, I'll team up with Radical and a few other people. Oh shoot, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now
I
we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
We
Yeah,
can hear
yeah.
you. Good.
Okay, yeah, like I don't mind teaming up with other Latino brothers and sisters to get to a point. Now there's some that I won't. And the ones that are doing this whole rhetoric and all this bullshit, I don't want nothing to do with that because I'm not here to tear down you guys. I'm just here to build my community. But this whole thing about she's dating Melanated Knight, I'm gonna need you guys for future references. If you want to discuss Melanated Knight, discuss with Melanated Knight. Stop asking Denise about the union, because at the end of the day, you guys are three people merged into one. So it don't matter if another person gets added to the mix, because I don't hear y'all talking to Rosalind Sanchez about being with a white dude.
Wait, Eric. Yeah.
So it
Because
don't
we've always
matter
had
if you
white
have.
immigrants.
It don't matter. Dominican Renaissance. You heard what I said. I said, what does it matter if you add one more to the mix, because you're already mixing anyway. Proximity. We live
I don't
next to
know.
each
I mean,
other.
I said
Proximity.
earlier, like, if you want me to explain it, like, but it's better if
I
I
don't
don't
need you
explain
to
it.
explain. The problem with people explaining it to me is I've let them. I've been quiet for I don't know how long, and I've let you guys explain it, and you guys just keep
No,
with the
but I
same
explain
old.
it
No,
differently, you
I
know?
just don't want to hear it. I just don't. It doesn't matter if she mixed with an African American. If she's fighting for you still, what does it matter?
What's the matter?
If I'm fighting for black people still, what
It
does
just
it
goes,
matter if I'm
it
dating?
goes against, like,
No,
me personally, it goes against my experience.
I mean, then that's
I don't
you.
know why other,
But
I don't know
Well,
why
you
I'm
other
being
not.
in
people,
America
I don't
goes
know why
against
Denise,
your
I
other,
got it.
experience.
Denise, I got it.
I
The
don't know why other
problem
people
is
are
a
annoyed
lot of
by it,
this.
but
No, a lot of it is the lack of common sense. Because common sense says, if I'm fighting for my people, if I love my people, I'm going to fight for them regardless of who I'm married to. Now, if I'm
What's
switching
happening?
up because I'm dating somebody, then I am a coon, which I should be called out and should be reprimanded, because I should not switch up my stance just because someone I am marrying is of a different culture, race, ethnicity. It doesn't matter. So by the fact that you guys, you're like, well, her message is not, the same because she's dating an African American. That what the fuck does that mean? Literally. So you guys are everybody so retarded that you cannot just be like, you know what, she's for us. I've never been against y'all. I don't talk about y'all. I'm all for Hispanics doing everything. But the minute that people start doing that, oh, she can't fight for Latin America because she's married to a black, that's retarded. Who cares? As long as I'm for you guys, I ain't saying shit about it. So you should just be focusing on that she's trying to help you. And shut the fuck up and do the work.
That's
But
why,
a lot
like,
of
there'll
y'all keep
never be any.
worrying on me. Focus, and that's
No,
the thing. In the comment section, you guys need to really focus on the talking points and stop focusing on the person who's in the picture with her. If your attention span is that short, then you don't need to be on here talking about Latin
Shut up,
unity
dirty
or
nigger. Go
freeing
pick.
Oh
there
my
we go,
God.
there
or
it is.
freeing the Dominican Republic, or freeing any country. Even us African Americans shouldn't talk if we can't fucking pay attention to the task at hand.
Yeah, that's a
Yep.
good
Yeah.
point.
To the coward that, just did that, man, stop riding that man dick, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, something's real fishy, like real suspect about dudes who would do that.
Right?
It's real
Great.
suspect.
So
That was a
weird.
And
great
to be
speech, man.
honest, it ain't nothing against Dominican Renaissance. I'm not going at him first. I'm just going
No,
at
no,
the
no.
people who
Hmm.
kind of bring this. Why does it? Like, if you're focused, like, if she's helping you, that's it. It's common sense. If black people if the ones want to team up with you, want to do it, then why don't you do it? If you want it, now if you don't, you don't. But if you do, if they're with you, who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Well, they don't want to
You
team up
guys are,
with us, Mel.
yeah,
The
then that's
they
cool.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah. I'm cool.
yeah,
I'm cool
it's
with
like
it.
people who be like, well,
Like,
You know, you say you ADOS, so you hate other black. I rep ADOS because I'm from here. But that don't mean I hate Haitians. That don't mean I hate Nigerians. They're my people regardless. We're just different. We're just from different places. We just acknowledging that we're from different places. I've never come out and say
By
I hate
chance,
that.
what's ADOS, if you don't mind me asking? I'm sorry to cut you off. What's ADOS?
Yeah. American descendants of slaves. So basically
Okay.
African Americans.
Okay. It's
All
like
day.
FBA, right? Is that like Foundation of
Yeah,
Black
it's the
Americans?
same thing. They
It's
just
the same
spin a
thing?
name. But yeah, like I
Okay.
don't hate. Like Bro Tap is my bro. I ain't gonna be like, oh, he
Hell yeah.
Haitian. We ain't cool. So y'all need to just stop. Who cares? If she mixed with a Puerto Rican, then the kid will be African American Puerto Rican. As long as that kid is fighting for both, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
You guys
I know
stop
you're saying like who
focusing on
cares,
that.
but people are gonna care.
Especially since we fight so
Even my
hard.
people, stop focusing on that. As long as we're there for us, we good. But stop all this. Oh, who cares? Because it's just Latin and our culture is getting. Newsflash! I wasn't the person on the. I think it was you, Dominican Renaissance,
Well, they
who
said
was on
one
a
side always
panel.
takes over.
Well, first of all, I remember what you said. I listened and I retained everything. You said it would be more helpful if you had more gringos come to the island and buy it up. So I said, you're the one time I asked you that on a panel.
What?
And I said, so you're okay.
When did I say that?
You said it
Damren,
a long time ago.
¿cómo tú vas a decir eso, Damren?
And I said, and I asked
¿Qué
you
es lo que tú quieres?
Why are you
you talk
assuming I said
about,
that?
you did say that. You
Pretty sure I
said,
didn't.
I said, if you're so preserved, if you're so into your culture, why would you allow people who already erased it once to come back and erase it again?
What
But
do
I
you
don't
mean
think you can hear
erased
me.
it? What culture are you talking about specifically?
Your culture.
Americana. It's your culture.
Our culture is
being erased by
predominantly Spanish.
Americana. Exactly,
Well,
but there
to
was a
be
time when
honest,
you were.
Denise, hold up. To be honest, your culture is American. Were you born in the United States?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Are you born in the United States?
Yeah.
How long you been here?
A long
Since you're
time.
born here. All right, so you're American. You're a Dominican American trying to rep a place that you were never born in. I don't rep Africa.
I'm just really good at assimilating.
All right, there you go.
I wouldn't say I'm an American.
You
Like
will-
even some
I
Americans
mean,
will be like, "You're American." I'm like, "Nah, I'm really
Dude,
Dominican."
there is a
But
whole group
I'm
of people
curious,
on here
may I ask,
who is
real quick, may I ask, Damren, by chance, do you hold the cédula dominicana o algo así, residencia o lo que sea? Like
What,
a
like a legal
Dominican
document?
residency or a citizenship from the Dominican Republic?
Sure.
Wait, you do? So you're a Dominican
What,
citizen as well?
Are you surprised?
No, I'm just asking. Because it's really easy to get. I got mine for $400.
Can I say something though, real quick?
I'm just curious.
Oh, hold on. I have something. Here's the thing, right? Denise sat up here and was speaking holistically about how, the mass of people can progress, get together, and get things accomplished, right? How are we suddenly talking about, Domren? Like it's narcissism. Domren, we don't care what you identify as. Like you always corral the conversation into talking about, like your own personal. Well, I don't identify as. Nobody cares. We're trying to get people.
fault, bro. That was my fault.
And bro, tap into the gentleman speaking. I don't know his name. I think you said Melanated Knight. Is that right?
Yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off. So I just had a question for Damren. I didn't mean to deviate the conversation elsewhere. I was just curious
Well,
about something.
yeah,
Bro, tell
I grew up Dominican. Spanish is my first language. All my friends were the overwhelming majority of my friends were Dominican. The overwhelming majority of people who live around me are Dominican. Most of my time existing has been around Dominicans. Um, you know what I mean? Like like I can't think of a more Dominican upbringing.
Right. So
Like even the way I think, like, like the games I played when I was a kid, like, I had to learn English. And then be put in classes with other English speaking kids kind of thing.
Oh, you were in ESL.
So it's kind of like, I
So
mean, I say this all the time, but I don't know.
so would it be safe to say that you're Dominican in spirit, but legally, people would classify you as a Dominican American? Would that be safe to, like would it be?
I mean, yeah, some Dominicans would definitely, percentage
Dominican
Dominicans
in
would
spirit.
definitely
Yeah.
classify me as like Dominican American. Some might just put me as American.
Okay. That, I mean, I don't know. I think that's the crux of the whole thing. I mean, you're a Dominican in spirit, but
Yeah, but you technically are not Dominican. It's a
But I am Dominican. What the hell?
One second,
Like I
everyone.
just explained, my entire
Legally speaking, he is,
existence,
if he can obtain citizenship.
my
this is
entire
my thing.
existence has been living
But let
around
me ask you
other
something.
Dominicans.
Are you planning? When are you planning to go and establish yourself permanently in the Dominican
Why
Republic?
is that relevant?
Well,
At
it's
the end of the
relevant.
listen,
No, but let me
my
answer your
prime
question.
years,
But let
my
me answer your
prime
question.
years,
Are you gonna let
my
me answer your
prime
question?
years
Okay. So
of
the problem with
psychological
that.
development took place around Spanish-speaking Dominicans.
Okay.
Like Dominicans from the Dominican Republic, not Dominican Americans, Dominicans from the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
Okay.
So how does that benefit Dominican Republic though?
I have to explain this because people try to test my, my
No, what I'm trying to
Dominicanness.
say is like
By chance,
And
Tom
it's
Ren,
not
I don't mean
testable.
to test you or anything. I was just really curious about it. I'm not testing you or anything here.
my
If
thing is like
that's your implication.
you're okay. This is the problem that I have with the diaspora sometimes. If you're writing for your country to be something, but you're not willing to live it yourself and live with the consequences of the stuff you're writing for, then I really don't know how to feel about a diaspora that is like that. Like if you're not willing to come here and like, eat pal calentón with me, then I'm not sure how much of an ally you are of your own country. So it's like I said, I'm confused in that aspect.
How are you confused?
And I'm not trying to tell you who you are. What I'm trying to say is like, how can you claim a place that you see only from afar and you will not experience the consequence of the stuff that you say or do here for your country? Like, how does that translate to a benefit to the Dominican Republic though?
How does me talking about
staying here
Republic
and not going over there to your people to support them?
The Dominican Republic?
Because this is the thing. You're studying here. I'm pretty sure your parents brought you here because of the sense of progress, better opportunities, better education, better access to stuff,
My parents,
right?
Okay.
So when you establish yourself and you have all these things, you're supposed to bring something back to your country to advance your country, right?
I should.
Well, I would argue that if you go to Dominican enclaves in this country, like Washington Heights, Haverhill, Lawrence, Province, you'll see communities that are 90% Dominican, and through no fault of their own, they just happen to Dominican Americans.
I understand that, but
they just happen to go to school culturally, parents, family, etc., etc.
I understand that, but like
you're benefiting the Americana. You're not benefiting your country with what you
I think it's the
acquired
other way around.
here. No,
That's
no, it's not. You're. I'm gonna explain it because your
But I don't need you to
dollars,
explain it.
your dollars are not spent in the Quisqueya. They're spent here. You're not
Okay,
bringing
maybe you
anything to
don't
your.
know this, but we do send a lot of money to the country. We send a lot of, food,
Remittances.
clothes.
Again,
we
let me
send
finish.
we send a lot of things back
Like
to
I
the
said,
Dominican
let
Republic.
me finish. Your businesses and your enterprises and the infrastructure and the keeping up with the countries, it's not being done. So we have a responsibility as a diaspora. You know what? That is true. Whatever you say, I'm gonna just.
What do you mean? The Dominican Republic is
It's
progressive.
okay. You are right. The Dominican Republic doesn't need you there. You're good here. No problem. Next subject.
I didn't say the Dominican Republic didn't
No,
need
it's
me.
fine. It's fine.
I mean, well, as
could
the other
definitely use
Dominican on
me
this panel, I can only
as a
speak from
resource.
my experience con la República Dominicana, porque yo siempre he
Hold
pasado.
on, one second. Mel Knight, there's another Mel Knight here. Are you using another browser? If you're not, then it's a troll trying to come on here as you. Melanated Knight, are you on?
Y'all got ADHD. I ain't got no ADHD.
Okay,
I
so
feel bad for Sundown, man, because we have literally not let him even talk tonight.
yeah, Sundown left again. But Sundown,
Dominican kids go to DR every summer. It's super common. It's super common for Dominican kids to go to DR every summer.
Melanated Knight, is that you again? On a second
You can bring him on and see if it's him, and then
It's also super common for Dominicans to associate
See?
with other Dominicans.
It's two M Nights now.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh shit!
Hello?
You know you just
Oh, it's only one. I think that
What the hell?
Perhaps
I
it's on a
think
different
another
device.
browser. Yeah.
Yep.
okay, all right. Because I thought it was those coal burning whatever those guys are now. Who
Oh
keep
my
coal
Hey,
God,
by
burning.
yes.
chance, Sundown, if you're seeing this, aim high, wingman, as they say in the Air Force.
Hey, yo, Melanated Night, man, you got a lot of fans, bro.
Yeah.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, right. Pull up. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, like I'm about to get off, but I didn't mean to change the whole conversation. I think it's just
No.
lately
It's good. It's good. It's good.
it's just like because most of the time, and to be honest, 90% of the time I'm at work because I'm trying to get up out of here. And my dad just had a stroke, and I'm trying to focus on the things in my life. So these, and it's no disrespect to nobody's panel. I love Broteps and Radicals and whoever has a panel, but like the amount of people who focuses so much on oh, you're a cold burn, blah 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 blah. I'm like, dude, you gotta focus on the task at hand. Stop worrying about me. I'm not even on here. And then I'm like, if you got something to tell me, just hit me up on my comment section. I'm always on YouTube. I'm not necessarily on when people have panels, but I'm always on it. If you hate me, I'm going to have a discussion. I don't feel like yelling. I don't like talking over people. I don't like yelling over people. If you want to discuss that, we can. But a lot of people be like, oh, we're not focused on it. And it is because it always tends to come up in some way or some form.
Yeah,
So
but
if
I
you
mean
want to
that's
communicate
expected.
with me, that's fine. We can have a conversation. Even if you racist, even if you don't like me. Now I'm not gonna tolerate
Why
that
would you
nigger
want
shit.
that?
I ain't gonna
Can I
tolerate
ask?
that cold burner
Hey,
shit. But we can
Yeah,
have a
I have a
conversation.
question. Domran, you keep saying that's expected. Can you explain that
Yeah,
statement, please?
bro. It's like every community does this. Like Indians do
Uh,
that.
I don't know about all that.
Asians
I
do
mean,
that.
Hey, look, real
hey,
quick,
White people do that.
yes. Hey,
Some
hold
some
on,
black
Domran.
people do that. Come on.
I don't know. Let Sundown say his piece, bro. What up, Sundown?
All right, look.
No disrespect to anybody on the panel, but man, y'all are some long-winded people, and the conversation it's crazy how much the conversation flips. Like we were talking about the Native Americans, and then I joined the panel to talk about how some of the Native Americans died off, and then when I got into the chat and we were talking, it was like Domrin having citizenship to DR,
Right.
and then it's like it jumps so much, and you guys might not realize this, but like some
I
people
noticed it.
talk and they talk and they talk and they talk, and like 5 minutes will go by. Then somebody else will say something. Then 5 more minutes will go by. Next thing you know, 15 minutes and went by, and we didn't jumped on like 3 different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Hey, Sundown, by chance, you sound like OSI.
I'm not OSI. I'm a tech.
Just joking.
But it's just it's
But
it's
what do
crazy
you
because
think?
like
What do you think about the Native Americans and the virology that these guys were discussing? They somehow seem
okay,
to think. I'm sorry, go ahead.
no. So here's my theory on what happened to the Native Americans. All right, my dad is Native American, so you got to think about geographics, right? So the Native Americans here, they all lived basically the same. So they were nomadic. They didn't really have a sewage system in place. They lived off the land. They dressed the same. So everybody's immune system was basically kind of even. So then you had the Europeans that lived on a completely different continent that had the Black Plague. They had all these other diseases that come with, say, like the aqueducts that they had, sewage systems, all this other stuff, measles, syphilis. So their immune system was a lot stronger. So when they came to America and they started intermingling with Native Americans, the Native Americans' immune systems were a lot weaker. So something like the measles or something that a European was used to, Native Americans weren't used to. And one of the things that happened was when they started trading clothes, blankets, they were killing the Native Americans off by viruses. And you add on to Native Americans being killed through little clashes from the colonists when they first got here. That's what decreased the huge amount of population. So a lot of people think that the Americans they were under Britain. When they first got here, they were just slaughtering everybody left and right. That's not how it happened. It was viruses, because that's usually what happens. Look, when you go to boot camp, when you're in boot camp, everybody gets sick because you have people from different areas in a small location, and boom, everybody gets sick.
Affirmative.
So that's what happened. Viruses killed a lot of the Native Americans. And then later, when the conflict started happening, then it added on to that casualty. So it wasn't just the colonists came over and then they just started slaughtering people left and right. Yes, that did happen later on, but at first, no.
I can only speak
All
for
I
the
wanted to
Dominican
say.
Republic because I know that 80% of the Tainos died basically because of disease.
Yeah, disease. I'm not saying that anybody here is stupid, but I'm just saying that it's kind of a common sense thing when you have people from different locations come into contact with each other. People are going to get sick. You have to think at that time, medication wasn't what it is now. So the flu was almost like a death sentence. Measles was almost a death sentence. Normal diseases that we shrug off, like even the cold, people were dying from that.
Yeah, yeah. I think we can all agree that, like 17th century in comparison to the 19th century. Those are like two like completely different situations, in my opinion. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't know. But yeah, it's not like, Jim Crow. Like, I don't think everybody's oppression is like,
Yo, hold
'cause
on,
I
hold on,
think
hold on.
people try to, yeah, go
Hold
ahead.
on,
Yeah.
wait. Real G. I didn't say Europeans didn't have sewage. I said that Native Americans didn't have an advanced sewage system like the Europeans did.
Right.
I mean, rewind it back,
Right.
and see if I said that, because I didn't say that. I didn't
Right.
say that at all.
I think he's trying to pick a fight.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think that every oppression should be compared to another person's oppression. Is that what you're trying to get at, Sundown? Is like, 'cause I
Oh
know there's
no, I was just saying that what wiped a lot of Native Americans out was being introduced to new viruses from Europe.
Right.
When they came over, their immune systems just weren't as strong as the Europeans. Because think about what the Europeans went through as far as viruses in the span of 200 years. Like, they
Right.
almost lost like 50% of their population due to the Black Plague.
Right.
Well, the one of the things that don't add up is when they went to because Africa has a lot of what do you call it? A lot of genetic diversity as well, and a lot of intermingling between tribes and countries and nations and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure they on that continent they went through plagues, right?
Yeah.
So when the Europeans encountered the Africans, why didn't the Africans get wiped out by European plagues?
Do you know where do you
Some
know
did.
what sickle cell? Do you know what sickle cell
Yeah, sickle cell
what it
anemia. Mhm.
yeah, do you
But
know what
did
it
it
do
did
you
it
know
come from
what
Europe?
it mutated from? Do you know what
No,
it evolved from?
no. Who brought that? Was it a European one?
No, it wasn't a European one. It's so usually you'll see like sickle cell is common within East Africans, and
Hmm.
it's their body's defense for malaria.
Okay.
So people with sickle cell don't catch malaria.
Okay.
So it was their body's way of building up a defense against malaria, but it has other defects, like it can kill people. So it was like it evolved to fight against malaria, but it became toxic in other ways. But
Right, but I'm seeing how I'm waiting for how that kind of explains why when the European came and had contact with African tribes, right? Why didn't all the litany, the whole catalog of diseases and pathogens that they brought with them from Europe, why didn't that do the same thing to the Africans that they did to the Tainos and Arawaks and the other native tribes?
because Africans in general have stronger immune systems.
Yeah, but if the immune system, the strength of an immune system is dictated by exposure to previous pathogens and viruses, right? Um, the amount of people who interact with one another on and the Western Hemisphere, that was not like one or two tribes. There were lots of people interacting with one another, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. It's
but you
a
have to
lot of
take into
times.
account.
God.
No, you got to take into account too that the Europeans got sick when they were intermingling with the Native Americans, but they had stronger immune systems. So, like when they caught the viruses from the Native Americans, it didn't affect them the way that it affected the Native Americans when they got the viruses from the
From the
Europeans.
Europeans. I hear you. Now here again, you know what the thing is? It's like I hesitate to. I've been burned too many times by traditional and I don't want to say classical history because that has to do with Greece, but traditional history as what I was taught in school. I had to kind of like forget a lot of things because a lot of things weren't adding up, right? Like initially in grade school and stuff like that, I was told that African tribes were like all of them were taken over because they didn't have firearms, right? And they didn't, and lots of tribes didn't have steel and stuff like that, right? Eventually, in my own studies, I found out that no, not really. That's not the only causes. One of the major causes was betrayals. Like people would make deals with people, right? Especially the European would make deals with people, strike treaties and stuff like that, and they would break every treaty. Just like basically, you know, betray this tribe, betray this chieftain, betray that chieftain. And I'm not saying it didn't go the other way around as well, but what I was taught in school didn't necessarily line up with what I later found out in my own studies by reading books outside of my school. That's why I'm kind of like hesitant a lot of times to take what the again using that word classical explanation is for a lot of this stuff. So that's pretty much
Well, the, the
my
truth
yeah.
is,
Mm,
the truth is, we'll never really know the real answers
yeah.
as to
Yeah.
like what really happened. But I do know that disease was one of the major contributions, and then warring with the different tribes. Like you got to understand, Anglos went everywhere. Your colonists went everywhere in America.
Yeah.
So naturally, you have a different color of people, different phenotype, different religion, different customs. They're going to look at them as something completely different. And then they're going to go to war with those people. So disease, war, and infighting. Because there's quite a few famous tribal leaders on the native side. They got betrayed by their
Yeah, by
people,
their
just
own.
like in Africa.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. The I mean, the thing is reading stuff like Guns, Germs and Steel and all those other kind of books and stuff, they kind of they exposed me to new things. The only thing is when I read a lot of that stuff, there's a tone to it um where the European kind of like throws their hands up and go, "See, it's all fair." And it, it makes me, you know what I'm saying? Like it gets me
Yeah.
to hesitate a lot of times where I'm like, "All right,
There's a famous story. So somebody who's Hispanic will probably know this. There was, I think it was an Aztec or one of the Mayans or one of the Incas. But there was a European, like a famous European, that went to dinner with one of the leaders, and one of the leaders had skinned. I think it might have been a daughter or one of their wives. They skinned the wife, and then they wore the skin to the dinner. And then the guy was appalled and were like, "These guys are animals." I saw that on it was a history show, and I want to say it was one of those countries. It was one of those countries in Latin America. For the ceremony, the guy ended up skinning a woman and wearing her skin to the dinner.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the Incas in Peru.
It was the Incas? Okay, boom.
They had a history of skinning women because the woman goes to heaven or wherever they go up with them, so they die together.
Yeah. So there were cases
sounds about
like
right.
that.
Yeah.
And then,
I'd have to look that up. I'd have to look that up.
There were cases about that, and they would see things like that, and then the whole scalping, and Native Americans, not to make fun of Native Americans, but you know how they do like the tribal dances and the war drums and singing with yelling and all that stuff.
So like
So they looked at them.
powwow, right?
Yeah, like at a powwow.
Right.
And they would see these people as animalistic because
Yeah.
how they acted was the complete opposite of how the Europeans acted. Like they had kingdoms and class and all this stuff, and then they come to this continent and people are riding animals and doing
I mean,
tribal dances.
through their perception, obviously,
Yes.
because through their perception, because the European, and I'll come at cross purposes with Domran here. The European was no more civilized when he came here than the people he found, because they left whole fleets of bodies over there, do all those inquisitions and all that stuff. They left a whole bunch of bodies over there too, and a whole bunch of drawn and
Yeah.
quartering. What was it? The queen who had her lover take over, like she and her lover took over a kingdom, and then had the king impaled with a hot poker, and then the king's lover, she had him disemboweled, castrated, drawn and quartered while they were having a luncheon, like a few dozen feet away at the castle, and they were watching that like it's a drive-in movie. Let's be honest. I mean, if we're gonna call like another culture savage, let's not like people in
It's
glass houses
perception.
and all
Like,
that. People in glass houses and all that. Mhm.
Guys, I'm gonna
Yes.
head out because I have to wake up early and work out in the morning. So
Yeah.
it was really nice to get on here. Sorry, Sundown, for us talking too much, and you not get through. But I mean, it was a really good conversation. I appreciate everybody's input.
Hell
And
yeah.
well, till next Thursday.
Till next
Yeah.
Thursday. Hell yeah.
Hey,
So
yeah.
stay uppity.
Stay
Yeah.
uppity, my niggas.
Yeah. Peace, peace, peace,
Peace.
Denise.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. I'm about to head out too.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, man.
One thing.
It was a pleasure.
Yes.
Chatting with y'all. You know what I'm saying? This was entertaining. You know what
Hell
I'm
yeah,
saying?
Nas.
And educational at the same time. So yeah, shout out to you guys. Shout out to you, Dom Ren. All
Yo,
right, peace.
next Thursday, Nas. Swing through.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, I'm
All right.
out.
All right, man.
All right.
One.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But one thing
That's
that
enough.
one thing that people do, there's steps to making things like that normal. So all you have to do, so like let's say if you're a religious faction, or if you are I guess you could say a nationalist faction, or if you want to
Sure.
put yourself above others, the first thing that you do to get people to go along with it is you have to paint the people that you're going to go up against as not human,
Yeah.
animalistic beasts, like they used to do that. It's not just Germany did it with the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
But they had like Nazi propaganda, and they were painting caricatures of Jews as rats with rat noses, and then they had the Japanese did that to the Chinese. They did it to the Filipinos. The British did it to the Irish.
They did it to the Spaniards.
Yep, they did it to the Spaniards. They did it to Africans.
Polacks, Italians, everyone got the static.
Yeah. First
what it
thing
was.
to make it, the first step is to dehumanize who you're going to go up against. So then the people will say, okay, so they're not human. Just like the Native Americans, they looked at the Native Americans as not human, something else. Because they ride around on horses, and they ride around scalping each other. They skin each other. They do sacrifices. We're humans. Look at how civilized we are. Look at how uncivilized they are.
And you know that that shit's true when you say that, and the historical parts that the natives have had in like the Air Force and Navajo and was it? They were linguists or like translators or something.
Yeah.
Like they played a historical part in this country that does not get paid homage to them.
The wind talkers.
Wind talkers, yeah.
Famous wind talkers, yeah.
I remember, the first time I met American Indian. He was a Blackfoot tribe. He's from Montana, and I was in boot camp actually, and I was dorm chief. And the first thing he told me was like, have you never heard "Never Wake Up Indian"? Like he was like, have you never heard "Never Wake an Indian Up" when he from his sleep? And I was like, oh, the historical implications. And but besides all that, like they greatly contributed to like the armed forces in this country. And I have cousins who are half from the Sioux tribe, and that's in South Dakota. And I've been to the res, and what I've seen is devastating. Sexual diseases, out of wedlock poverty, trailer parks,
no running water.
No running water in most cases. The yard, trash, this and that. And I went with my uncle, but because my cousin is he's Dominican, and I have some tribe. They're from the Midwest, and my uncle felt at home because, like, being that he's from the Dominican Republic, he just felt at home, and he just like felt really comfortable. And for me, it was like a culture shock, because in this country, the res is going through hell on earth right now.
This is what I always tell people. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, that was my story, but that's just what it was when I went, and I was like shocked. Like, I grew up in New York, and I had friends who were from the projects because I grew up in Queens, and they were from Jamaica, Queens, East New York. They interact with people I went to school with, and when I went to the res, I just saw something else. It's just like poverty of a different sort. Like it's never like really presented in like the media or anything. Like it's not something that's spoken about in this country, as opposed to like when we see like inner city youth, and they're wilding and this, that, and the third. But yeah, I'm done.
So I had touched on this the last chat that I was on. So a lot of Native Americans aren't federally recognized; they're state recognized. So they have like limited funding, and that's why there's a huge push for people to for Native American tribes to get that federal recognition, so that way they can get funding to help fix up the reses. Because so in North Carolina, the Lumbee Indians, they're only state recognized or recognized by the state of North Carolina, but they're not federally recognized. So they have Pembroke and like Lumberton, that's a heavily Native American area, and it's not as bad as, say, if you go out to like Montana, if you go out to like Sioux Falls or
those are federally recognized, but they're still also because they're conservative states, and I just think that once, and from what I was told, when they leave the res, they're really just ignored by what America is. And my time when I was in the Guard, and tech school, etc. The American Indians told me their experience is like, I just had to do it because it's the only option I had. And I never, I was unfamiliar with that story because I'm from the Northeast.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I absolutely get what you're saying, but federally recognized.
They get treated the worst. So people, it's like, if you think Black people are victims, or if you think that like Hispanics are victims, and with the whole ICE situation with Border Patrol, and they're putting these people in like camps, the Native Americans have it 10 times worse because they're almost like the forgotten people.
Yeah.
They're
Right,
literally
right.
living almost like post-apocalyptic. No,
Man, if by chance, bro, tip, if I knew how to share
Yo.
pictures here, I would share pictures of my experience with the tribe. But unfortunately, I don't know how StreamYard works.
Well, I mean,
but everything Sundown is saying is right. It's on the money.
if you want, for next live stream, we can share that. Let me drop you my email.
We'll do email, Instagram. That's the quickest way to reach
Yeah.
out to me. But email also works, and I would share picture and Sundown if you can also get on the next one, like Brotep just said, and give you 2-piece on your experience with.
Yeah.
Sure,
And I'd like for everyone watching here, if you know of a topic that you'd like to see covered here on Uppity Knickers, just let me know and we'll consider it. We'll consider having that as a topic and stuff like that. So we're totally open to it's got to be about like empowering, people to do better in life though. It can't be no negative shit like, you know, like when they called in here calling Denise all kinds of names. Like we don't need that. That's not, some of y'all might think it's funny, but it just makes you look pathetic for you to do that. Why are you worried about who's sleeping with who? There's too much money to be made out here, too much progress to be made. You feel me? Like, get over it. Get over it in life, But let me see. It's been 6 hours. This was supposed to be only an hour and a half to 2 hours. How does this keep happening?
Man, that's because y'all, man, look, no disrespect, but y'all are long-winded.
Yeah.
Long-winded. Y'all long-winded, and the topic, it always jumps from like topic to topic to topic to topic, and it's like that's just the issue.
I mean, I joined
if it was like, if there was a way, what I would suggest doing is having like a timer set, mute everybody, let someone talk for like a minute or 2 minutes, get out what they got to say, then you mute them and let somebody else speak. Because the whole like talking over, the talking over and the interrupting, like that's so counterproductive, and it ruins the conversation. Like with the whole story thing, like I wanted to talk about my situation that happened with the police, because like it was a serious situation, and it was like I couldn't even get that out because everybody was like, Inquisitor, you're this and you're da 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 da. Let me finish. And
we'll go at it because
like, Jesus.
Look,
but no, I would what my cousin, she was talking about doing starting up a YouTube and talking about Native American issues, and honestly, the same way that like Dominicans do it, the same way that like Rancho, and same way that you guys do it. I'm like, that's something that I would see myself doing, because like Hispanics aren't my people, but Native Americans are. And I would love to get the story of like how they suffer on reses, and how certain Native American tribes like Cherokees, they tend to veto a lot of stuff when people try to come up to get recognized federally, and the politics that go into like different Native American tribes, like the Native American tribes that own casino rights. Like it's a lot of politics, it's a lot of underhanded stuff that goes on. I would love to talk about that.
One of the culture shocks for me.
You want to talk about that here? On the next. Oh, I'm sorry, Henry. Let me just address what he was saying. If you want, No problem. If you want to talk about that here, we can do that here too. Sundown. Just let me
Yeah, I
know,
wouldn't
and then
mind.
yeah, just let me know. I'll make that a topic. I don't know if we have a timer that I can. I'll see if this computer's got a timer, and then we could see about like keeping people to a minimum. You know, usually it's because people have a lot to say a lot of times. You know, like and a lot of times I don't want to interrupt them because they're kind of on a roll. You know, and then
Yeah,
sometimes I
it's
get
good
on a
not
roll
to.
too. Hmm?
It's good
I'm sorry,
not
guys.
to, but it's good not to, but
Yeah.
sometimes
Well,
like
and
sometimes
but
people I'm not saying any like everybody does this. Like sometimes people will say something that's like, nah, I gotta respond to this.
Yeah, and then
and
like you'll
you
say
just have
something, and
to
then you'll get cut off. You'll get cut off because you said something that pissed somebody else off, and now the next thing you know, three people are trying to talk.
be like, nah, I gotta tell this
It can work.
motherfucker.
It can work in some situations, but sometimes it can really get out of hand.
But I
But yeah,
think
I
I
wouldn't mind.
think
Look, I would have some points, and I would bring it up. Like I could tell you about the whole like here's something else that's pretty cool. So everybody has heard of the lost tribe of Croatan, the lost colony.
let's try. Croatan.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
colony
I've
from
heard.
Virginia that
Yeah,
got lost.
yeah, that ghost shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yo, yeah, yeah, yeah.
We
so
talk
legend
about
has it.
ghosts. Too
It's
for
not
that.
100% fact. It's not 100% fact, but that colony that colony ran out of food and they ran out of supplies and they were going to die off. And it was they don't. It's not 100% like um, confirmed, but they think it was the Lumbee Indians that actually rescued them and showed them how to hunt, and then they just absorbed them into the tribe. So
that
they didn't just die off; they got absorbed
That's
into the
interesting.
Lumbee tribe. Yeah,
that's
but
interesting and rather happy. And you could call me a
If
cynic. You could call me a cynic, but I refrain. I hesitate to believe happy stories, especially especially dealing with the past.
Yeah,
But
Oh,
I mean,
if I may share a story from my experience when I went to the
yeah.
res that I found that they had in common with the native Dominicans, the Taínos. Y no, yo me di cuenta. I mean, I'm sorry. I found out. So in the Dominican Republic, we have this thing called yaniqueque, Johnny cakes. I mean, it's just like cornmeal flatbread, basically.
Mm.
That's like given as an appetizer. You find it on the beach, Dominicans selling it. And when I went to the res for my cousin's powwow up in South Dakota, they had the same thing, different name, and I was like, oh, they had this in Dominican Republic, Yaniqueque, and they had like a different name for it. What is it, Shawnee cake or something they had for it?
yeah,
It was like it related to like an indigenous name, and they serve it with cornbread. And I'm like, in Dominican Republic, we serve it with plantains, fried plantains. They were impressed, like, oh, um, what affinity do we share? Well, we share the Taínos and the Sioux Falls tribe. They were growing the same food in the New World, and that's what they were familiar with. And I'm like, Dominican Republic, we were, despite us being 4,000 miles away, we were growing the same food.
yeah,
And culturally, we came to eat it differently, but it was really cool. And yeah, no, I found out we had more in common than we thought. And besides the cuisine, is that I look like them. So, everyone
yeah,
was there. Everyone that talked to me would say, this, that, and the third, and what's going on in the res. And Levi is playing ball because he's trying to get out the res. And I'm like, man, yeah, it's tough here.
yeah,
But
yeah.
There's a
But
lot that
hey,
we don't
Dominic,
know about.
Have
yeah.
you ever made like a video talking about like the Taínos specifically, like some of their customs that
Mm,
they had?
No, I haven't. I am interested in Tainos. I am interested in the history and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think
If Damran, by chance, if you ever want to make a video, I can reach out to you and send you artifacts from the Tribunal Way, which is the last chiefdom of Dominican Republic, and the artifacts that they have, because one of my great uncles was a part of that, and I have the artifacts on my computer, so I can email that to you if you're interested.
Well, you can send that to me with his
Oh, would you be
I,
bro
I
tech
love
interested in it?
I love shit like that. I love shit
I
like
can
that.
send you my notes and my pictures of my experience in the Dominican Republic, and if you're interested in ever doing a discussion or a podcast, I'll be down to do that with you and talk
Absolutely.
about
I love
the
culture.
Tainos and the Arawak language, because it's from the town that my dad is from in the Dominican Republic, and that was one of my first encounters with the DR, was these Indians dressed in weird clothing.
I love culture and I love that stuff. If you have that stuff, I will gladly use it as drawing reference, especially since I'm working on stories now and I actually need cultural input. Absolutely.
For sure,
Absolutely.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I don't
since I got your email, I'll reach out to you on that.
absolutely.
Sounds good.
And uh um I have scarce references for Native American and especially Caribbean Native American culture. I don't have a lot of references for that. The only things that I've found are stuff that I can pull off of Pinterest and stuff like that. But I have a feeling that as much as see, they always say history is written by the victors. And so I find that to be kind of like true as well, because we know so much about everything that happened with Europe and stuff like that. But I'm betting so much happened here with all kinds of kingdoms and wars and stuff like that among Native Americans and Central Native Americans, Caribbean Native Americans, and stuff like that. I want to know about that stuff too. You know, I want to know about that stuff. Why did the Mayans disappear? I want to know all that shit. You know, I've been looking for my book on Mayans and Aztecs and Olmecs and stuff too.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of stuff gets swept under the rug when
Yeah, I think another problem is that certain Afrocentrics they like to gloss over all of Taino history, DNA. Like you'll notice that they call us mulattoes. They call us a mulatto country.
That
And
is
it's like
accurate, Damran.
accurate according to who? CUNY?
No, Balaguer,
According to
Juan,
CUNY?
no, Dr. Juan Bosch covered this
Do you know
extensively
any
in it.
Dominicans, first of all? Like, have you
Yeah,
seen what
of course.
Dominicans look like?
I'm Dominican myself.
It doesn't sound like it.
Wow.
So what do I sound like?
Like, how is that? That doesn't even make sense.
No, no.
Dom gets a little touchy about his country.
In relations to Dom, carry on, continue. Sorry to cut you off, but go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
No, I mean,
If you may finish your point.
I understand too, because like, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, like they like to say that the Dominican Republic is a mulatto country and just kind of gloss over like the white population, the majority of the mixed population, which is triracial, and it's just like what the hell, like no Dominican is gonna get on board with that who actually like understands themselves. You know what I mean? It's like it's a little extreme, and I feel like the Taino history, the Taino it's like it's there. Like it is there in the culture. It's there. It's just like a matter of like identifying it. Like we still use a lot of Taino words, you know.
No, claro que sí, casabe,
So,
vaina
can I,
así, batata,
Dom, can I ask?
yuca. But
Hold on.
Dom, because I wanted Dominican Renaissance is mentioned. You said triracial, and that of course the Taino culture is there, but the mestizaje of Dominican Republic specifically is more African than Taino on average.
What are you talking about?
No, this is accurate. Dr. Joaquín Balaguer, en su libro La Isla de ARB, y Dr. Juan Bosch hablaron de eso. No, los dos existen. Damn, I'm telling you, I've lived there. I'm a dual citizenship
Doesn't
there.
sound like it. It sounds like it doesn't sound like it to me. I mean, what do Dominicans in the audience think? Does this guy sound like he knows what he's talking about? Or
I'm telling you, both elements are there, pero la leyenda que el dominicano indio, que con indio.
That sounds crazy to me. That sounds crazy to me, dude. You sound like a crazy person to me.
What are you disputing with what I'm saying?
Well, you're saying that in the Dominican Republic, you're saying that we have more African like mestizaje. What?
Pero ¿cómo no va a ser?
I think you said. Did you say that you said that the average Dominican has more African in them than Native American or Taino?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
and it's been covered by the presidents and writers and historical figures of Dominican Republic. Slightly more African, but in the history.
I didn't understand it because you were speaking Spanish, but I should have known that in order to get this man this upset, you had to have said anything about black.
I'm not upset.
Yeah,
It's just
Dom,
like,
Dom Rand. I'm not here to.
I gotta nitpick this guy.
No,
but what kind of nitpick? You do understand that there's a substantial amount of African blood in the Dominican Republic's gene pool. You do understand this?
You said there's more African, but according to what?
No.
Based off of
the average Dominican does carry more African than Taino because Taino. Well, genetics.
Based on the fact that
historical, biological.
One second.
It's turned out to be factual, but the reason presidents have talked about this and have made it clear that is the case. Specifically, Joaquín Balaguer in his book La Isla de ARB that came out in 1982.
I think
I'm telling you slightly more. I'm not telling you it makes a big difference, but I'm telling you a part of the Dominican.
Slightly more than compared to who?
Well, the African component is slightly more prevalent than the Taino component, historically speaking, and in biological terms.
Shifting the conversation back.
No, I was
Dom's gonna get mad, so let's like. And
the conversation back.
Dom, notice I'm being a good host. I'm not really coming at you because I'm hosting this.
Why would
usually I go up the road with you, Dom. So I'm a stay back because I'm the host. So I ain't gonna argue with Dom. Dom, you my best bud tonight.
How am I being delusional?
I didn't say that.
Who called it? No. Blood Moon said you're delusional. Hold on, let me.
And Dom Rand, I'm sorry if you.
I'm on the. If there's a spectrum, I'm on the opposite of delusional.
Okay, but Dom Rand, I'm not here to. I'm not here to offend you. I'm not Afrocentric. I'm actually really white passing.
I didn't say you were.
The fact was I was just specifying on.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay. Well, of course. I'm just saying you're Dominican as I am, and I'm just specifying parts of
God, I'm
history.
Whoa, Blood Moon said
importantly.
DR is over 67% African. Is that true? You mean
I don't know, is it?
Blood Moon? Do you mean genetically or demographically? 'Cause I've never been
Genetically
there.
or the-
I've never been there. Well,
I
any
think
truth
she's
to that?
talking about me. She's talking
No.
about
Well,
me.
Oh, Dominican Renaissance. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's
I
talking about
thought
me.
you meant like the country. I'm like, I've never known that.
No, that's
So for instance, in my
man.
case, specifically speaking, I'm 28% West African, but the rest is mostly European. And reason being is because
So what does that make
re-
you?
Dominican. Well,
You
Spanish.
just said that Dominicans. Well, Dominicans are Spanish by definition. You just said that.
Of course.
You just
I
said that.
agree.
You just said that Dominicans are, they have more African misty side.
Then Native American on a biological note when we
don't
look
agree.
at historic figures. But I'm not saying that's the BONO. I'm saying nonetheless, Dominicans are, split between European and whatever else they have. Yo no digo lo contrario.
I just think it's just like a generalization.
Blood Moon, how am I supposed to know what you meant? You refuse to come on this panel. You feel me? But anybody need to come on the panel. The link is on the link is pinned. Let me pin the link
I'm
again.
sorry to the other two guys in Spanish, but Dom Ren, where do we disagree on if we can hash it out with DR about the topic of DR and Messiah and whatever it is?
When people talk about Dominicans, I like it to be very specific. I don't like to leave any room for confusion because people are misunderstanding us and we're misunderstanding other people. So if something just sounds wrong to me or off, I have to correct it.
Rightly so, and
Which
as
is
a
really
Dominican,
the
I'm
main
willing
thing
to
that I
hear
wanted to
what did
do
I say wrong or what did I say that needs more clarification that I can.
No, it was just like
get
how
to
you
it.
said like Dominicans have more African misty side. And you described yourself as someone
no, not entirely.
who
No,
is has little African. But you're calling yourself Dominican, so it's like you don't even understand your
am.
own,
No, I do.
argument or.
I got people that could vouch for me that I'm full Dominican.
So what I was saying is that we have
Blood Moon.
We have white Dominicans, and then we have the mixed population, which usually for the most part consists of three, different roots.
Yes.
You like my picture of Blood Moon?
Dale.
No.
Is that a picture of Blood Moon? Okay.
Yeah, it's a picture of Blood Moon. I got a picture of Blood Moon.
Yeah. Welcome for Fundiendo. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to Uppity Knickers.
Hello. She doesn't have a photo. You gotta put a photo.
I don't know who comic is. I'm Brotep. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who this comic is, but he sounds like a very suave and smart, intelligent guy. You know what I mean?
But before we continue, let me agree really quick. So when it comes to Afrocentrics, I can understand some of the frustration because, like, I've talked to Afrocentrics that have said that the Native Americans were black, and I'm like, that's not true because, like, my grandparents and my dad's not black. Like, he was actual Native American. So I don't understand how that happened.
No. That's not where they're coming from with that. The theories that they're floating around is, let's not misrepresent people's views here. The theories that they're floating around is that there were a lot of different tribes here, and I'm one of the guys who's collecting all these images in order to use them in stories, and I'm running into a whole lot of African-looking tribes drawn by these explorers who got here. Whether it's extremely dark-skinned Indians or whatever it is, that stuff is there. And that's what whether it's mistaken or not, that's what they're saying are African tribes who were here. That's what they're calling African tribes. They're not saying every Native American were black. That's not a thing. They were saying like there were some tribes here that were dark. And in some of the logs by European travelers, they did state that, oh, we came here and we saw some black people, right? So it's like it could be because we do know that a lot of Europeans, they were kind of flippant, like, you're Indian, right? From India? No,
Yeah.
actually, when they, oh yeah, you're Indian. Never mind. So like they probably misclassified people when they got here just because, oh well, he's dark skinned, he's wearing feathers and shit. He must be whatever it is that they decide that you are. So it could be
But you
that
do
kind
know
of
that
stuff.
there's really, really, really dark Native Americans, like
Listen, dude.
very dark.
The first Dominican that came to
That's one of
Americas.
the. Hold on, Dom. Hold on, Dom. I'm gonna give you the floor in a minute. Like I said, it's very likely that's what they're talking about. Again, I've seen a whole lot of these images where I swear that it's actual Zulus and stuff like that they have
Yeah,
lined up
but at the
with
same
a whole bunch
time,
of.
it's not because they were dark skinned that they were African. For example, you have in Oceania, Oceania, like in Australia, you have the Aboriginals there. They are very dark, but they do not belong to the African DNA that we have. That you can't, you biologically, Africans could not be in the Americas. You could have had very dark skinned people but that they do not share the same
Right.
DNA. The
You
same
mean
thing
Yeah.
Malay,
geographically they couldn't have been there, right?
geographic,
You said
Because
you
of
exactly.
mean
us.
geographically, right? Okay.
Yeah, and I asked this question actually to the parents of one of my best friends who are PhDs in
Hmm.
biology, and they said no. So the same people in Australia and all those other islands,
Yeah.
um, in the Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, I don't know, Malay or
Yeah, they're
whatever, they
supposedly
are dark
Asians.
skinned, but they do not share the same DNA as
Nah, they're
us. We
completely
do
No,
different.
no,
have
that's I
it's
know
not
they're
because you
supposedly
have
Asians.
dark skin or even broad lips and a big nose. A lot of Native Americans also, because you did not only have one type of Native Americans, like in the whole Americas, you had different tribes, and also people in Indonesia, they have like very flary noses and big lips and all that stuff. So you can share certain features, but that doesn't mean that you belong to the same group. Okay, we're all
Right.
Homo sapiens, but at the same time we,
Hmm.
we belong to different
No, I'm
tribes.
straight.
That's the thing. Stupid. And actually, guys, I'm not really. My gosh, I should go back to work. But I only wanted to say something to one. Thank you for having me here, and to Dominica Renaissance. Please stop trolling. I truly want to believe
I'm
that you are
not
trolling.
trolling.
How can
I'm not
you? Come
trolling.
on, buy a mirror, mi rey.
I made
Buy
a
a mirror.
perfectly good point.
Yes, we are
What do you
triracial.
mean by a
Okay,
mirror? I did a freaking DNA test. What are you talking about?
that's why I mean that. I don't
What are you
appear,
talking
mi
about? What
rey.
do you mean? I don't even look like my results, so that doesn't even make sense. By
Oh,
a
You,
come
mirror.
on.
well, you
But
do
that's
know
the
that.
thing. That's the thing. When you're mixed, that's like a cocktail. Some people will have more cherry, and the other one will show like more the rum. Everything. We are very mixed.
Listen, I have a
More
mirror,
mulattoes,
okay?
¿La que está
and
hablando
one will have
dominicana
more
o
white
de
or
dónde?
look eres dominicano or look
Wait, but you
more
Oh,
just
dale.
white and a little black, and we also have like this indigenous extra. But I mean
wait.
that's who we
Did you
are.
say
That's
mulatto?
see
Paula, did you
mulatto.
say mulatto?
See, yes, I did.
Yeah,
We're
we
more
don't we don't
generally
we
mulatto.
Oh
don't
no,
use
we don't use
that.
that.
That's a derogatory term
No, no,
derived
no,
from the
no,
word
I
no,
don't use it
mule.
for
no.
different reasons.
That's not the derogatory. You know why?
No.
Because
It's derived
words.
from mule.
Pero es que suavidad,
Let
es
me
que...
speak, please. Let me speak. I don't have a lot of time. Because words, the meaning of words evolve
Okay.
in time. If if that would be the derogatory today, then people from the Canary Islands should be offended because canary comes from the word cane, which means dog in Latin. So
Okay,
they're
well
the
that's their
dogs.
that's their problem.
All words,
That's their
all
problem.
words.
I ain't
No,
talking about them. That's
I
their
do
problem.
not. You know why? Because that term, that concept
These
of idea
Europeans,
comes from
man.
the U.S. That's a U.S.-based idea that mulatto is a derogatory term. In the U.S., it's
Yeah, but
derogatory.
that's where I live though.
Okay. Wait. Okay, for you
that's,
that,
that's where this
yeah.
platform is
Okay.
being held.
She has to explain
Wait,
it to the
yeah.
dumb Americans. She has to
Wait.
go ahead.
Let me explain. From an U.S. point of view, that's derogatory. Okay, I respect that, but you cannot say and tell me that it's a derogatory because you're imposing your ideas on mine.
No. I'm
On
saying it's derogatory on this
mine. So
platform.
that's
Like
actually
like
very pluralistic.
we don't use that on uppity knickers though.
He
Okay.
doesn't use that. He doesn't
Okay.
use that on
Use
this
what?
platform.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Use what?
Words like
Okay. I respect that.
blacks. No, hold on.
But
Stuff like
in Haiti,
blacks.
you have mulâtre. In Haiti, you have
Yeah.
which
I
is
don't like
the
it
whole
there
thing.
either. I know.
And
I don't like it there either.
that's because you're
Wait,
adopted. And
All right,
U.S.
Brotek,
zoom in on my
you're
picture really quick. Zoom in on my picture really
Listen.
quick.
Hold on
Listen,
one
that's
second.
why you
Go.
adopted U.S. idea. So you deem that idea, that
Uh-oh.
concept, that ideology is superior to yours. That's what you're
Yeah,
doing.
but in
Which is
Haiti, we
okay, no
acknowledge that.
problem.
Right, but in
What?
Haiti, we acknowledge that the root word of that is mule as well,
No, you
and
do
we don't.
not. Yes, that's a root word.
Are you telling
That's
me what I think about in
of
my own
course,
country?
because here in Brussels you have a very high
Yeah,
Haitian
but we're not in
elite.
Brussels.
So
All right,
I'm
he just
here, and
doesn't
I know
like
that
the word.
the
He
whole
doesn't have to
French-speaking
like the word.
Caribbean, the whole French-speaking Caribbean, the word
Yeah,
mulâtre, and
I
then
don't. Yeah, I don't care what the French created. They could create
He
whatever they
doesn't
want.
have
I'm
to.
just telling you, like
if you don't care
on
what
this
they
platform.
created,
Look, they created what?
well, you're ignoring a big element of your Haitian history and culture.
Yeah, wait, but I think I cut her off. What'd you say, Paula?
no, I'm okay, and you can you can enter your phrase
No, go
and
ahead, continue.
continue.
I didn't mean to cut you off, guy.
Okay. Now, what I mean is that I totally understand and respect that in the U.S. the term mulattoes is derogatory and offensive, but at the same time, you have to acknowledge that because something is derogatory or offensive in our culture, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily the same thing in another culture. So we can negotiate like I will not use this term or this concept in your culture or on your platform, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will
Yeah,
be
but
the
that's what I
same
said.
thing
I didn't say
everywhere in
I
the
didn't.
world.
But
And
I'm not talking about anywhere else in the world. I didn't tell you not to go use it anywhere else. I just said on this platform we don't use that kind of terminology.
okay, perfect.
That,
But you have to
No,
you
acknowledge,
know.
yes, it's
que te
offensive.
tono
No,
It's
that's what I
offensive.
said. I said on uppity knickers we don't use that kind of stuff unless you want to flip it on its head like we're doing with uppity niggers, right? Notice uppity
Uh-oh.
knickers. We're flipping it on its head because we don't believe in staying in our place. You know what I'm saying? You familiar with
I know.
with the root
Of
term
course.
uppity knickers? Right.
Of
So we're
course. I
yeah,
saw your
damn
video.
right we're uppity, right? Damn right we're uppity, and
Hmm.
you know we will not stay in our place, right? And so
Okay.
with the Haiti thing, yeah,
Hmm.
in Haiti, we know where the word comes from. We're not dumb people. We know where the word comes from. That it's the root word is mulâtre, and the what do you call it? The more intellectual, conscious people, right? The as Sundown would call them, the pro blacks, which I am part of, right? In Haiti, we don't embrace that stuff. We don't embrace that word. If someone's light skinned, right, and they want to be known as black, we embrace them as black. We don't call them mulattoes or mulâtres.
Les
No,
pois
no, no.
rouges. Vous les appelez les pois rouges. Les pois rouges. The
If they want to be
Redskins.
called that, that's fine. If
That's
they want
how
to be
I
called that,
mean.
that's fine. But
Some
we won't call them that. Okay.
les pois rouges.
So right.
Les pois
Well, I
rouges. The
mean,
Redskins. No, but I think sorry,
yeah,
Sandra.
we're fighting so hard to shake off all these
Yeah.
colonial terms and all these colonial shackles. And one of the things it seems like you're here to reinforce that stuff, though.
No, no, I'm here only 2 minutes. 2 minutes to say actually, because you're, you're a reasonable person. That what I mean, what I say is that you guys over there on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, you guys are trying to combat colonialism with colonialism. You are trying to fight your colonialism in Haiti with US based ideas, which is not, sorry, not smart, because you do not live in Haiti. You are not in touch with your culture in Haiti. You don't know that society. So you come from abroad with other concepts and ideas, imposing that on them because you believe, but actually what you're doing is that the US ideas are better than. No, you have to fight colonialism or whatever you're trying to fight from a
Some American
society
ideas are
within
better.
itself. No,
I
come on,
literally
like
didn't
saying
say,
like the thing, and for example,
I,
it's common in Haiti to call
Paula.
people pois rouge or les mulâtres
Yeah,
and all
but
that stuff. Okay, it's
I hear.
derogatory, okay, but people in Haiti are not. That's not their struggle. They're not thinking about that. They're thinking about jobs and other terms. So for us, it's very easy to come in here and debate about concepts and all that stuff. Whereas those people are not really affected by it. They don't even care, you know.
Yeah, but
Because it's a
And
homogenous
who said
society.
that? One second, Dom. Who said that I went to Haiti and told them what to say and what not to say? I just said, we
no,
don't use that
not
on this
you
platform.
on a not you on a personal level. Sometimes I feel like, oh my gosh, people are just here on YouTube fighting about some
Then,
words
hey,
that mean
remember when I
different
explained to
things
you
in
how
different places
America
of the
has?
world.
Remember I
No,
explained
Paula,
to
lo
you
que tú
how
dices es
America has
verdad
a
y
lot
tienes
of different
razón.
groups.
Yo estoy de acuerdo.
America has a
But
lot of different groups.
Paula,
So
one second, Dom. Paula, did you just really say like because um people in Haiti are concerned with jobs and food and basically what's higher on the Maslow's hierarchy, that they shouldn't be concerned about the oppressive words that have been passed down to them by the French?
But you deem them as oppressive because in the US that's oppressive, not in Haiti. It's just like the Dominican Republic saying mulatto is not oppressive. In the majority of the countries of the world, mulatto is not oppressive. It's oppressive in the US. You have to deal with that. I deal like, okay, in the US, mulatto is a bad word. Okay, I cannot say that. You know, that's the thing. It's not because
I'll
in the
say
US
it.
it's oppressive or
I'll
whatever.
say the M
I,
It
word.
I
is
think
I mean,
I
not
think
Canada
it is
used
in
to be
well.
another
mulatto.
culture.
When I went
No,
to
You know,
Canada, they said I was mulatto.
yeah, that's
exactly.
I'm trying that's what I'm trying to understand. I didn't
That's the
say that
thing.
in the US. Paul, I'm not speaking on behalf of Americans or even Americanized Haitians. That word is used freely here. I just said I don't use it on this platform. I don't like the word. No,
I tell,
nobody in
hey,
America. No, I don't think anyone in America has a problem using the word mulatto. They've probably used worse words than that. I
sure,
just said
Mm.
I
but
don't.
I just never heard an American address
I've
my
heard it.
father or I as mulatto. It's just
Yeah, it's rare. It's rare,
it's
but I don't think they. I don't think they would find it offensive either.
the only time I've heard it used was when I was in eighth grade. I had most of my classmates were from the Hispanic ones were from like Colombia and we had one guy from Uruguay, and the teacher said mestizo, and then when she asked me, and she knew my dad from parent teacher conference, she said, "Oh, for you it's mulatto," and I asked my dad, he's like, "Yeah, we're mulatto." Así es, esa la verdad, lo que ella dice verdad. And it was never derogatory for us. He was actually right with the term that we're familiar in using.
The first time that I heard a word close to that being used in an insulting manner was an Italian who called a half black, quarter, quarter Indian, quarter Italian woman. He called her a muli, and they nearly came to
That's
blows.
half of the word, by the way.
Yeah, they nearly came to blows over it. So I mean, I'd say then there is a contingent of people who find that word disrespectful because and the thing is for you to think that because Haitians don't complain about a word that they don't find it offensive, that's kind of weird though, Paula.
No, oh my gosh, it really has to be. But the thing is, like, they don't think that if a word in your family or your country is not offensive, then you will not deem or it will not affect you. For a little example, if you say pendejo to a Puerto Rican, oh my gosh, hell breaks loose. But if you say pendeja to a Dominican, we will not fight about that. Another thing, South Americans love, especially Colombians and Ecuadorians, love to use the term hijo de puta. That's hijo de puta que está ahí. Hijo de puta ven acá. Hijo de puta this. You cannot say to a Dominican man, hijo de puta ven acá. That's hijo de puta. You
No,
know,
eso
it's
es
like
verdad,
you
eso
can
es verdad.
say hijo de la gran puta to your own you know, it depends how well you know someone. But
That's so
but I'm
weird,
telling you,
but
Ecuadorians,
it's true.
Colombians, they say, "Best hijo de puta, muévese caro." Best hijo de puta. You
Oh,
know,
no, sorry, look,
for them,
look, look.
The only
that's
issue I have with
huge.
those
For them, that's
things,
huge. You cannot say to a Dominican man, hijo de puta. You will have some trouble. You can say to the Dominican man, "Ese pendejo." Don't say pendejo to a Puerto Rican. That's what I mean. It's not because the you know, the concept or the impact that the word has in one geographical place. It doesn't mean that it has the same meaning in another place. That's what I mean. That's
Right.
you
puta,
cannot be very universalistic with those things. And I'm
they don't
telling you,
have.
Puta is the best is the best example. I can say to my Colombian and Ecuadorian friends, "Eh, sí, bet, chap tu madre, concha tu madre." I cannot say to a Dominican, coño tu madre, you know,
Yeah,
in a
do,
funny
do any
way.
do, right, do any of
You
those
know,
words have a do any of those words have a history of stratification based on race in society?
I don't
Which was
know,
one
but
of the main problems, which was one of the main problems with words like mulatto in Haiti,
I
is that it's
think that son of
stratified.
a bitch. I think the son of a bitch is much worse than race
Okay,
because if puta
you
means
can
son
think
of a
what you like.
bitch.
I know you can think what you like. It's completely free to
Yeah.
do so. But thinking is free, and I applaud you. However, me being from that place, I can tell you that words that have contributed to the stratification of classes in that society, those words are hurtful. So when you have a word like mulatto, which is not only hurtful to people who are not mulatto, because historically, what happened was when the French left, I'm being kind, when we killed them all, and then the stragglers left, right? And the mulattoes thought that they would become the new masters, okay? That has a bad history. Hold on, self styles. Are you here to troll or have real conversation? Self
Who?
styles.
Me.
Self styles. I don't know who that is. Self styles.
Peace. You hear me?
Hey, peace,
Bloodborne.
peace.
The
How are
the
you?
rat.
I'm well. I'm well. I'm well. How about yourself?
All right, feeling
So,
good, my brother.
y'all
Welcome to
building?
Uppity Knickers.
Yo, it popped up on my timeline. Y'all building on the science of mulatto. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's fair game. Go ahead, go in.
All right.
No,
Well, from
man.
what I'm gathering of the conversation so far, is what's not being spoken of is the etymology of the word, the root of the word, and where it comes from, and its origins, and how it's applied in the caste system in Spanish and Latin America. So if we
Ooh.
break down the word and we take it to the root and we understand what it originally means, which means mule, and we
Mm.
understand the caste system that was implemented by the Spaniards, we understand the trauma, and we understand the history behind it. So those of us who choose not to identify with that terminology, simply with knowing that, are rightfully so in doing that. So when we come from other
Mhm.
countries such as Latin America and we implement ourselves and try to assimilate into this North American society,
Ooh.
it's different because of this, because the caste system was different in Spanish America than it was here in the wilderness of North America. You understand what I'm saying? Because of the mixing of the races, for one. You know what I'm saying? It was outlawed here, where in Spanish America it was promoted. It was a part of their caste system. But see, one thing that we also fail to realize is the time frame. Here in the wilderness of North America, the United States is only, what, 200 plus years old? How long
Yeah.
has Dominican Republic and all these other nations been?
Pero hay que tú estás mal.
Like
All right, so
500
you
That's
know,
where you're wrong, my friend.
what say
No,
again?
no, well,
You,
let him continue, please.
or
Sorry,
rather, that's where I
sorry,
disagree. But
sorry.
please
Just a
continue.
second.
No,
I
no,
truly
well,
have to say,
hey,
if
we've
you
spoken
keep,
for
if you
hours.
continue
Can you
holding,
let him continue,
Yo,
guys,
please?
listen,
the
check it
meaning
out.
of words evolve. And
Hold
if
on,
you
I
look
hear you,
hold
onto
on.
the back,
Nah,
the
Paula, please
past,
let him.
you will not
Right,
never go back.
right, please
Sorry,
let him
guys.
continue.
Ciao. Adios. Thank
hold
you.
on.
Bye.
All right, listen, yeah, because I'm on my way to work, yo. Let me build real quick. I'm just gonna say a few things, and then I can't really contribute as much. I'm just gonna drop a few things,
No
and
doubt.
then I gotta
Drop the
go.
gems. Drop the gems.
All right, peace. So, all right, look, check it out. So, the point that I'm making here is that the system that we're all operating under, right, which is a legacy of the Paper Bull Acts, right, or the Monroe Doctrines here implemented in the United States. These are legacies. These are legacies that have been passed down from generation to generation. All right, so we're still operating off of these legacies, and they're built in white supremacy, Eurocentricity. So we have byproducts of these legacies in our systems today, and a lot of it plays on the subconscious mind. So if those who don't know, we just gotta continue to go along, and these things aren't really being discussed in Latin America as they are in North America because the racial dynamic wasn't as intense down there as it is up here. You understand what I'm saying? So when the coming of when we fuse, when people from Latin America who've been living there for 500 plus years and they've been going through those cultural customs and they've been mixing with the races all willy and nilly, they don't see the big difference as we do here in the wilderness of North America. Because by the time it got here, it was outlawed. Because they seen what happened in Brazil, they seen what happened in Cuba, they seen what happened in Dominican Republic. When you mix the races, the black is dominant, and then the population becomes black. So therefore, by the time colonialism or Eurocentricity reached the wilderness of North America, they had outlawed race mixing, and this is why the experiences in North America are different in Latin America. And I'm speaking from a very mixed heritage. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of I'm Puerto Rican, so they say. So I got Indian, I got African, but I have a knowledge of myself, and I do the knowledge to these things. So therefore, I don't fall victim to these things. But I understand the mentality. My mental daughter, which is the daughter that I raised since she was 4 years old, her physical father's black and her mother's Italian. So she grew up with this dynamic. But the way I raised her, I said, nah, we one and the same, me and you. You know what I'm saying? Because of the bloodline don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to drop that on there. We have to understand the root of words, the power of language, and not fall victim to certain things that are not working in our benefit as people, original people of the planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about black people, brown people, and all the other seeds, you know what I'm saying? That's peace. But we understand that we're going against something that's not working in the interest of all the human families. And we can see that as evident around all around the world. Because poverty is stricken in all of our countries where we have all the resources. So something ain't adding up. Something ain't right. Because we the majority on this planet. The people of Hugh man. Peace. I'm out.
All right, peace, my bro.
Y'all add on. I'm gonna check in later, y'all. I'm gonna check in later and see if I can
Yo,
add on later.
every Thursday, Uppity Knickers. All right.
I'm gonna subscribe, y'all. I like the bill, man. Y'all keep doing your thing.
Hell yeah.
All right, peace, y'all.
Yep.
All right, peace, bro. Yeah, the brother's right, and it's especially about the Americas when they looked at what was happening in a lot of these surrounding colonies, and they saw like the quote unquote mud people were rising up. They started implementing plans to kind of like prevent that happening. And even the places where it was happening, they started like Brazil was in and Cuba were importing fresh white people from wherever they could find them in order to lighten the population. Plenty of documentaries that I was watching about that were they had different names for it depending on where you were and stuff. So it's not that I'm telling anyone what words to use, Paula, if you're still here. I'm not telling you what to use and what not to use. I'm just saying, like, on this platform, we're not, there's certain things we're not doing. Like the word blacks, like BLACKS, just like that, like the depersonalized one, where especially how it's used too. When a lot of people come on here, yeah, well, white people are more intelligent than blacks. Like they'll do it, and it's real subtle, right? Where they'll give personhood to every other group. Then when it comes to black people, it's blacks. No, we don't do that on this platform. I'm not being a dick or anything. I'm just, you can do it on other platforms, just not this one. But I mean that's reasonable, right?
That's
The
reasonable.
the vast majority of ADOS, if you want to call them ADOS, they're West African. I just say that.
That's a fairly new term to me. I heard
Yeah,
Foundation
I
Black
just say
American, but go ahead.
no. I'm just saying, like, if
Well,
ADOS want to call themselves anything, just call themselves West African because that's the region that they come from.
well,
Now,
if
I'm not saying that they need to say that, hey, we're just these West Africans. It's like, nah, our roots are in West Africa. So
well,
like,
if you
instead of
don't mind
calling us
my
the color,
interject,
go ahead.
I know, but here's the thing though. If you don't mind my interjecting,
Go
we
ahead.
don't know that for sure, especially since logistically speaking, right? They were picked up in West Africa, but it doesn't mean that that's exactly where they came from, as those tribes were captured people, those captives were taken from all over the place. People have been doing their genealogy and they're finding their roots in Mali, Kenya, and all sorts of places that are not necessarily West Africa or the West African coast where supposedly we're all from. So again, I refrain from telling people where they're from, but that's kind of like just me. It's okay. They're West African, right? You're saying they're West African. They should call. I mean,
Well,
you're telling them what they should call themselves. I
Brother,
wouldn't do it. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
better than calling
so
yourself black.
Well, I
if I
mean,
may, historically
yeah.
speaking,
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
and you feel free to chime in after that. In the transatlantic slave trade, I think it was anywhere from 85 to 92% of the slaves were from West Africa. Now
No,
today, it's Senegal,
I know. Listen,
Nigeria,
they were taken.
Ivory Coast.
Yeah, but I
Taken
already
captive, sure. But
I know, I know. I already explained that they were picked up in West Africa, but you don't know what kind of moving around there was before that. Who
no,
got
well,
picked up? Like when
some of them were
the tribes.
Muslim. A
No,
lot of people don't know that.
but I guess. But what I mean is the tribes that went about collecting. I mean the slave trade predated. The slave trade there predated the European, right? And so people were getting traded from Lord knows where. You don't know where a particular person came from or their lineage or whatever. Um, just because it's near there, that's where the transport was being done, doesn't mean that's exactly where they're from. Again, plenty of African Americans have found roots in Kenya. Kenya is not West Africa, and so obviously somebody, uh, um, more than one person had found their way some time ago from Kenya all the way across that rim and
Yeah.
all the way
But
to wherever. So we don't know. Why is it like, why are we deciding what these people, especially knowing,
now
you know what, y'all could do
you
it. I just
misunderstood
won't.
what
I
I
won't
said.
do it. I won't do it.
No, I'm not
No,
giving
no,
opinion. I know. I'm
you're
just giving
misunderstanding.
empirical data of
You're
what we've seen
yeah.
from
Okay,
biological
go
DNA
ahead.
tests.
Go
That
ahead.
85 to
What
92% of the New World that were transported, held captive, transported here to the New World, were in the transatlantic slavery were from West Africa, specifically countries now known today as Senegal, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, etc.
Yeah.
Brotep, I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, I just explained that my position on that, which is the
But
look.
listen, Brotep.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you look up African American DNA test, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nine
I know
times out of
a
10,
lot of them have Benin, Togo, and lots of West. I know that. I know that.
So what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, I'm not saying that every black person in America needs to say that they're West African. However, if you get a DNA test and your DNA test tells you that you are predominantly from West Africa,
Mm-hmm.
instead of calling yourself black, call yourself West African. It sounds better than just calling yourself a color.
Yeah, well, here's where I disagree with that as well, right? No, but here's where I disagree with that as well. I think that, especially with how white people have done it, I have no problem. I think being West African is badass, right? And I'm looking to see if I have any Benin Togo in me, and also Mali would be badass too, because the richest man who ever lived was up in Mali, and that's relatively West African, right? Now, the thing is, being West African is badass. However, you have what Native American, et cetera, right? And you have no problem identifying with every part of you, right? Why are you not extending the same thing to the African American here who may have parts of them wherever? So so with the black thing, for example, white people, they can be Irish on their own time, they can be German on their own time. When it comes time to exercising that power, they're white. And that's one lesson that I'm kind of taking away from it, is to move as a block. Being West African wouldn't help Abner Luima or Amadou Diallo. Being black helped them out, because everyone, wherever you were from, if you wore this uniform right here that you were born in, you could get behind getting some justice for them, right? But if you out here
Say
saying I'm
Luima?
West African, I'm East African, I'm sorry, go.
Say Luima?
Abner Luima, who
Isn't
else?
that the guy that got? Isn't that
Amadou.
the guy that got assaulted by the cops?
They were both assaulted by the cops, I think. I think Abner Luima.
That was the one that had the plunger, right?
Yeah, it's either him or Amadou Diallo, one of them. But my point is, both of them, in my opinion, have West African phenotypes, or had. I think one of them died, right? But my point is, together, when you identify as black, as that power block, you get more shit done. And that's why I don't have a problem with them saying, yeah, I'm black. Now, the only thing is, I don't like other people saying the blacks. That's dehumanizing. Not I'm black. I'm black is kind of like possessive, right? But the dehumanizing, especially when they do a contrast, like they'll give personhood to, yeah, and then the white guys and the white women, da 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 da, and then when they come to black people, the blacks, yeah, we got to do a screeching halt there. Like, I'm not gonna stand for it, Like on other platforms, I have no choice. I have to put up with that shit. You know what I mean? But if it's anywhere that like I can contribute, why would I put up with it? I'm contributing, right?
I've never said that African American can only identify as African American. I said that I'm against the one drop rule. I don't believe in the one drop rule. If a person is African American and they have 20% European in them, if they have 5% Native American in them, to me that person is mixed.
Agreed.
And if they want to say I'm mixed, then let them say they're mixed.
Well, what if they want to say that they're European, the 5%? They want to identify with that.
The people can identify with how they want to identify. I don't care.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying too.
But what I'm saying is, if African Americans don't like being called black,
Oh no, what they
call
never.
themselves. Some people
Okay, yeah.
do.
Call
Some people
themselves
do.
something else.
Some people do.
Some people do. I haven't met the
Yeah,
African American yet. Who? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Henry.
I was gonna say, 3 years ago, I visited Mardi Gras, and one of the things that stood up to me, and I was going through. They don't call them counties in Louisiana; they call them parishes. So I went out to the rural area. One of the mistakes I made, and I went down to the bayou, and I met people who were Creole, and then those who were Cajun, and
And Melungeons and stuff.
yeah, that's West Virginia and
it's
Virginia, but you're not far off. It's kind of the same mixture. But one of the things is that I went with my dad, and my dad speaks fluent French, and he speaks Haitian Creole, and he was talking French to the people in the bayou, and they looked at him. They were like, "Oh, what, you're Creole, right?" And then my dad was like, "Well, no, I'm Dominican," and the African Americans that he spoke to identified as a Creole, and this is like their culture, and this is what makes them unique to Greater America. And there's some efforts to preserve that, but it's my point is here is that like they didn't entirely just say I'm black, B.O. Dono, is that I'm Creole, I'm part French, we speak this way, we make jambalaya, etc., and this is just how we live. And I was really intrigued by that. I was amazed.
Yeah. So look, if a person is mixed, let them identify as mixed. Like I'm not saying. All I'm saying is if you want to stop being labeled as a color, because look, if you go anywhere outside the U.S., they are going to identify you as the country that you came from. So if you are a quote unquote black man and you go to Germany and they pick up on your accent, they're going to call you American. They're not going to call you black. So if you don't want to be identified as a color and you know that your ancestors came from West Africa, you could be like, hey, I'm American of West African descent and Native American and European, instead of just calling yourself black, or instead of being called black, just be like, hey, look, just identify me as West African. That's where my people come from. If you're going to call me anything, just say West African or an American of West African descent.
I heard only a little bit of that.
Did I come in muffled?
No, it's not muffled. It's my feed is mad late. So all I heard was West African. All I heard was before that, you said if a person.
Okay, if a person from America went to Europe, it doesn't matter if they are Chinese, it doesn't matter if they're Japanese, it doesn't matter if they're white, it doesn't matter if they're black. They're not going to be labeled as anything except American.
Then it was a long blank, and I was saying hello.
Okay, your mic is fucking up. Can anybody else hear me?
I hear you well, loud and clear.
Yeah, broke up. Your mic is fucking up.
Can anyone hear me? And then now West African is.
Bros up, I hear you, but you're cutting in and out. I don't know if that's your connection or your mic.
Okay, so that was him. That was him. Okay, I thought that was just me.
No, it's not me. It's you.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah, it's
what
you.
the hell? So it is just me. Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me see what's up with this, man. Let me close some of these tabs. Maybe this will help out if I close out some of these tabs. But go ahead, keep chopping it up. Let me close out some of these tabs.
No, like me, I don't call myself a color. I'm mixed. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sundown, you're right. Looking at the comments real quick, Carlos M says, Creoles aren't African Americans. They are two different ethnic groups. He follows up and says African Americans are black, white Creoles are a diverse group. There are white Creoles, color Creoles. Yeah, when my experience in the Bayou is that the white Creoles identified as Cajun, and the African Americans that had French ancestry or Canarian ancestry would identify as Creole. I don't know why. They both speak the same broken English. That's just Louisiana, Southern Louisiana entirely, but you're not right, you're not wrong. Creoles are triracial. I don't know if Creoles are triracial, but
I don't think they're black Cajuns either.
No,
I know Creoles are French.
Yeah, Creoles are French, but the Cajuns identify as just like a white French person, but in some cases, the Cajuns do have West African ancestry or something.
Yeah,
strange. Of
Cajuns have black in them. I mean, look, we're America, so everybody's mixed with everything. Let's be honest here. Everybody's mixed. Ain't no pure anything in America, unless you want to look like one of those guys. And do we really want to see any pure people anymore, like Daniel Craig out there in Britain?
I do.
And Bennett.
You
do, dumb man.
Go to like Norway,
Listen, if I go to
if you go to
Japan,
Norway,
I want to have a
if you go to like
Japanese
Norway,
experience.
man, Norway, they have some 100%. Like, listen, people from like Norway and Sweden, like those are some of the most beautiful people because like their hair is like icy colored, like ice blonde. Their eyes are like ice blue, and their skin is like super pale, and their eyebrows kind of look grayish. Like those are pure, like the pure.
Yeah, I know
Norwegian.
that's a matter of opinion, sir. I'll find nothing beautiful about that shit.
I'm not saying.
That's
Look, I'm not
ghostly.
saying that it's beautiful. Look, I'm not saying
No. That's
beautiful
nothing wrong with
I'm
saying it's beautiful.
attracted
I'm
to
just
them.
saying like it's a matter of opinion. Yeah. Because that's ghostly to me. I ain't fucking dating Legolas. I'm good. I'm good.
Even
Nah,
even Italians in Italy. Like if you go to like southern Italy,
yeah,
they don't
somebody
look
with some
anything
color
like.
on them.
Yeah,
They don't even look like the Italians here. The Italians in
Nah.
America don't look like the Italians in Italy because a lot of Italians are mixed with Irish, mixed with Jewish.
Yeah,
So
Polish.
they don't even look like the Italians.
Well, I mean, there are also Italians that are dark too, right? I mean,
of course. I grew up with them. There were Sicilians from Messina.
Yeah, Sicilians especially.
I knew guys who were Tunisian and Moroccan that were phenotypically whiter than the guy I knew who was from Sicily.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Honestly,
Moroccan women are beautiful.
Oh yeah,
Moroccan women are beautiful.
Well, in the Arab region, I'll go with Lebanese, then Moroccan, and then third, I'll say Egyptian.
Yeah, Moroccan girls are usually thicker.
Think
well,
so?
you know, that's as far as like the most beautiful, huh? That's cool.
I gotta travel more.
To each their types, you know what I mean? To each their own. Everybody's got a favorite. You feel me?
If I may follow up, Cajuns and Creoles, Carlos and his comment, Cajuns and Creoles are two different groups. Cajuns are 100% white. I'm going to say that's false.
No,
I believe they come from Canada.
100% white.
No. I met some Cajuns who were white passing, but they did have mixed ancestry. And the idea that they're from Canada. No, after Napoleon broke up Louisiana, after the Louisiana Purchase, Acadians. They were Acadians, not Cajuns. Cajuns was specific to the lightest skinned people in southern Louisiana, if I may.
Oh, you're back. He ain't at work yet. Self Styles, what's good, Self? What's good, Styles? Can you hear us?
If you go to northern Italy are usually the whiter Italians, but southern Italy, you'll see more olive. olive
And the foods are
tone, light
different.
eyes.
That's what I noticed when I went. The foods were different. Northern Italy, they eat more like German food, like pasta, pastries.
Yeah.
And in Southern Italy, it's like pasta, and it's like a 4-course meal.
Yeah, the
The
furthest
economies are
stop I
completely
got was
different.
Rome.
Economy in the north kind of, carries a lot of the weight for the state as opposed to
Yeah.
the south.
Yo,
What
so when
what
I
carries
was
a
when
lot
I
of the
was
weight?
living there, when I was living there, that place was like so corrupt. Like the people would do like illegal shit and then move to southern Italy. Because I'm not gonna say there was like a beef, but there was kind of like the southern Italians didn't really like the northern Italians.
Uh-huh.
Look, man, they're all mobsters. All right, we can all just say it.
Nah, the mob isn't. The
I, I'm,
mafia
just,
isn't
I'm,
in
just, no, I'm
southern
just
Italy.
fucking. I'm just fucking around.
That's more in the south,
I'm
from what
just
I
messing
hear.
around. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's weird stuff.
It is weird.
I don't mind if anybody identifies with whatever they want to identify as. All right. I just know for me, I can be Haitian on my own time. I know when it comes time for that power block, I'm black. Matter of fact, I'm black anyway, because I'm kind of like the pro blacks that you were talking about. However, I don't necessarily feel like it's what do you call it? It's a negative term to call myself that. It's just I don't like the depersoning when certain people use terms and
I get
tones
what you're
that
saying.
are derived from and they know when they're doing it. Like it's kind of like a dig, a passive aggressive dig, and they know when they're doing it. Well, you blacks, like they rarely go you whites. It's they know they're doing that shit,
You
and when
whites.
that what the hell's wrong with Dom? Because that dude when he came here earlier, there's this guy named Jose came here earlier. He knew what he was doing. Like he came there to get our gold and stuff like that or whatever. So they know what they're doing. And then using terms like chimp out, and then both him and Inquisitor acting like they don't know where the fuck the term came from. It's like, come on, man, stop playing games.
I feel like part of it is like, so like some Hispanics, this is what I think. This is my theory. I think some Hispanics want like Americans to stop being so like sensitive. But like my thing is, it's kind of like it's not even like our problem in a way. Like for me, it's just kind of like, yo, like let's just leave this American stuff alone, and like let's focus on the Dominican Republic. But I could understand like, why some Hispanics feel like they need to desensitize America. Like not even desensitize. I mean, just take it back to like how it was in like what 2006. Like,
How
people
was
were
it in
saying.
2006?
I mean, man,
I say 2000
I could look. Yo, I could find a
before
video from
9/11,
like.
pre 9/11.
Yeah, but I could find a video from like years ago. That all kinds of crazy. Like, oh man. For example, have you guys ever heard of Chad Warden?
No, I don't know who that is.
Chad Warden.
Nah.
Is
He's
that like a
like,
play on word like IP Freely?
nah, he's a teenager, right? He's Hispanic, and he made like a troll video like years ago, right? Like, when the PlayStation 3 was like still, cool or whatever. And he made like a troll video, like just dropping the N bomb, calling women bitches, like all kinds of shit, right? But like back then, that was like a funny video, like across the board, like it was just like funny, you know what I mean? And you could tell that he's not like he wasn't being racist,
Hmm.
but I feel like a video like that, it's just it's like it would break the internet, like, you know what I mean? Like it's just a different, like, I don't know, like something's different about America now.
Well, there's something called empathy, and I guess it would go hand in hand with sympathy also, but it's mostly empathy. So that same person, let's say he came from, forgot where the country was, where they had massive famine due to that dictator there, Maduro or something. So, what if in the middle of him using things to trigger African Americans because he wants us to be not so sensitive, and then we say something like, okay, well, I haven't eaten yet. I gotta go get something to eat. I don't want to go on the Maduro diet. You think he'd appreciate that, being where he's from?
Uh, who Maduro? Would Maduro appreciate that? Is that what you're asking? Like, would Maduro appreciate that? Hello?
Pro tip.
Yo, how much of it did
Yeah.
you hear? How much of my
Let's.
sentence did you hear? Which country is Maduro, the dictator? What country
Venezuela.
does he rule over? Venezuela, right? So let's say the guy's
Mhm.
from Venezuela, right? So he's saying all this stuff. Hope I don't get cut off again by this internet, right? Uh, let's say this guy is doing all that stuff to trigger us, right? Calling us the N word and all the women bitches, right? All that stuff. And then I go,
Okay.
well, I gotta go get something to eat. I've been starving all day. I don't want to go on the Maduro diet. You think he'd appreciate that?
Oh, I get it. Um,
Right.
would he
So
appreciate that?
yeah, him
I had
him
a
being him being where he's from, right? So with hold on, Styles, you all right? Styles keeps trying to come in, but I barely hear him. Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying, Damran?
I don't think they would appreciate that.
Yeah,
I
everyone
mean,
has something that
it's
that
a
that
joke
is
though.
well, yeah, but I wouldn't make that joke. You know what I'm saying? So
It's a joke. Like you said,
he's
that's
gonna
funny.
come in there and make Ku Klux Klan jokes. You feel me?
here's
Because it
how I
don't mean
look at
shit
it.
to him.
No,
Go
listen,
ahead,
dude.
Sundown.
Here's all right. Let me just say this, and then you can go. Listen, some people find some people don't think that the word itself is like words themselves they're nothing.
Right.
The power that people give words is, like if there's like a naughty word that you can't
And that's
say,
what I was getting
it
ready to
doesn't
say.
matter what society it is. If there's a naughty word and like, you say the word and then people start freaking out, but like, since you're not from the society, it's just kind of like it's just a word, but like when people
Right.
start freaking out, like yeah, it can seem humorous,
Yeah,
like
I know. Well, that's where empathy comes in.
right.
That's where empathy comes in, where you know that where you're from, there are triggers for that, right? So the Jewish guy who would come in and make fun of, black people making Klansman jokes, right? And lynching jokes. Yeah, how about we start making oven jokes? How does he like that, right?
Whatever.
So maybe just don't do it. Maybe don't be a shitlord, because like out here there are real repercussions. Online, I guess there are no repercussions, so that's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's fine.
I don't know. I'm kind of
Like for me, when I was out in Baltimore, my business partner, who basically is a shitlord, at least he was, he found out very quickly. Like in Baltimore, like niggas don't play that shit. He was out there in Baltimore, and he thought he was gonna be a shitlord. That did not go over well. You feel me? Fucking
that
around with
is that
Pyru
like an edge
Crips.
lord? Is that like an edge lord? Like what
It's
does that
kind of
mean?
yeah, kind of like an edge lord, but like shit lords. It's almost like the same thing. But yeah, he wants to be an edge lord. Let's say that he wants to be an edge lord. That shit did not fly over well. You know what I'm saying? Like with a Pyru Crip who calls himself Bishop, and then this dry humor cornball edgelord is like, does that mean he can only move what the fuck diagonally? Does that mean he can only walk diagonally into a room? Uh we almost got, and the thing is, it's not really an insulting joke. It's not really a funny joke, but we almost got fucked up that day. And the thing is, I'm with him, right? So we got to split that beating in two. You feel me?
Yeah.
I ain't
It's
gonna let him eat
Understanding
all of it.
power.
I ain't gonna let him eat all of it. I'm sorry, God.
So
I'm sorry. What'd you say, sundown?
so look at it like this. I'm gonna use a movie reference here.
Right.
So
I
on
mean, I just got the joke now in relation to chess, right? They moved that,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah, but you don't make jokes like that about some dude's name. You don't know how he earned it and how hard he worked for it.
Yeah,
It's
bro.
funny
If
because
it's a gangster, bro, don't do it.
this past weekend for my birthday, I was in Miami, and it went down amongst Hispanics. My homie is he's half Guatemalan, and Cubans called him a name that Hispanics shouldn't be using, and shit went down in the club. To say that, I left. I mean, I was like, I don't know what y'all talking about.
You got time for this shit?
Yeah, I'm not gonna ruin my birthday over.
Yeah, over nonsense, man.
But yeah.
Look, the thing is, I'm sorry. I think we cut off sundown. Sundown.
Yeah,
My bad, bro.
I'm sorry, Sundown. I always cut you off.
Yeah, you were gonna
You should
add
pull
on
rank
to
on me
what I
when
was
you
saying.
have the chance.
Pull rank.
So this is how I look at it. I'm gonna use the movie reference. So on Nightmare on Elm Street, right? The first Nightmare on Elm Street. At the very end, the girl, she looks at Freddy Krueger and she's like, I take back all the power I give you. You're nothing. I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna walk away. And Freddy Krueger lunges at her and he goes through her because he didn't have the power to do anything to her.
Right.
That's how I feel with words. So you have people out there that know that if they address people as blacks, it's going to make them mad. If they address people as monkeys, it's going to make them mad. If they address people as the N-word, it's going to make them mad. And every time they say it and they get a rise out of people, it's like a release of endorphins because they know that they just pissed somebody off and they ruined their day. So when a person says a racial slur, the worst thing that you can do to them is ignore them and go on about your day because they're sitting there waiting for you to get triggered and for you to chimp out, like they say, because they know how much that word offends you and how much power they have over you by saying those words. So when they say it and you just ignore them, it's like kicking them in the balls. Because then they're going to go like, uh-oh. So then they're going to try to do something again. And they're going to try to say something again. After a while, they're going to stop. So that's why I've never let like those words. I understand the meaning behind those words and I understand how hurtful those words are. But at the end of the day, that those words don't have power over me. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of pissing me off. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of making me upset in your own mind or you're in a chat. Like, for instance, I'm pretty sure every one of us have seen N-word chants, right? The little one person will say N, then the next person will say I, and stuff like that. They do that to get a rise out of people. Once you ignore them, then they don't have any. You take the cell out of their you take the wind out of their cell. Then they shut up. They either shut up or they leave.
Yeah, but I think you misunderstand like the nuance of it, which is okay, they can do that and you can ignore them, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily want them in your like on your platform. You know what I mean?
Oh
Like,
yeah, kick them out.
well, not just kick them out, but you let them know. You know, I give niggas a warning. Like, okay, look, we don't really say that around here, except for like somebody who's really championing for oppressive terms, like Paula was doing. Like she really went hard in the paint for using those terms. You feel me? Like telling me about my country too. You know that was kind of weird.
I feel
But
like Europeans love to do that.
oh,
They
she's
love
European.
to
What, get a
Okay.
they
rise out of
love to
people?
educate. I mean, she's Dominican, but
Oh,
she's in Europe.
Oh, then
You
why'd
know
you
what I
say
mean?
European? She's Dominican. Oh,
Because
you mean
she's in Europe.
she's European minded then? Okay.
She's in Europe. So you know how like Europeans they think Americans are dumb. That's all it
Right.
is. She just came here to teach us dumb Americans, you know.
Well, I mean, which is fine. It's just telling me about. How you gonna tell me I'm from there, and I'm telling you that we don't really the conscious ones of us, we don't really rock with them terms like that. And like Sundown says, words, they have power that you give them, and that's fine. But words also, that's how humans operate. We work on words and images in our heads. And so if you have an entire nation of people calling each other a word with like the root word, they know what the root word is and what the connotations are. That has an effect. Whether it's cumulative or not, it has an effect. I'm not like we have control over it. We can actually stop using those words, and we run our own government. We can actually stop using those words nationally. So, why? It's one thing to have an edge lord come in there and he's using it and we ignore him. But why would after he leave we just continue using the word? That makes no sense. Just so we can say, well, this word has no power, let's continue using it. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna get rid of it. Just like the conscious people over in Haiti. It's usually the word mulatto and all that stuff, it's usually people use it colloquially. I don't even think like they even like officially use that shit no more. But I'll have to check with my mom and dad and stuff like that. Cause like we don't really rock with those type of terms. We've become very we're one of the most proud like nations on earth. You know, and it's we just don't rock with a lot of those terms. So when you Styles, you back? Are you able to come on? Nope. And I think I'm probably. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Okay. Oh, cool, cool. Yeah. So like when, I had to be reminded that the word mulatto was like disrespectful when, like I said, the half black, no, the quarter black, quarter not quarter, one third black, one third Indian, one third Italian girl. Some Italian guy called her a moolie, and then suddenly they were fighting. And then I got reminded that, hey, Styles.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, bro.
There you go, there you go. My bad. It's choppy every time I try to hop on.
I hear you. What's going
All right.
on?
Nothing much. No, I'm trying to catch the bill. I'm in and out. I'm in and out. So I'm catching bits and parts of it.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. We're still generally on the topic. We're going into right now like words being offensive. Sundown's position is more like if you give words too much power, then they have power over you. But
Indeed.
if you ignore the ignorant person using the word, you kind of negate that. You
Yeah.
know.
Are y'all
Um,
referencing the N word, or y'all still referencing mulatto? Like what?
well, words in general, but we did move on to very offensive stuff like because the Dominican Renaissance, that's the guy with the doctor's mask. If you can't see the words on under their avatars.
Yeah, he's infamous on YouTube. Peace to him.
Nah,
Yeah,
so listen,
but yeah,
Sky.
yeah.
So I was saying, what I was saying was, um, so like, let's say if so you're Puerto Rican, right?
Body, yeah.
I know that if I start calling you Hispanic slurs, it's going to get under your skin, and I know that I'm going to get a reaction out of you. So I'm just going to do it just to piss you off because I know that I can ruin your day just by calling you a word. The worst thing that you can do to me is when I call you that, you just shut me out, remove me, and go on about your day, because then it's going to be like, oh, it didn't work. Now I'm the one that's going to walk around feeling some type of way because I thought that I could get a rise out of you and you got the better of me. So that's why, like, when people call me slurs, or if somebody
Well,
says
what
some
kind of
stuff
slurs do
and
they
I
call
read
you?
it,
Sundown,
no,
what
like,
kind of
all right,
slurs do they call you?
so back when I used to, like, everybody knows how infamous Xbox was, like, back in the day.
Yeah, bro. I used to have, yeah,
So like,
it was
yeah,
wild.
so like, yeah, so you get on Xbox, and as soon as you get on live, they just call you anything in the book. And it used to piss me off, but then it was like, you know what? Whatever. And as soon as I started ignoring it, then those people started to see, and other people started to see just how childish they were.
Oh, you're a
And
better
then it
man than me.
became and then it became the unpopular thing where people would be like, yo, man, shut up. And now that person looks stupid. So again, when people say
You
racist
talking
stuff,
about
or if I'm
Xbox
in a
Live?
chat,
You talking
yeah,
about Xbox Live when
Yeah.
all these boys in Iowa, Idaho, and Oklahoma start using the N word like commas?
yeah.
N
So
word,
like,
B word,
yeah,
whatever.
so like,
Oh,
like,
you're a better man than me, bro. I mean,
like,
the
what point,
obvious
like,
thing to do.
what purpose
The
does it
obvious.
serve for me to be cursing them out on a video game?
No,
It's
why
No,
would
wasted.
you
It's
curse
bro.
them
wasted
You
back?
gotta
energy.
get. You
Why would you
gotta.
curse them
Yeah,
back?
bro. You gotta
That's
curse
that's
them
not that's
back.
not how you reply, bro.
No,
Nah,
But
I'm
those
saying,
bro.
What you
innocent,
do
listen,
is
innocent
listen.
every
I'm
yo.
potatoes in the physical. It's like
I
the
mean,
internet. It's a toxic place because people's worst.
They can get away with it.
Yeah, of course. So that's why
Listen,
every time you go into a cipher like that, people's gonna be more toxic. But if you come amongst them in the
yeah,
physical, that's not gonna happen. That's how
yeah,
you gotta
Oh
you
yeah,
gotta
no.
scale you gotta scale
yeah.
your experiences in the real world, not in the virtual world.
yeah.
This here right here,
Now I've never I have never ever been
well that's
called out my name by anybody in person
In
well
person,
I
yeah.
at
have.
all.
I
I
have, and
have.
it depends on what circumstances and situations. My position on it is simply see, knowledge is the foundation of everything for me. So once I do the knowledge to said particular topic and I'm armed myself with what it is that I'm dealing with, then that gives me the ammunition whether or not I'm gonna take it offensive or not. So we were earlier referencing mulatto. Most people may not take that offensive because they don't take the time to go do the knowledge to what that word actually meant and how it was applied to our people. So they implement it in their day-to-days, and it have been doing it for hundreds of years. And that's why we have
Hmm.
these disputes. So then we can
Yeah.
move on to the next word, the N word. I'm not sure if that's a touchy word here, but I use that in my day-to-day life. I don't
No,
have,
you can use that. You can use that here.
all right, well, that's peace. Well, I'm saying, me personally, that doesn't strike a nerve for me because
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
understand the etymology of the word. I understand what it's rooted in, what
Yeah.
it means. If somebody calls me a nigger or nigga, it's like somebody calling me blackie. If
Yeah.
am I gonna get offended by it? No, because I understand the power and the root of the word. I'm not gonna give them that ammunition. So I hold the same position as you. It's just I try to I combat it with what I know, and then I take the position of whether or not I'm gonna take offense to it or not. When I'm dealing in the
Mm.
virtual world, I could care less. I don't take it serious because I know it's
Yeah.
just a pool of toxicity where people are coming to spew whatever they can't venom
Hmm.
in the real world. I scale my experiences in the real world. So if I'm dealing with
Yeah.
people on a day-to-day, then that's how I'm gonna, draw it up and measure my experiences and so on and so forth. That's how I see it.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
both better men than me. See, the thing is, I am extremely petty, and when I get on or used to, the Xbox Live ain't really a thing anymore. But when I used to get on Xbox Live, and these little pissant fuckers out in Iowa or Idaho, wherever the fuck they were, would come on there and do the nigga thing. I would just I'd choose one of them and make him into my personal project. Okay? Dude would come in last in every game, every match. He'd come in last, and I'd go in on him. All right, all the jokes all day, and I don't forget. Next time I see his online handle, I go right in. He'd be my personal project every time I see him, until that shit ain't funny no more. I'm so you guys are so much better than me, bruh. You guys can let things go. I'm really petty, and a lot of times they may do that shit to someone else later on. I wouldn't know about it, but they'd never do that shit to me again. Like I've gotten banned when they started implementing rules. I got banned for harassment. Because with me, that shit never ended. They started some shit and it never ended. Like
My experience with
yo,
virtual world is very limited. I never really got down with the Xbox Live thing. I know
yeah,
I've heard through the grapevine, my little cousins, so I
yeah,
know I
like
know how it go down. But I've
yeah,
never
they're really
disseminated into it.
toxic.
It
They're really
gets wild.
toxic.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
It
I
gets
could
wild.
imagine. I could imagine.
yeah. They're
Yeah.
like it's stuff. Look, it's a bunch of little white boys who they get very little fresh air, real food, pussy, friends. So they take all of that
They're
and
like
then they
little
they channel it into you by
well,
calling you different names.
I always drew it up like they little PewDiePies, like that one. What's that
Yeah, they're
little?
little PewDiePies. Although,
Yeah.
but honestly, with the way PewDiePie getting the bag these days, I'm sure he ain't got no problem getting any of those things on the list. You know, but pretty much that's the blueprint. I see what you're saying.
Yo, so all right, the
Isn't PewDiePie boxing now or some shit? Is he boxing or?
I don't know. I don't keep tabs on that man.
Yeah, I don't look. I don't look, bro. I don't follow social
Yo,
media
yo,
like
fuck
that.
with him.
I don't know. Yeah,
I
I
think
don't know.
Jake
Like
Jake
I
Paul's the
just
one
don't.
that's boxing. I mean,
Oh,
doing
Jake
not
Paul.
boxing, but doing
I know
UFC.
one
I
of these
think.
dudes. But
No,
they
I
came
actually
at.
like. Go ahead.
But you know a lot of these guys are getting theirs though. Like the dominant society, because a lot of the companies are investing into the online platforms. So now rules are being implemented, and these guys are suffering for it. You know that they're taking out. Um, a lot of these guys don't know this. Give me a sec. But a lot of your interactions now, they don't go away. They're archived somewhere.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
So
Even
yeah,
this.
so so people who are savvy with it, they can just go ahead and dig up some match you had in 2009 when you went in and called, Jamal all kinds of niggas, and
So
so
digital
now,
footprint.
yep, and so now you're going for that job at Microsoft or Apple. And they bring up that, hey, can you explain this? What exactly is a sheboon? Can you explain to me what a bitch ass nigger is? How about a butt monkey? What is all that? And they just go item by item and start asking you about your past. So a lot of these guys, like their past is catching up with them. Shit, I mean, the past caught up with Kevin Hart. He made some some quote unquote homophobic jokes, like around 2010 or something like that, and suddenly he can't host the Oscars. So
Wow.
like
I didn't
we
even
gotta be
hear about
careful with
that.
shit.
He took that on
Oh,
the
you heard
chin
about
though.
that?
I didn't even hear about that. Whatever joke he made.
Yeah, but he took it on the chin. He took it on
Yeah,
the
he took it on
chin.
the chin, and he's better for it. Who the fuck
He
watches the Oscars anyway?
ain't compromised himself for it.
Yeah, he ain't compromised himself. Look, he was like, at some point he was like, look, I'm done apologizing. I already apologized. Like, what do you want from me now?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, man, who the fuck watches the Oscars anyway?
Right.
Like,
I don't
so
even
you
watch TV.
right? But anyhow, yeah, fellas, I'm about to tap out. I think it's going. It's 8 hours. It's an 8 hour stream.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
Yo, y'all
Yeah. You
caught me
see.
on my way
You
to work,
see.
yo. So when y'all stream again? When y'all usually do
um,
this?
Uppity Knickers live stream is Thursdays 9:30. I started a little bit late, but that didn't matter because look at what time we're ending it. I
I got
started at 10 something instead of
yeah.
9:30. and,
Yeah.
and so but it's usually 9:30. Uppity Knickers, every Thursday 9:30.
Well, I subscribe to your channel. I'm gonna definitely stay in tune. I'm gonna try to add on as much as I can. I'm a working man, so I take it down pretty early. I'm an old guy, but I definitely be in tune with y'all.
Yeah, come through. Matter of fact, if enough people, have a an attendance problem, I'll start it earlier, something like 7 or whatever, whenever everybody will be home and stuff like that. You
All
know?
right, that's peace. That's peace. Well, I'm Self
Yeah.
Styles, man. Y'all can follow me on the gram too, man. So if y'all want to stay in tune with me, they go to plug right there.
Hell yeah. Can you
All right.
drop it in the comment section? You on your phone or?
Nah,
Yeah,
I'm on
you
my
on your phone.
I'm on my phone, but it's Self Styles just with a Z.
Self Styles with a Z. Let me
Yeah, it's
hop
just one
on
Z.
Instagram. Yeah,
Yeah.
Self
Yeah.
Styles. But
That's all.
yeah,
I would just say the only critique I would have, and I critique everybody else as well, is just the the I guess you could say scatterbrainedness of how the chats go sometimes. It's like it'll be really good, and then one person will say something, and then it's
yeah, it
completely
goes
off
off the
topic.
rails. It goes off the
Yeah.
rails. I'm trying to remedy that, bro. I'm trying to see if I can get some kind of timer, because you had mentioned a timer. Let me see if YouTube would have like timers.
Or you could set
And
one. You could set one and mute everybody and let them get their piece out. Like, look, I don't agree with everything that Inquisitor says, but for a minute, Inquisitor could only say like two things before he was getting cut off. So
yeah,
he was getting asked questions. He was being asked questions, and he'll be like, "Okay, so I think," and then he'll get asked another question. Then he'll try to
well,
answer that one, and he'll get
Oh,
asked
that's
another
the
question.
worst.
So it was like
yeah. Well,
just
I
little
think
things like that.
one of the things is like it's the kind of ideas that Inquisitor has, which that shouldn't be that shouldn't be a problem, because all ideas should be welcome. It's just that when you have provocative ideas, let's call it that, people want to chime in. So I
Yeah.
guess it worked out that everyone was jumping. They were jumping to go at him, and especially
In
Denise.
a
Denise
way,
really
but
wasn't. Yeah.
yeah, but it's like a person can't really
Yeah, yeah, it
explain
can't be
themselves
productive like
if
that.
they're
I got you.
yeah,
It can't be productive
yeah.
like that. I'm gonna try to see, because it should be way better if I do that. I'm gonna try that in the
It,
next uppity Nickers live, yo.
it was like that with on Fighters Channel last night when I was trying to explain something to Rancho, and Rancho kept cutting me off, and he wouldn't let me explain what it was that I was trying to explain. It's like it gets
He
frustrating
does
because then
that a
you're like,
lot.
you know what, just forget it.
Rancho is infamous for that, bro.
There's an
Like,
art.
and
There's an art to it, man. It's like an art of trolling, and then when you get in these dialogues, I question whether people's incentives. So if people are just trying to get views and their
mhm,
incentives is there, they're not going to be interested in the true, genuine dialogue. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So if you're dealing with a certain caliber of people who have their hidden agendas, it's just going to be like that. It's like beating a dead horse.
mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got to
yeah,
pick and choose
that's
your
They
what it
battles
felt
pretty
like
much.
sometimes.
they ain't gonna let
But
you
yo,
speak. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop off.
All right, y'all.
Good
Peace,
chat,
yo. Pleasure meeting all y'all. Y'all
and
be
Oh
good.
hell yeah!
All right.
next week
Peace.
y'all
All
take
right,
care.
Styles
All right.
and
Later,
Sundown.
boys.
Peace.
All right, yeah. All right, fellas. I'm about to hop off.
This is it.
Henry,
Hey, good
great
talk.
live, man.
I do lives, but it's in Spanish, full Spanish stream. But whenever I'm getting it done in English, you're always welcome to to jump on, and
Absolutely.
I'll reach out to you an email if you're interested in what we discussed earlier. It was an honor to have my side of the camp on that you disagree with, but it's always good to have
It's all
a
love, baby.
dialogue on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all love, baby. And the
Appreciate
thing is,
it.
absolutely. Just hop on every Thursday. Every Thursday, I'm gonna try to have it earlier for you guys. And just hop on and we'll discuss some stuff. I'll come up with some good topics and stuff like that. But and
Yeah, and nonetheless, like, I mean, not me, because I don't get offended by anything unless you kick me out or unless you address
nah,
certain word, rightly so, a certain word, adjective, or verb that you don't want on your channel, and you come up front, you're addressing and deal with
No.
it. But nonetheless, I think you treated me well, and I really appreciate that.
No, no problem, bro. It's all love over here, man. And and you're always welcome back. You come through, then we gonna have a blast like we always do.
Yeah, I might disagree with you on the next one. I might say, okay.
Well,
But
if we all agree, like, what kind of show is it gonna be if we all agree on every single thing? The topics have to be discussed. You have to air out the topics, and then I always learn whenever I speak with somebody and I disagree with them. I learn something new.
Yeah. For some people, it's the gift of the gab. This is really good at articulating the point of view. But Bro Tip, I appreciate it. You have a good day or night.
Yep. You as well.
We'll catch up on the next one.
All right, man. Cool. All right, everybody. Who are the 14 psychos still here? It has been 8 hours, 4 minutes. Thank you all for stopping by at Uppity Knickers, right? And we've discussed a lot of stuff. We've discussed the Corin. What's his name? Corin? That's a girl's name. That's the one thing he's got to change. He's got to change the name. Karen Nasario. The second case was the boy who unfortunately lost his life. The third was the only escape plan is a business plan. And we discussed all those topics and more. Thank you all for stopping by. I need you to hit like, comment, subscribe. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're on any social media platforms, I need you to go ahead and drop a link to this channel and bring back some friends, right? Absolutely make sure you're still subscribed because YouTube likes to play games, okay? And if you have channels yourself, I'd like to subscribe to you. So drop that in the comment section, and then when on the replay, I'll see what channels you guys are putting up, and I'll hop on there, and I'll, come in. If you guys are having a live stream, I'll drop by. Okay? Thank you guys for stopping by. It's been real. It's been a blast, all right? And enjoy the rest of your day. Bro Tap out.